I flipped it up in your ass all day. I flipped it up in your ass all day.
Oh yeah.
Robust urban garlic flavor.
Yeah, I'm actually just doing Twitch IRL streams where I cry to my own beats in Times Square. That's next for me.
Flipped it up in your ass all day.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Wow.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Wow. Wow. Ooh, yeah. And my hairy ass.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
And my hairy ass.
Members and Rich stays on YouTube exclusively. That would be the most can't see the forest because the trees are in the right way choice I would have ever made. What is going on, everybody? Man, it's early. I actually started not only on time, but slightly early today. That's fucking shocking. What's up, man? So, how is everybody today? It's going to be a juicy stream. So, I'll probably have to explain this understandably like 6 times. No, I'm not leaving YouTube in the slightest. This is actually because I'll start with a mini story first. When I started making videos again in 2025, it was April, right? What's up, Dub K? How are you? I was like, all right, you have until the end of 2026 to hit 100K. If you could do that, that means this is still viable. If you can't do that, then it's time to like just do this as a side thing, you know, just stream a few days a week and do something else, which would have been fine, you know. No, I'm not. You'll understand in a second.
Bird father. YouTube
27.
need men with juicy birds.
You'll understand what's going on, and I'll explain why it's going on. So thank you. 27 months. The VHS guy, I like your name. So I told myself that because in that would have been, what would it be like? April to 2026 would be about a year and a half, right? More than a year and a half. I was like, there got to be some way if there's enough of an audience here. So Violation Entertainment, thank you, to do it. And if I do it, then I'm all in on it. If I don't, then, you know, I have a small curated audience, and that's great. And I'll have that for years. And, you know, I'll do something else on the side, or I do something else full time and do this on the side. Luckily, I didn't, you know, it's to have 2 chances. It's less than a 1% chance. I looked it up the other day to hit 100K, and yeah, I have audience that remembered me from last time. So I had a cheat built in, but I fucking did it again, you know? And I did it way before the end of 2026. But one of the interesting things, and it started, this is a way you can know. What's up, Picard? What's up, John? JCH, what's up, Dark Inside? Yeah, I'm going to stream from Vimeo. Since around the time, what's up, General? How are you? I was on / got fired from Lolcal Live. I have had a warning on my account. Matter of fact, oddly enough, Keemstar could verify that. I went to him about one of them that I got. What's up, Snowman Can? It's not July 1st. Freeze Diamond? Is it July 1st? Double moans now again. Why is that
A
happening?
glorious day. Richard Masicksai won't be harming people by trashing on the greatest president in history on Ed. Wait, he'll still be on Twitch.
Well, no, I said July 1st. The applause goes away. Thank you, Neil Williamson. So I've had a warning on there since then. And when I was just streaming, even though it was stupid and I still should have cared, I didn't really care because it's like, this is what I do. I live stream. But when I started making videos again, it was a problem, you know, and one warning would go away and then I would get, then like I told you before, YouTube said I doxed a fucking ICE agent, but I didn't. Literally with video evidence, didn't care. I bullied Eric. They sent me a transcript of it. I'm like, this is what fucking YouTubers and like Twitch streamers and every kind of fucking streamer says on a daily basis. But whatever, fine. I guess you could technically say that I was bullying 8-Bit Eric. So that was one. God, there was other ones too for stupid shit. And I would literally prove to them with evidence that it didn't happen. They didn't care. Recent ones. What was one after that? Well, the Eric one was first. Then and I had like 2 fucking months reprieve. I never had a complaint against her though. Becky said everyone harassed her. Becky, if she stubbed her toe, she would say her fucking bed harassed her. And then there's the 2 ones that I got one warning, again talking about the quartering for sex and nudity. Nicholas Diorio talking about the quartering, got one for sex and nudity. And another one where I was talking about it with the quartering got me a strike. And I'm like, this is not sustainable. I'm going to end up losing this fucking channel. I always have a warning on my account. And like I said before, if you have a warning, hate to keep using him as a source, but I've heard it before. And Keemstar has said it still fucks you in the algorithm. So even with the huge amount of growth I had, I may have had even more. Yeah, I'm just going to simp for Amaranth. I love fake titties. Holy shit. There's over 300 people here in the middle of the day. That's like never happened. It's amazing what happens when you actually announce a stream in one of your videos. It's like almost people will know. I'm not just trusting Keemstar. I've heard it from other places, dude. It's like an unwritten thing. And yeah, Keemstar is a fuctar turd. There's no doubt about that. But to say, what's up, Dr. D? Holy shit, BRSV. I agree. Yeah, Keemstar's a fucking turd. I'm not questioning that. But does he know people at YouTube? Oh, fuck yeah. That he could verify shit? Absolutely. It's like saying, like, dude, you could hate me, right? But Would you just say, "Hey, I'm wearing an Adidas shirt"? No, you're not, Rich. I hate you, so I'm not going to listen to you, even though I could see the Adidas logo. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't mean that I'm not wearing this or you're not seeing what you're seeing because you don't like me. So, nonetheless, and even okay, say that's incorrect and it doesn't hurt you in the algorithm, which it does. I don't want to lose his channel. And there's a lot of times, thank you, Nits, for hating me. I appreciate you.
We are gonna fucking kill him. Eh?
Now that was authentic.
Farewell, Richie.
Queef Hunter. Oh shit, you became a member over. Yeah, it's over for me. I'm leaving. I'll get to so if nothing else, like I was going to say, I don't want to lose his channel because as you've seen, Moist Critical, like I was saying the other day, I know I keep repeating the same talking points, but they're valid. Like YouTube is siding with the algorithm. And if a channel gets demonetized or deleted, that's it. They're not changing any. I'm doing the Trump hands right now. They're like, nah, yeah, that's it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's it. Like, you're wrong. Yeah. Well, he doesn't understand YouTube, but he has connects that understand YouTube. I mean, he doesn't snap his fingers and make channels magically disappear if he doesn't have connections. There's a good way. To know. You know what I mean? So obviously he knows people. It's like the fucking court. He's not like the quartering. He's not that bad. Shockingly. But. God damn it. The ice is getting in the way of my deliciousness. It's Quantum TV's fault. Well, hey, yeah. And you know what? We know why
Do I need to keep Twitch open to watch your stream?
No, you could watch today. You could watch me here. Today you could watch me here. Oh God, John's thing is singing the theme song. Oh, Ron, wait. God damn it! I'm already out of drink. Fuck you. That sucks. Anyway, so. With YouTube being the way it is, with me constantly having a warning on this account, which again, I wouldn't have cared about if I just thought like I was going to quit
and then
like
you
a
take that
bitch.
funky butt and you shake it all around and lightly jog in place and then crank it up to a prance. This is the cool patrol dance.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me shaking my drink. Yeah, get. I'm going to be doing like the Bloodborne stream on here. And there'll be stuff like Phil's still going to be on here. I'll have like a Phil night. And you know what? I'll have like, it'll change each week because you know me. But I'll have like a once a week Phil night. There'll be and the thing is that'll work better because it's not like nothing burgers with Phil. Because you know there's at least stuff weekly that he does that's stupid. I think we could all agree on that. Oh, I gotta look into the fucking plaque. You know, so I've worked way too fucking hard, and it's such a slim fucking chance that I would get to 100K again. I don't want to fuck it up, man. I don't want to fuck it up. I want to do this. Like I said, hell no, I don't want to do this. It sucks. But, you know, and making a separate channel doesn't solve it because if you get a strike on one channel or, God forbid, one of your channels gets shut down, that's it for all of them. You're done. It's over. It's over. Yeah, the quantum thing, I forgot to finish that before. The warning, you know why I was so pissed off? The warnings were permanent. They changed that now where the warnings even get removed after 90 days, which I think fucking makes sense because if you got a strike and it got removed, why couldn't the warning? That should just be a buffer, but back then it wasn't. It was permanent. And you know what? It's not even, yes, YouTube sucks too with it, right? And they've stuck to stupid decisions that I've proved them wrong with every single fucking time. But a lot of it too is like, you have dudes like 8-Bit Eric. He's known to be a flagger. He makes a bunch of fucking trolls account and he always fucks up and he's like, I'm totally not 8-Bit Eric. Sure you are, dude. And it's not even just people like him that it's always too the fake free speech advocates that will absolutely abuse the system because they're butthurt about something you said, like the quartering. Can't say he hasn't done it, even if you'd be like, oh, Rich, you don't know. I don't know, but he's done it to other people. So I rather deal with that on Twitch, get the week ban. You know, you never get permanently banned on Twitch unless you do something truly heinous. Old gray man, how are you? And then it doesn't hurt my channel. And I could be without a warning for more than.
But you flagged Anna Doyle even though you said you didn't?
Oh, dude, I admitted that countless times.
Cucumbers.
And I have no shame in that. 100%.
Cucumbers.
That person was a lunatic. An old gray man. Mr. Gibb, thank you for subscribing. So you can keep bringing that up as much as you want. I don't give a fuck. Should have admitted it back then, too. So I believe that is 2. So we're at 23. And I have shown my flag history live on stream here countless times.
I love cancel culture and pissing my pants, though I like the latter a bit more.
Oh, God. Brand new account made 2 minutes ago. Thank you for the money. Anyway. I don't know. I think I'll, you know what I should do just as a dick one day? Have like a 4-hour stream with the Oblivion theme showing my flag history.
So why did you lie about it if you're proud of it?
Because I didn't want to deal with the drama.
What's on the agenda for today? Did you get the Gamer from Mars video I sent you a few days ago?
Because it was 8 years ago, dude. And I was afraid to admit to it. And it was a justified flagging anyway. He was a piece of shit. So you could make 25 more accounts. I hold to that. There you go. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you could say, what's on the agenda? You could give me free money for asking something stupid. Here. I mean, here, let's do it. Here, let's put on the Oblivion music. Here you go.
Have you ever considered reviewing tech in the USA?
As a matter of fact, yes. Yes, and here is the other computer from that almost probably was 1 second away from being lost in the ether of Lauren's house. This is the boss game VTI 490 with the Intel Core Ultra X7 358, and it has the B390 graphics, which are pretty fucking awesome, especially for how power efficient. But let's have fun with this again. Let's have fun with this again. Hopefully you're still here paying attention to this. If you want to give me more money to bitch about something, you know what? That's what I'm here for. Also, I want to make sure everyone's thanked here from the very BRSV. Thank you very much. I'm going to look in viewer activity. Show love to everybody. Xcaster, thank you for becoming a member. 27 months, the VHS guy. Thank you. 1 gifted membership from Violation Entertainment. Neil Williamson, again, thank you. We got your text-to-speech before. BRSV, you're a lunatic. Thank you. Eric, we're going to fucking kill him. Thank you, Dub Storms. Dub K. Dub Customs. Dub Customs. What's up? So, Silky One, thank you. Eric, thank you. And M. Fickman, thank you. Keldo, thank you. Thank you, Orange Yoshi. I appreciate that, dude. I
As
know.
much as I hate Twitch and despise that creep Dan Clancy, I plan on remaking my Twitch account to view your content.
That's
Making
a big
with
deal,
the
man.
devil.
That's a big deal, man. Thank you. And like I said, this isn't like... Did you really?
I defeated Brendan Schaub in a copyright lawsuit. Acknowledge me.
Well, if that's accurate, congratulations. So anyway, hopefully they're still around. I didn't block his second sock account, so here we go. And I don't. Let's see. I could switch accounts here. Look, thanks for reporting. Nothing there. Nothing. Do I use another account? Let's see. You know what? Let's take a look here. Does it work like this? There you go. Nothing. Ask anyone else to do that. Ask the people that point to me to do this. I love doing it. This is why I'm going to Twitch. I'm a dick. Oh, there's another one. I gotta. So, all right. Let's see here. Nope. Oh, damn it. There's no flags. Let's keep going, though. Maybe there's a super secret account that I have that no one knows about. Nothing. Weird this one shows that I haven't, but there's no reports there, so. Switch account.
Flag your own channel, then make a video on it.
You don't think people have done that? Nope. Look at that. I'm not seeing what else RTU clips. I mean, here's this one. Nope. No flags. I bet you, because if someone comes here and does something stupid, I wonder maybe that's why it has the circle. Like, that dude, I flagged him for spam.
So you lied about your flagging because you were afraid of the consequences. What consequences were you afraid of? I'm not trolling, just want to know.
You're literally proving both whoever you are with your accounts are proving my point right now. But the difference with 2018 Rich was a bitch. 2026 Rich doesn't care. I don't care. I would have been like, yeah, I flagged him. Who gives a fuck? You change, man. Especially in the past 3 years, I've aged like 30 years as a person. It like matured 20 years. Anyway, you're bad now. Oh wait, there's another one too. This kind of stuff is fun. All right, so I'm not dealing with you again. I've given you a billion chances. Oh no, I'm not crashing out. Yeah, I've given him a billion chances in the past before. So, Jeff the Nintendo, thank you.
Don't crash out, please.
It's your 27th birthday.
Which
Happy
today
birthday.
is my 27th birthday. I've been watching your content since July 2015, and what a ride it's been. Have a great day, and God bless you and your fam.
Well, we'll see, man. I mean, I'm still gonna be making more, actually, YouTube content, especially news related. And I'm not stopping streaming on YouTube. It's just gonna be like Phil and gaming stuff and QVC and things like that. Bloodborne. I'm trying to do the emulated version. Yeah, I just banned him, J-Ram. It's over. Anyway. So you get my point there. It's the I think we're gonna have a
Did
maybe
you
we'll
hear that Phil is being accused of wearing diapers now by some in the detractor community? There's a few videos about it.
Yeah, I know. And you know what it really is? Why is my chat gone? Okay.
I've been watching you since 1938.
Why, thank you. I can't see my fucking chat. It keeps on saying, all right, let me go back to, and it's nothing to do with my computer. It's, can I not have a technical issue? YouTube, the tab shockingly froze. Cheese is a grapefruit product too. Oh, I bet you I know why. Derp de derp. I switched accounts. And it switched accounts here in this tab. Gee, the side scrollers are streaming right now. I'm totally sure they're not just going to sit there and freak out about like a gay person. Oh, wait, they are. Yeah, YouTube is being weird today. Go live. Yeah, like, and no one, unless you're false flagging, like what the quartering did to me too, twice. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. No one cares. Oh, wow. Someone who did something terrible got flagged because they violated TOS. Who gives a shit?
Cucumbers.
So that, how many? Oh shit, dude. So we got 21 on YouTube. We have 350 people watching at 12:30 at noon. That is insane. So we got 1, 2, 3. We got 3, so we're at 24. Thank you. At noon in the nude. Well, this is also what happens when you let people know that you're fucking streaming, too. It's also, dare I say it, another reason why I should have a schedule like I've been saying for 37 years. What's up, Nino Fishy? How are you? I think we'll watch the Melanie Mac documentary today. If the guy's documentary is on YouTube, I don't know why the fuck I wouldn't be able to watch it. The stream is lagging. 0 drop frames on my end. Well, this is something interesting too. Because whether it be trolls or right-wing anti-woke dudes, they all follow the same playbook. And they'll show you how this shit works.
Rich, you didn't read my super chat.
What was your super chat? Biff Sexual. I'm sorry.
Rich is quitting YouTube to be a truck stop queen.
Yes. Yeah, maybe I'll do music streams on YouTube. Maybe I will. I have to figure out. Well, I have the other GH5 up here, so I can do that. So whose super chat did I miss? So we're at 24. Let me make sure that's updated. Yes, it is. Maybe I will do music shit here. No, I'm not quitting again. I'm just bringing the controversial live streams over to Twitch. And like Phil, QVC kind of stuff.
Can you play your latest beat? That beat rules.
Yeah, I got more shit coming with that. So I don't want to say a time because I got to make sure I have my house in order here, which I'm doing it, as you see. But I want to make more shit. I'll start playing around in July, and when stuff's done, it'll be done. This is the one. Is this the one you're talking about? Thank you, Keldo. Cosplay as Fat Kratos. Who's Super Chat? I like that I use the swing in Koala all the way. I can't stay here. I literally... Yeah, I like that beat, and I want to
Rich,
finish
I
it.
hate Twitch. Please stay here for everything.
I can't. I literally, even if I said, you know what, you're right, I want to, let's go. I can't do it. Because then I'll have literally nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do it even if I wanted to. It's like in a weird way getting indirectly fired from the live streams that I usually do on YouTube. Like, it's not an option, and it sucks. I have thought about this for months upon months. I'm like, whatever. You don't want to piss off your audience. I mean, you're fine. Good. Listen,
delete your channel, make a new one. Get 100K subscribers. Quit YouTube. Go to Twitch and become a lot lizard.
No, I'm going to become a titty streamer, actually.
I flipped it up in your ass all day.
I actually took my ADHD meds, so I don't even know how. Yeah, dude, it's... With this channel growing the way it's growing, Jay, and now that my brain is wired more normally than it was a couple years ago, I have had a warning on my account, and I actually went through the chronology of it now for the first time since before I got fired from Lolcow. That's almost a year and a half. And it's been nonstop. And I'm actually lucky that YouTube, I just got a strike recently, which was disastrous, but I was lucky that YouTube removed it because they usually don't. They double down with their AI bullshit now. So I don't, like I said, if I was just streaming and waddling off into the sunset with how fat I was back then, that's one thing, but I work too hard and it's too slim a chance. You know, yeah, and you know how this shit works, so you know I'm not like just losing my mind. You know, I was playing with fire. And I can't stay on the same platform. You know this too, because you got the keyloggers from me.
Jay got fired and his PC hacked.
It's not like I could go over to my ASMR channel and stream there, because if I get a strike there, it still fucks all your channels.
So do you think if you just owned Flagging Anna, there wouldn't have been any drama? Same with Mundane Matt. If he just owned it, it would have been fine.
Where is there drama? Why are you giving me so much money to go over the same point over and over again? Listen, I'm going to put a billboard of my flag history up in Times Square that's non-existent. Would you? There you go. Now,
listen, delete and make a new account every 100K.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. Just every 100K, let's go. Oh my God. Oh, see, this is the, I'm going to say you're sending unwanted commercial content and spam. See, I'm technically flagging you right there, because it's true. It is unwanted content and spam. Cry about it. Thank you for your money. That's actually what I'm going to do every time I hit 100K. I'm going to just delete the channel. Could you imagine? Even though I would never hit it again, so. Anyway. That's probably why with that shit, when there's someone here who's incessant as a troll and I say like the hate speech, unwanted spam, maybe that's why I'm seeing that circle with nothing in it. Supreme Court shocks all with rogue decisions. All right, I've been talking for quite a bit. Jay just messaged me now. Yeah, dude, I know. I thought about this, Jay, 6 months ago. I'm not being talked out of it. It's no way. I would be channel suicide. You know how this shit's going now anyway. Oh, it's calling me. YouTube is trusting AI with their decisions and it was a lottery ticket almost that I got the strike removed. Shout out to Screenwave again for that. I don't think it would have happened because every time I show them evidence, proof that I shouldn't have a warning, they just ignore it. So I'm like, I am so lucky they removed that strike. I can't have this happen because who knows, the next one, even if Screenwave gets involved, may be like, nah, we're keeping it on there. So if you get another one, you're really fucked because they could tell you 3 strikes and you're out. But even with 1 strike, man, if it stays on there, that does a lot of damage. And that's why people use it as a weapon. And those same people will accuse you of doing it and also pretend that they're free speech advocates on their YouTube channels. And that's no one specific, if I could say the word. That's all of them. Make no fucking mistake. All right, Kyle, looks like we're doomed, so this is not good. So I wasn't really going to do too much politics today, but nonetheless.
All right, y'all, about to start the show here in just a second, but I have some major breaking news that I want to share with you here. So we have...
He is close to this camera like he's about to kiss me.
A bunch of Supreme Court decisions that are coming in right now.
Yeah, we're going to watch that.
Gamer from Mars that I sent you last week?
I'm going to watch that. 100% today. I don't know why I'm giving...
the Gamer Farmers Vidden Fickman sent?
Holy shit, you 12 months. Thank you, first and foremost. You guys want to see that. Yeah, it's almost 1.5 years. Like, when was I there for a whopping 1.5 months and wanted to quit like 16 times on Locale Live? Oh, man. And you know what? The show in and of itself with Jay and I was good. But Keemstar wanted me, just like he does with the rest of the hosts. They did like, all right, dude, Rich, I want you to dress up as like a furry and have someone slap you on the ass with a paddle in Times Square. No, thank you. Like, I do stupid shit, but there's limits to the stupidity. Like when the whole thing where I'm sure it was all set up where Becky didn't show up and Lauren and I went to film her holding a sign where it's spread for bread. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not even like, we had to get a babysitter, wasted gas. And on top of it, I couldn't stream because I had to go do this stupid shit to be a pawn in your show. Nah, man, I'm good. I'm good. And you know what's funny, in the end, I was like, all right, maybe I should listen to people and fucking not, like Lauren talked me into it. And then like finally when I was like, all right, I'll do this and listen, then I got fired. I'm like, well, my instincts were right. Anyway.
As we speak, believe it or not, a bunch of them are surprisingly decent. Okay, I'm just going to warn you up front. We're not used to this from the Supreme Court. They're a bunch of judicial supremacists and extremists, and very rarely do they actually get something right. But
yeah, Amy Coing Barrett Amy Cohen Bear, excuse me, voted against Trump. I was shocked. Big Loafin, how are you?
As the old saying goes, a broken clock is right twice a day.
I am already furry. That's true. Jessica, I saw you saying some stuff before. I'm sorry. I am a furry man.
All right, so let's start with this one. Apparently, the court rejected Trump's E. Jean Carroll case. That, of course, is the woman who accused Trump of basically graping her in a department store. It was either in the late 80s or the early 90s. And they say that now Trump has to pay E. Jean Carroll $5 million after they're declining to hear.
Imagine you allegedly graped somebody and then you're pissed off because they're calling you out, so you sue them. That is, oh my God.
His appeal of the sexual abuse verdict.
What the fuck?
So, yes, it is official. He now has to pay E. Jean Carroll. And this, of course, is a massive, massive L for him. He's been refusing to hold this L. In fact, he's been trying to, launch a DOJ investigation into E. Jean Carroll, trying to...
So disgusting.
...ruin her life because she told her truth. So just incredible, incredible stuff there. I'm sure he's fuming over that. We also have, the Supreme Court says that mail ballots can arrive after Election Day. Mail-in ballots can arrive after Election Day.
I heard that too. That's a big deal because that sets a precedent beyond that. You know why I think Supreme Court judges, they could tell you they're unbiased all they want to. You know why I think they're doing it? Because I think they see the writing on the wall.
Get out of bed. We're spreading for bread.
Listen, to spread Becky's ass cheeks, you need a crane. But they see the writing on the wall, the Supreme Court judges. They know there's a decent chance, even with him trying to desperately cheat, that he may get bodied in the midterms. So they're like, I don't want to be seen as a Supreme Court judge that was sucking his cock, even though until now I was sucking his cock. So with these kind of big decisions, as close as we are to the midterms, they'll be like, oh, wow, even though there are conservative judges that kissed Trump's ass for almost his entire tenure, at least they voted against this. So they're all right, even though they totally aren't. Don't forget what they have voted on and who they've protected.
Day. So, as long as you get it in before Election Day, if it arrives after Election Day, it is still okay. It is still a legal vote. This one...
I'm good, man. I even started a little early today.
Is actually kind of surprising.
Shocked.
A lot of people, myself included, thought that they would make the decision to basically rule out all these votes and basically do voter disenfranchisement, knowing that when it comes to mail-in votes...
Dude, you got that shirt on with the fucking, metal chain. Dude, you were such a... I think he's half Italian, right, Kyle? I'm like, you were such a New York Italian, dude.
Statistically speaking, Democrats are much more likely to do mail-in votes. And so this would mean that if you rule out all of those votes that arrive after Election Day, it's basically a big way.
It's going to eventually be on both. It's going to start on Twitch.
Will the new multi-streams be on Kick or exclusive on Twitch? It's a shame you're having to stop these streams on YouTube.
Yeah, even Jay, he texted me. It was like, dude, yeah, don't listen to them. You have to do this. Matter of fact, so I don't exaggerate. This is exactly what I don't think he minds. He's like, don't listen to anyone. The move is 100% what you need to do to not risk YouTube. It really fucking is, guys. And Jay, he was like with the music stuff, he's like, don't do it. He's like, if you're asking, which I was like, I'm not asking because, you hear I make music still, even before I had that post up on Instagram. You should follow me on Instagram too. I've been fairly active on there recently. But Jay would be like, nah, you're an idiot, is my point. I'm not leaving YouTube. I'm still going to be streaming a decent amount on here, but streams where even this stuff to a degree, more of it's going to be on Twitch because it's too risky. It's too risky. And with how YouTube is now, it's inevitable that next time the strike, they may not remove. They may keep it there. And like I said, I got out of my 2024 psychosis and realized, yeah, you know, see what happens if you don't hit it by 2026, but see if you can. And I did, which is insane. Thank you, everyone who's here, who still supported me or came to support me. But to get this opportunity twice, and then because someone's butthurt on YouTube that I get my channel deleted and they side with the person even if I could prove I did nothing wrong. No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Thank you, Metronerva.
To help Republicans while masking it as if you're not doing that.
The only review to Kusa ACCT I see on Instagram has the name Young Chad. The fuck is that you?
I gotta name that fucking Il Capo the captain. First off, there already is an Il Capo who makes music, like not as a producer, but nonetheless, let me go to my profile and I will pop the link in there. Follow me on there. I've been fairly active occasionally, meaning like once a year. Here's on Twitch. Here is... Yeah, I'm going to change that name, that fucking corny ass name. So Phoenix, here it is. I'm going to put it in the description over on YouTube as well. So guys, on both sides, follow me on. Check out my sweet cheeks on Instagram.
Right? And so I was bracing for the...
Hold on, Kyle. In my mouth, yeah, that's one thing about those meds, man. They make my mouth dry as fuck. Let me go grab something to drink real quick. Yeah, imagine DSP was Review Snort USA. Review Burst USA. Review Burst.
Ocean Water.
Holy shit!
I got a little bit of DSP tries it again today. I got some because he's just so fucking ridiculous that he could sit there with fast food and over-explain it for 20 minutes. I will be back literally in 30 seconds. I'm just grabbing a drink. 45. Is Phil actually watching? No, he ain't stream sniping me, is he? That would actually be cool if he was. I would take that as a compliment. Don't troll me like that. Don't bring something that brings me joy, because then I'll watch Phil watching me back, and then... Oh, no, he's not even streaming right now. You trolled me. Damn it. That would have been fun. That would have been fun. Oh, well. Kyle just looks like he saw a pair of perky titties, and he's like, ooh.
Worst on this one. Many people were bracing for the worst on this one. Turns out they ended up deciding the proper way that, the mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day are still legitimate ballots. And one person, one vote means something, and that we want to try to lean on the side of counting as...
I'm still holding to the fact that they see the writing on the wall with MAGA, and the judges don't want to be fucking booted out if there's a Democratic majority. I'm telling you, they don't want to... They want to seem like, oh yeah, we disagreed with Trump and ruled against him, we promise, even though 90% of the fucking time we did. Well, all jokes aside, isn't it like the Supreme Court has ruled in his favor like 80-something% of the time? And now they're trying to save their own asses. It's that simple.
Many votes as possible, and not just putting our thumb on the scale and ruling a bunch out and trying to keep the voter pool small, because in those scenarios, it ends up helping Republicans. And that's what voter disenfranchisement is all about. So another shock decision, which is a positive decision. Now, hang on here, because at the end, I'm going to tell you, there's actually a horrific decision among these.
Yeah,
right, we also
very
have this.
bad one. Very bad one.
In a landmark 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court ruled that
they sided with him on firing someone from the FTC, which is now, they're like, oh yeah, the president have those powers, which is fucking horrifying. So if you're getting a political boner right now because they sided on logical things, wait for it. Don't worry. They're going to make sure they disappoint you as well.
At geofence warrants, which allow law enforcement to collect sweeping smartphone location data over a broad area, constitute an unreasonable search and violates the Fourth Amendment. So that's a big deal. This decision obviously is a massive win.
Yeah, that's great, dude.
For privacy, for your rights, for the Constitution.
But wait for it.
And again, I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that they made this decision. I definitely would have expected them to side with this mass surveillance and this mass data tracking.
No, because they're trying to save their own asses
when it comes to mass surveillance and mass data tracking. Okay, we also have the Supreme Court prevented Trump from firing the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa
Also
Cook.
good.
Okay, huge win for Fed independence. The vote was 5-4. This is a big deal. Trump has been, of course, obsessed with lowering the interest rates. And, the Fed has been able to hold out and resist.
No, I am just bringing more controversial streams. This stuff also as well over to Twitch. Here is going to be like Phil, funny stuff like QVC, Brazio, like ridiculous, absurdist shit, right? And Bloodborne's going to be here. But this kind of stuff, and the nice thing too is my scope of stuff from what I'm hearing, even though I won't push it in case their policies change, they're not as egregious with copyright, so I could watch like fucking Chris Hansen over there, shit like that, which I could not do here. So, it's a necessary thing. It's not something I'm thrilled about doing, which I'm not going into the whole spiel again. But here we are. I really want to keep this YouTube cat channel and keep it growing the way it is. Anyway.
His political pressure. Jerome Powell, of course, has been leading the way on that. Well, now Trump, of course, took this to the Supreme Court, trying to fire the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook, and the Supreme Court said, fuck off, the Federal Reserve is independent, you cannot do that.
What's
okay,
up,
so
Trevor,
far,
how are you?
we're actually
30
4
months.
for 4 on half
Heard
decent
me.
decisions. Ready for this? Now they take a massive diarrhea shit on their record from today. The Supreme Court backed Trump's firing
Yeah,
of
OnlyFans
a Federal
next.
Trade Commission member, an FTC member. This is also a big deal. So as Kyle Griffin points out, the Supreme Court just overturned 90 years of precedent to transfer unprecedented new powers to the executive. So this is absolutely horrifying. Here's what Justice Sotomayor said in her dissent from the bench. She said, quote, "Today this court undoes centuries of political practice and concludes that all three branches of government have been acting in open defiance of the Constitution all this time. Its conclusion is wrong. In holding otherwise, the court gives the president a power unknown to even the English crown against which the founders revolted, elevating him above his once co-equal branches by transforming a duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed into a license to act in defiance of those very laws. So this one is not good. It's giving Trump a tremendous amount of power in the short term here. However, the silver lining is that a Democratic president in the future could also use this power to get our way. All right.
Yeah.
So I will say overall,
if we don't have a conservative majority, that if it say a Democratic judge fires a shitty person who may even be, who deserves to be fired in someone like in a division like the FTC, then if you still have the same assholes who are Supreme Court judges, you don't think they'll be partisan and slap it down? Come on. But I'm like, wait, you let Trump do this shit and fire people that he shouldn't have been able to? But I'm like, yeah, we're conservatives and we sided with him.
overall, though, net, probably the wrong decision when it comes to the legality of it.
You have a
when it
clingy
comes to the
girlfriend?
constitutionality of it. However, the silver lining is, basically a
I don't know,
low play
man.
here. But not good for the moment. Certainly not good for the moment. So there are your Supreme Court decisions that we have as of right now. It's 11:40 a.m. Eastern time. I don't know. There may be some more stuff coming down. I know there's one decision that they punted on. Let's see if I could find it here. Birthright citizenship. So they were maybe going to rule on birthright citizenship today, but they ended up punting on it. I don't know. Is that a bad sign? It might be a bad sign. Not sure. Although that's one of the ones where the constitutionality of it is so direct and so straightforward and so obvious that if they rule the wrong way, I would just be in awe. I mean, my jaw would be on the floor if they rule the wrong way on this one. I mean, this is like the most quintessentially American idea, the idea of birthright citizenship. The first time I heard that there are some countries that don't have it, I was like, wait, what? Isn't that how it works? Like, if you're born somewhere, that's where, that's where you're a citizen from? Like, what the fuck's going on here? So, we'll see. But, little nervous over that, the fact that they didn't rule on that today. But we'll keep our eye out for that as well. So you guys know the drill, man. Everybody subscribe below. And we're about to do the full show now. It'll drop later today. Love you guys, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, that is a pretty mixed fucking bag, right? ETA Prime made a Steam machine? All right, let me see what he did here, boys. It's time. I'm in for some nerdy shit before we go into Melanie Mac.
I built a budget.
I'm going to multi-stream. I'm going to start multi-streaming to Twitch sometime in July. Early to mid. I'm not dumping my YouTube channel. Dude, you're not... No, you have to listen to what I said. I'm all in on YouTube. I'm not dumping this channel in the slightest. I'm making this where my channel is not constantly having a warning in rotation and puts me at risk of getting a strike so I could grow this channel and keep it healthy. No way, I'm not leaving this. However, controversial streams, which is a lot of what I do, admittedly, are going to be on Twitch and Kick. Yes, I am still reviewing tech in the USA. Like, literally, I just had a review. You should go check it out. It's at 10K views, which isn't bad for me getting a review. Go check out my review. Boss Game. It's not misleading. What is a concise YouTube title that I could have? There really isn't one. I've thought about it. Any way I would slice it, it would confuse people. Tech isn't too controversial, shockingly. So, I'm good. But, or I'm leaving the platform. We're going to be jerking off on OnlyFans. Make sure you sign up. Anyway.
Steam machine for half the
Not
price of
leaving
Valve's
YouTube.
official model. Of course, we're not going to hit the form factor of a real Steam machine, given that it's...
You know what? Hold on. Oblivion music. I'm just going to actually put it on the screen. Because I get it. I'm not, like, mad. I understand. Not leaving YouTube. Just contra streams on Twitch. This is gonna be a fucking trying to see, even like explaining it here. Oh wait, oops. I blew it. All right. Oh, come on. See? Wow, that's large. Whoa! I may have to make this 2 lines. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I gotta be 2 lines. Hold on. Just so people understand. Because, understandably, I would be explaining that quite a bit. Of course, it's gonna do that stupid-ass thing, right? But you know what? It's worth it. Background, color. Background, opacity. And there we go. Did I spell controversial wrong? Yes, I did. Oh, wow, I spelt that shit wrong. Whoa! What is that? Oh my god. Controversial. There we go. Wow, that was holy misspelling Batman. Now, there you go. There you go. And I guess it's staying there. But there you go. Greg, someone told me about it. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. So, I mean, I don't know how I could be any more clear and concise than that. I mean, it still doesn't explain it, but I've explained it here. But now people will know I'm not. I'll put it in bold, not leaving YouTube. Okay, there we go. Not leaving YouTube.
No worries, Rich. I am controversial sometime too.
Yeah, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Yeah, I know.
I'm pouring one out for the applause button. Will we have a funeral for it? I want the applause counter to do a stirring speech.
Listen, that actually sounds like he was drunk in saying that. Well, tomorrow's the last day. Various melons, thank you. Now putting us at 25.
So you're leaving YT for good? Okay, message received.
Yes, I'm leaving for good. It's over. No more, it's done. So we're already at 25 and it's only 1 p.m. Holy fuck, man. For me, this is a lot of people for the middle of the day. So we're going to see a lot of, technically I even made a video like this recently. I'm interested to see what hardware he has in here. So, and I'm going to make another video about having a similar spec one.
It's using custom parts, but this thing does outperform the official Steam machine in every benchmark that I've run it on. And again, it was only half the price. So yeah, this is it. I'm running official SteamOS 3.8 on this thing, and you can actually build one of these today. Parts are available over on eBay. I'll leave
Oh, you didn't use Bazite, huh?
links for everything
I actually use SteamOS on that little super tiny nipple-sized PC.
that I used. And if you wanted to spend a little more, if you wanted to get close to that Steam Machine price, for the base model, they're asking $1,049. You could more than double the performance of the official Steam Machine building something like this. But I wanted to keep it as cheap as possible. And to tell you the truth, with the unit that I chose to use, I'm actually coming in well under half the cost of the Steam Machine. I mentioned you can build it for around half the cost because you might not find these B-grade PCs all the time over on eBay. But if you keep your eye out, you can get in on this for really cheap. And it would definitely be nice if we could reach the form factor of the...
Yeah, he's right about that. You just have to make sure it's Windows 11 compatible, even if you're going to make it into a Steam machine, because you want to, you know, if you like, hey, I don't want this as a Steam machine anymore.
Official Steam machine. But unfortunately, the way it is right now, there's no Radeon GPUs that are going to fit in something like that. We don't have any really great low-profile AMD GPUs on the market. So what I ended up using was a B-grade Optiplex tower. This is powered by an Intel Core i7-10700. It's a non-K variant because it's a little Dell machine. It came with 16 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
It's still a decent chip. Let me see though, is the i7-10700 Windows 11 compatible? Because you still want it to be. I think most people. What's up, backdoor slot? Is fully compatible. Yes, it's fully compatible with Windows 11. Okay, that's a big deal. Good.
Twitch doesn't have rewind. If a viewer loses connection, they are just skipped to live and missed whatever was in the past.
Dude, I get it.
Crying
man.
face.
It sucks. I understand. It's not
Do
like
I have
I'm
to
like,
subscribe
yes.
to watch streams on Twitch?
I guess if you want to watch him, Aaron Bood replay, yes. What's up, Oxymoronic? How are you? 46 months. But like I said, there's going to be plenty of stream content here too. Like I'll make it so like a couple days a week I'm doing. And the thing about that is that'll mean that the Phil streams will be more robust and meaningful. Kick is going to be, yeah, and I'm going to start that in July too. It's not just going to be Twitch. It's going to be Kick too, because the more platforms, the merrier. That's for fucking shit, sure. Because you don't think people are going to be butthurt over on Twitch. I mean, at least the thing, like, when that happens, I could temporarily come over to YouTube until that's resolved. But, so no, Kick is down. I have my Kick right in the description. I just got to get it set up. My reason for not streaming on YouTube is butthurt people, YouTube's AI use, and YouTube themselves. I've had a warning on my account since before I even left Locale Live. Because remember, I asked Keemstar to try to help me with one, which he really didn't. But yeah, so there you go. What was that, almost a year and a half now? Ever since I started streaming here more, warning, go away for a month or two, maybe, another warning. I'd prove I didn't do it. YouTube didn't care. The warning stayed.
And a 512 gigabyte M.2 SSD. I needed to add a few things to make this.
I mean, that means I'm going to be streaming there quite a bit, Latte. How are you, by the way? Don't make no... I'll be there, I would say, 55 to 60% of the time. Because what do, man? I talk about, like, the quartering, who I know fucking flagged me. I talk about 8-Bit Eric. Also know I can't prove it, but also know they flagged me. So... the drama will happen there. And I talk about that quite a bit. But I also like Phil, QVC, stuff like what we're watching right now, and I'm giving my take on his Steam machine. I'll be able to
Gonna
pop...
be reading Kick chat alongside Twitch chat?
Yep, multi-monitors, and I have always on top. I like using I pop out the actual chats, and it's the best way to do it instead of going to like something that cultivates all the chats together. Everyone I've used is either or sucks. Yeah, Jay's been flagging me since Jay's been flagging me and I've been giving him keyloggers. So it is what it is, man.
A real gaming machine, or to turn it into a Steam machine. So I added better power supply, RX 7600 non-XT variant with 8 gigs of VRAM. All of these were used parts that I picked up over on eBay, except for the power supply and the adapter. And right now, if you take a look, a non-B grade unit, and again, if you can find a B grade unit, you can get it much cheaper, around $200. And with a B grade PC, usually
that's actually a pretty good fucking deal. And now that these are used ones that could work with Windows 11 without officially.
The exterior is pretty scratched up, few dents here and there, but if you're just going to game on it, it's not going to be a show PC, then it's probably worth doing something like that.
Yeah, Dell Optiplex 5080, 275, maybe offer 250, 240. I have
Feels
a
like
video
years since I
actually.
last saw anything relating to the LCU. What are they even doing anymore?
I got something, and I have a feeling Keemstar called Becky because she has some weird, stupid AI slop short on her channel. So thank you, Tenere.
But just taking a quick look over on eBay, at the very top.
So yeah, that's a pretty big deal. So that means whether you make it into a Steam machine. Whoa. What? How many did you gift? It's not even gifted 20. You gifted 20 on Twitch. Holy shit, thank you, dude. Oh shit. And that puts us almost halfway to the New York. That's New York City goal is still a thing. If we hit it, that would happen in early August, but that's still on the table. That'll happen. I forgot about it, but it's still there. I'm going to do it. Everyone always says that everything that's on my notepad I'm not going to do, but that is not true. That is not true. That now puts us
They need Becky of all people to save their universe, LOL.
Yeah, and you know what'll happen? She's going to come back and I give her a couple months until she has a nervous breakdown, because she will. She is not made for this shit. She is not. And I'll be there to laugh at her. Oh, Rich, that means they're going to start having people watch again, and that puts eyes on them and they don't deserve it. Yep. Yep, but that's okay. That bitch owes me a little money for what she put me through. What up, Cod Shot Daily? I think Xbox itself may quit in less than a year, Mega Gamer. Yeah, so
We all
cast
do our part to increase your Twitch fans.
Nah, man, I appreciate it, dude. And like I said, it's not what I want.
Cucumbers.
Insane Pixel. I see, which became a Prime subscriber. Thank you, man. Yeah, and it's not a pleasant decision to make. That's why I thought about it. I realized deep down I needed to do it, but I avoided it, which was probably stupid.
Cucumbers.
But I would choose birds. Men are terrible. I mean, not that I would fuck a bird. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, speaking of which, we'll get to that after this because I know I'm all over the place right now.
270. It's got 12 gigs of RAM with no hard.
Yeah, that burp was powerful, wasn't it? Like, yeah, dude, listen. And thank you for all the support all around. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this is a computer that almost got lost in the ether. I didn't realize, because one computer I got from Boss Game delivered through DHL, right? Evis2F is also subscribing. We shall. I'll let it read it because it does read that. It should anyway. Or it'll. I don't know why it makes the noise twice. That's another thing I have to figure out. That now puts us at 47. 47. So I have that boss game review. Go check that out. I'll put a link to that in a second. Anyway, this is the one that I didn't realize they sent through FedEx, not through DHL. I think one came directly from China, and this one came from a vendor they have here. So I may have even saw this box too. I'm like, oh, what did someone here at Lauren's place order this shit from eBay? I didn't think twice about it. Did they order from eBay or whatever? Lauren ordered some stupid shit. So I thought nothing of it. And I'm thinking that, because I said to the woman who I've been corresponding with, she's been great over at Boss Game. You know, all right, once this is done, I'll let you know. And I'm looking forward to receiving the Intel little PC. She's like, yeah, I'll get you the tracking. She's like, oh, wait, we sent that to you already. I'm like, what? So I'm starting to think, oh, fuck, was there a porch pirate? You know what I mean? Or did it just get lost? Or God forbid, did like someone see it in the house and think it was like a random shit or just a box and hid it somewhere and didn't think about it? If you turn your mic
Cucumbers.
off, yeah, Death Owl, thank you for becoming a subscriber. That's a very valid point. Or better yet, why is the Streamlabs so loud? I could lower that. I could lower this too. That is a very valid point. People like streams. It's also why compressors and normalizers are used in podcasts. I use them in my videos. You always want the volume to match. Very good point. Thank you. But I thought this fucking got lost. Luckily, it didn't. It was perfectly fine. I didn't realize we had it for a couple of weeks because I was still Sir Reginald Fanny Bottom. Now putting us at 48, becoming a sub over on Twitch. And also, this ain't cheap. So if this thing got lost or got lost in my house, that's a $1,700 computer they sent me. You've been watching me since 1776. Thank you. Talk about burning a bridge with a company. Oh, you lost one of our $2,000 products. Yeah, we're never going to correspond with you again, but that didn't happen. This will be my next video. Make sure you go check out my boss game video where it has the Ryzen AI HX 470 with very decent integrated graphics, and that was turned into a Steam machine. Don't know if I'm going to do that with this, but I'm thinking I may have to compare it to that so you could see. This one should perform better. It's $700 more. It also has double the RAM too. We know this has 64 gigs of DDR5, and that has 32 gigabytes of DDR5, so it's going to make the price go up. Nonetheless, though, the processor is also a monster. Not their highest end one, but it's beastly. So we got, what are we at? 40, I don't even know on Twitch. Let me just count up real quick and then we can keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4,
cucumbers,
5, 6, 7, 7, yeah. And then so that's 27 because you gifted. And on it's 49.
What do you do with all your review bills?
With all of my review units? I just keep them because I don't sell them.
64 GB of DDR5? You gotta give up your firstborn son for something that rare and valuable.
Yeah, on things that I could not afford to purchase. It's like, I'm going to respect it. But what I do is, here's my thing, right? We got a hype chest here. Well, we're over halfway to that goal on the Twitch side. That's actually minus the corny choo-choo thing. I like the
Cucumbers.
AK86 Gaming. Thank you for becoming a subscriber over there. We're at 50 already. Holy shit, combined. So, I don't sell my review units because then that's profiting off of it. There will be plenty of men on Twitch. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I think maybe one thing back in 2010 I sold. That's it, though.
My PC collection, Precision 5820 Xeon W2245, 32 GB of RAM, RTX 3070, Minis Forum 780M, Precision 5820 W2245, RTX Titan 24 GB, 32 GB of RAM, Precision 363017 to 9700,
RTX 3060.
RTX 3630 12 GB. All basically for under 1,000 total over 3 years.
Yeah, wait, is that Minis Forum 780M? Is that the super tiny one that I have?
Rebar in
Thank
my
you,
urethra
Phoenix.
and elbow in my ass.
You know what? I'm going to get right on that. I'll elbow you. Let's go. Oh, no, I know that. I think I have that too. That's the one I have right behind me that I gutted for RAM. And then the little mini PC I bought from Amazon with the flip screen was broken, and I regretted doing that. Not that I can't put it back in, but. So, yeah, no, I don't sell. So, for 23 months, Jeff, by the way, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I don't sell my review units. Like, I still have first-gen Ryzens. I mean, those at this point I may sell because it's almost a decade now. I'm not, because I don't need them for anything. They're just collecting a bunch of space. And to be quite, what am I going to make? Fucking pennies on that shit? Even in this climate, because it's so old and it's not Windows 11 compatible. And they're just taking up room. But I still have those. Like, how could you take me seriously? Like, I reviewed this TV, right? They sent it to me. I'm still using it. That's kind of proof that I think it's awesome. That's Hisense. I reviewed that back in the day. If I sold it, then that's basically them sponsoring me. It's not a review anymore. You know what I mean? So, no, I don't sell the shit. I know people that do, and it is what it is. I'm not, like, throwing shade at them, but in my opinion, how could you review something honestly? Like, I could flip this and sell it for, like, $1,400, $1,500. So that's a $1,500 sponsorship. It's no longer a review. I'm pocketing a bunch of money. That's not chump change. The other computer they sent me was which I loved, was the VTA-439 with 32 gigs of DDR5 and the Ryzen AI HX 470. It's a beast. It's actually not as beastly as this, but nonetheless, it's a beast. That's $1,000. I could have turned around and probably made like $2,500 off of these, but then it's not a review. Even though I technically didn't call that a review, but you get my point. If I'm making close to $2,000, that's a sponsorship.
Twitch, my man.
Thank
Big
you,
man
18
love,
months.
Big men.
I don't know why it is, dude.
I don't know what's going on, but YouTube is buffering EG live streams.
I know some people are saying it does do it for him. In 18 months, JR Scam, thank you. And other people are saying it doesn't. So, yeah, that's how I feel. Listen, man, everyone's like, oh, if you don't buy it yourself, like, yeah, dude, I don't have $2,000 to spend on something like this and review it. So I don't think there's any shame in getting review samples. But if you flip, in my opinion, I know people that do it. I think it's weird to turn around and flip them because that essentially turns into a very decent paying sponsorship. And I have it running here. I have a YouTube window open, running. And it's not doing it. It's weird. It's like some people have the issue and some don't. It must be based on regions. So that is my take on sponsorships. Very off the fucking mark here, but we got into it talking about computers. That is how I feel.
So I'd go with the Optiplex 7080. It's got the i7-10700, 256 gigabyte NVMe SSD, and 16 gigs of VRAM right out of the box. If you don't mind bidding on
16 gigs of DDR4 RAM, you meant? I make mistakes like that. Optimus, no big deal.
Something waiting a little while, you can probably get that cheaper. But the next thing you'll need is a decent GPU. And
yeah,
I would recommend something like an RX 6600 or the RX 7600, which is the one I'm going to be using. I've seen the XF.
I would get a 12 gigabyte.
Flip me on the top bunk. Let's go.
So it could fall through. And then I could break my ass. No, I'm not done with YouTube. YouTube could snort a fart right from. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, dude. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It is not a choice I wanted to make, but I had to make the call. Yeah, I actually squirted milk out of my titties when you weren't here, Nova Squirrel. What's up, Miss Sparkles? I personally... All right, let's go to eBay. It's the middle of the day. It's not pride time, even though there's a shocking amount of people here and on Twitch. Thank you. Let's go to eBay, and I'll recommend a slightly... If you're going to build this and you have some wiggle room a lot of wiggle room compared to a Steam machine, what the fuck? Let's see, 60 RX 6600 XT 12 gigabyte. How much is it? No, 12 gigabytes. Is there not one? Yeah, I would... That's defective. How the fuck are you selling it defective and for like 40 more? Like, what's up with this one? Let's take a look. Is it working? Big ass card, but nonetheless, I'm sure you could squeeze it in there if you have to pull a little bit of metal on that Dell. What is very well taken care of? Beautiful card. Okay. All right. Card works perfectly. I would get that. Don't know if it would fit in there. It's a big beefy boy. But you're buying a cheap ass second-hand computer anyway. That was in an office. Just fucking cut up the case a little bit. That is large though. Let's see. Is there a Radeon RX 7600? 12 gigabyte, or is it only 16? Whoa, I didn't even know they had a 16. 16 gigabytes of VRAM. That's actually not a horrible deal. That's expensive. But then you're better off going like a 7700. How much is that? Now I'm going out of my fucking mind. I think there's a 12 gig actually. Nah, it's a lot more expensive, dude. Way more. You're better off. I would go. Now, I mean, in a world that made sense where NVIDIA wasn't a piece of shit with Linux, I would tell you to maybe even go for like a 30, 60, 12 gigabyte. But that world doesn't exist. That's actually an interesting fucking... Because this card is decent. It's not great, like I've said before, but that is a nice amount of VRAM. And that'll definitely help it. And it'll add to the longevity. So for spending the 100 more, if you built one of what he's building, even though his will be cheaper, you're still way under what a Steam machine is. And this would give you that breathing room, dude. So... yeah, it's not even 100 more, which I know is not, you know, oh, it's only less than 100 more. It's still a decent amount of money more, but much better choice, in my opinion. Is that a 3-fanner, though? Are you a 3-fan boy? Fuck. I don't want bids. Let's see. AMD Radeon. That's a decent deal too. How much is his card? $279. Nah, dude. Who makes this though? Is this shit coming from China? Isn't it actually a... yeah, okay, it is. It is. That's a 2-fanner. You could probably squeeze that in there. And it's a little bit cheaper. It's not much more expensive than his. And that has 12 gigabytes, and that's a 6700.
Wishing you all the best, Rich. Still looking forward to your regular videos.
Thank you, Green Jester. I appreciate it.
Yes, I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come too.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
That doesn't work. That doesn't work at all.
iSkip flipped it up in your ass all day.
What is the wattage on this, though, compared to... because that's a step up, even though it's the previous gen. How many... ooh, that may be the issue. Because that requires more juice, man. How about you, you tiny boy? That you don't have a buy it now, but that's fine. How many how many power PCIe headers? Motherfucker. You don't have... what about this? No, it has to have... what about the S? I just find this shit fascinating. If you want me to stop, by all means. So, what is the PSU requirement on a... if you guys mind me doing this, but I know you, a lot of you here are nerds with this shit. Is that which one? I mean, nothing wrong with this either, but... is that an XT? It is, okay. PSU requirements. All right, that's not terrible. You could get something. What is the size of the power supply? Let's take a look.
X model go on sale for $239 over on Amazon, so you can get it new there. Or if you want to pick it up used, you can get it for like $240 when they're not on sale. So just keep an eye out, Amazon and eBay, for new and used parts. But with these Optiplex units, especially the one that I have, which is a 3880, the power supply isn't going to work out for the 7600 or even an RX 6600. So you'll need to upgrade that. But most of the Optiplexes out there use a proprietary
500
connector. Luckily, it's only $7. That way you can add something like a 500 watt TFX, which will fit right in the bottom of these units. Add that $7.
Is there a 650 watt TFX? just going to add this to my cart. I'm not buying it, but add it to the cart. That's actually a good deal. Yeah, I'm going to add you to the cart too. Not buying anything. I'm just keeping it there, so no. $650 TFX power. They exist. Is that what it's called? TFX? That's a problem. Does he usually has links? Let's see if there's links here. Oh, Amazon has them, huh? Do you have anything more robust? Oh, that's a lot. I mean, it's still, and that's 80 plus gold.
Enough of this nonsense. Support this goddamn stream right now. It's hucking fact. Ack. Listen, Cho. Tickler, Timmy, Banned, Banned.
Listen, the TTS is staying, by the way. It's going to be more regulated, but it's staying. I mean, the one he's recommending. Yeah, dude, this is not 80 plus rated, though. Or is it? Let's see. No, what? Oh, and it's frequently returned. ETA Prime. No. You're better off. He's just trying to keep a number. I get it. But you'll still be like, say you got this is 150. All right, let's do some math. Before tax, obviously. The Roman Victor, thank you for gifting a membership, my friend. All right, so we got 150. Let's say with tax 170, right? I'm just spitballing. 330. So that's 170. No, what's the power supply I want to get? 700 watts. Where the fuck you at? Here it is. So 193 power supply. Whatever. I got a shit, actually, to be honest with you. GPU. What did he say? Like 300 for PC. What am I missing? I got a shit. I'll be right back. I got a shit. If I'm missing something, let me know when I come back. Chris Carp, first time into Twitch chat, but yes, I have to shit. Sorry. The caffeine has hit me. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but there was nothing I could do. The hole had to be emptied, and it was a proper emptying. Oh, I wiped the shit out of it. No pun intended. Oh my god. So necessary. There's no way. Yeah, I'm excited to review that computer. I don't think I've fucked with a capable Intel iGPU ever. I mean, it better perform well. It's almost double the price of the other computer, but we'll find out. Also, it's double the RAM, which I'm sure increases the price exponentially. All right, so the power supply you should get if you don't want to fry all the components you got for this build is the one for 193. As a matter of fact, why am I not putting fucking links? So we are give me a shareable link, Jeff Bezos. Maybe I'll do this in the future. I have way too much other shit on the fire right now, but the future is a possibility. GPU. Yeah, this looks like this boy would fit. And you get the 4. I'm going to go with this. I know that's more capable, but this looks like it's smaller. But no, this is a buy it now, so I'm going to go with this. Give me a shareable fucking link. Thank you. Plus, it gives you a little more GPU grunt. 12 gigabytes is fine. Again, I'm not getting any of this stuff, but in the PC, what was the PCs that my man was saying? We're at 320 in the video, so I don't lose track. Yeah, and I think I just lost like 3 more pounds. 6 months, the Iron Jungle. Thank you. Well, let me get past this. In the video that I swear is coming, and I know you don't believe me, and I'll just, when it's uploaded, is the ASMR video in the MacBook Air. But, you know, this stuff takes priority. That's really because, you know, they're sending me this stuff not to, you know, just have it. And I did that before. And it's not even that I used this shit like I was just like, oh, give me freebies. Like I was genuinely going to review something. I would get it and I would never even fucking take it out of the box, which stupid to do. But now this time I don't want to do that. So I want to, you know, that's why this takes priority. Because I want to prove that I'm going to do the fucking reviews. You know, math intro guy messaged me and I'll get to that later. It's probably a fart. So, all right. Where's the computer, son? Dell Inspiron. Dell Optiplex 5080. Let's look that up. I like doing shit like this. If you like it, let me know. If you don't like it, let me know. Dell Optiplex. Which one was it there, Optimus? ETA Optimus. ETA Prime. 5080. Okay. Let's see. No, I don't want no small form factor shit. I mean, that's not a bad deal.
Did violence make it easier to lose weight? Did for me.
Yeah, but the thing is, when it fucking wears off, you're ravenous. It also makes me sometimes moodier, too. I'm done with it. I think I'll go back in, like, August and be like, yo, I need something different. Anyway, who's on Twitch? Joe, we got 42 people on Twitch. You're watching while at a funeral. Oh, that's, I mean, thank you, but that's grim. So 14 months, thank you. 6 months Iron Jungle, you Iron Man, thank you. Chat, I'm hard. Listen.
Matt, I'm hard.
I know it's AI, but Bill Gates AI for some reason is so entertaining to me. All right, so I mean, it's not as good as what he got, but here is a guy with 100% positive. Yeah, you can't do small form factor because this build would be a non-starter. Ah, that's expensive. You don't need to go that high. And a lot of times what they'll do is throw in stupid shit like a Wi-Fi card and charge you like 100 more, and the Wi-Fi card was $10. I'm not kidding. Oh, here we go. Does this have... Do you give me a look inside? No. Well, don't you suck? I mean, it has everything in there. I mean, you're going to have... Here's the thing. You're going to have to get storage. Remember that. You're gonna have to get storage. But all right, I'll be generous to him. And we'll just get this to start, and you could play some indie games. Okay? But does he mention storage? Let's see. It's kind of shitty if he doesn't. However, I believe right here and there, you could have a build that's pretty nice. But all right, let's see. 512 GB SSD. Let's see. I mean, it's Hynix. What's the PC? That's the last one. What about 1 TB? No, it gotta be. Brand, I never even heard of that brand. Fuck you. Fantastic a bit about. SATA. Yeah, fuck off. Samsung. It's in an HP. Is there any catch to this? Is there anything? Is it like tested working? You could buy it now. I mean, it's 4 times the storage, so I think this is more realistic than what ETA, unless he mentions the SSD. What's the shipping? Maybe it's nothing because it's so small, like my penis. SSD, you need it, dude. You 250. What are you gaming on? What are you gaming on? Again, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So what are we looking here? 100, 400. 730, 930. Yeah, I would say this is a better deal because you're getting double the storage, a beefier CPU, albeit older, definitely a beefier GPU with 4 gigabytes more VRAM, which is very important. And the power supply actually gives you headroom. So there is some room for upgrading. You could also upgrade the RAM. Give you head. Yeah, but you're not really going to come into the PCIe 3.0 bottleneck. It won't, you'll still be way better off with this build in terms of performance than a Steam machine. 25 months, Amico, let's go.
Listen, just get an Amico. It will run better.
So this to me, I would say, yeah, you could go for this. I mean, it's a Dell. Keep that in mind. So it's not like if you did a pre-built or that you have, your upgrade pass will be more limited with this. But I would still, performance perspective, get this over a Steam machine. You could also upgrade the RAM to 32 gigabytes later on. You could even upgrade the GPU later on with that 750 watt power supply. Think about that. You could get a beefier GPU down the line so long as it fits in the case, but you could find them to fit. So, okay, it kind of sort of is cheaper, but not. It's about the same price. The corners he cut, I don't agree with. Getting a non 80 plus certified in any way random power supply from Amazon is like, you may as well just fire a blowtorch into the computer and fry the parts already. But nonetheless, yeah, this is still decent. This is still decent. I think mine is better and more logical and more reasonable. Too many corners cut as far as I could see. Anyway, I know we're retreading some, but nonetheless, again.
56 gigabyte NVMe SSD and 16 gigs of VRAM right out of the box. If you don't mind bidding on something, waiting a little while, you can probably get that cheaper. But the next thing you'll need is a decent GPU.
I think my GPU choice is better. Or if you want to go with a 7600 for the little bit more money to get double the VRAM, because I promise you, you will see the VRAM is a fucking bottleneck. 100% even with that.
And I would recommend something like an RX 6600 or the RX 7600, which is the one I'm going to be using. I've seen the XFX model go on sale for $239 over on Amazon, so you can get it new there. Or if you want to pick it up used, you can get them for like $240 when they're not on sale. So just keep an eye out, Amazon and eBay, for new and used parts. But with these Optiplex units, especially the one that I have, which is a 3880, the power supply isn't
Darth Omega is gifting 5 memberships, my man. Thank you.
going to work out for the 7600 or even an RX 6600. So you'll need to upgrade that. But most of the Optiplex,
I mean, these are fine. But this, though, I think I literally just looked at that one and it said it's anything under 4.5 on Amazon. I always like, I'm going to look at those motherfucking reviews, man, because I don't know. It's to me like anything under a 4.5, it might as well receive a 3.5 and you have to check the reviews. Yeah, but you're going to ETA, you're going to have them buy all these parts and then have a shitty power supply. Whoa, dude. That is a dangerous recipe, man.
is out there, use a proprietary connector. Luckily, it's only $7. That way you can add something like a 500 watt TFX, which will fit right in the bottom of these units. Add that $7 connector, and you've got a power supply that'll work with your GPU. Another thing that I did here was just add an extra fan up front. This is one that I had laying around. Just mounted it right there to draw some air in, and even
you're not going to count that in the price, but okay, I'm not going to shit on you for that.
With the front panel on, it's still going to get some fresh air.
And people watching this probably have something like that laying around
into the case. And so far, I mean, this thing's been working out really well. Recently on the channel, we took a look at the official Steam machine, and for the price and the performance it's putting out right now, it's a bit lackluster. So what I did here was just kind of compare some benchmarks, and these are without FSR. Of course, we can do scaling with this. If I'm going to be playing on a cheap machine, I don't mind using scaling. I personally don't even mind using frame generation, knowing that I'm trying to save some money here. And with this setup, given that it's half the cost of the Steam machine, at 1080 with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, we're 11% faster. At 1440p, it's 14% faster. And at 4K, it's 27% faster, but both of these do kind of fall on their face at 4K with no FSR. The next one I have here is Horizon.
Dude, it's 50. He's what I've noticed, like, unless every game is hitting 60 constantly. I like smooth frame rates, don't get me wrong. It's like, yeah, it's doing terrible. Like, but it's a budget build. The game is very playable, but like 40 to 50 FPS, you know, unless it's like Call of Duty or something like that. Horizon Zero Dawn remastered. Yeah, it's factually unplayable on the Steam machine at 4K Ultra very high. Yeah. And the card I told you to get would get even, there would be even a bigger gap. And your power supply wouldn't fry on you.
Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. This is one that just really struggles in SteamOS in my opinion. At 1080, this machine's 10.3% faster. It's over 18%.
This game struggles to not bore me.
Faster at 1440 and 42% faster at 4K resolutions. But still, with this game, you know, 4K without frame gen.
What's up,
Pan and
Jello?
Great. And the final one here, I just put head to head with Cyberpunk 2077. At 1080, the Steam machine does a pretty decent job. We're only 8.1% faster with this machine. At 1440, it jumps up to an 11% gain. And at 4K, we've got a gain of around 55.
I'd be interested to try this with the 16 gigabyte version of the card he got, because I guarantee you a lot of that has to do. I'm not saying it. I would expect it to go over 30 at least, though. But I bet you it has a lot to do with the VRAM on both of them, because they both only have 8 gigabytes.
5%. When the Steam machine was announced, Valve stated that it could do 4K 60 with some scaling. But seeing that at 4K Ultra with no scaling whatsoever, the official Steam machine only hits around 18 FPS, it's going to take a lot of scaling to get it up to 60. But those were just some benchmarks without any FSR. Now I want to take a look at some real-world performance, because when
is that game finally working in SteamOS now?
it comes to a cheap machine like this, most people are just going to get on it and play for fun. Usually, when you're doing that, it doesn't matter if you scale a bit, or maybe even use some frame gen.
I think scaling now, especially in this current era, it's just logical to just, I don't know. It's like,
right now,
most people
I've got
are
Crimson Desert
not going to give a shit.
1440p medium settings, but the weird thing here is I'm using XeSS 3.0 because from within the settings we do have access to FSR 4.1, but XeSS seems to work a bit better, at least with.
I've noticed that before with different games too. I think RoboCop Rogue City, he was in Intel, and even in Doom the Dark Ages, sometimes using Intel is actually better. Intel XeSS is better than FSR.
This RX 7600 the way it is right now, and if you look down the list, it says that I've got XeSS frame generation turned on. And it's kind of odd.
Yeah, frame generation actually feels pretty good in this game.
Because we've got an AMD card. Now, I'm not sure if it's just kind of bugged out here and it's using FSR frame gen or not. But it's super smooth like this, and we're seeing a decent frame rate out of it. Over 85 FPS on average, and yeah, we're generating frames, but we're working with a really cheap Steam machine that we built with used parts from eBay, so I'm not the guy who's going to be complaining about it. But this was...
Yeah, but the frame pacing, you could see it there. Gets kind of funky with frame gen.
The only game that we...
What's your VRAM usage, dude? 5.3. Okay.
We used frame generation with
5.3 gigs.
Next game I wanted to test here was Cyberpunk 20.
I don't know. No, I think the 9060 XT would beat it. I'm pretty sure.
2077, and it's really hard to beat the performance that we're seeing here for the price, especially with RAM prices and GPU prices right now. If you go to NVIDIA and you want to get a used NVIDIA card, you can definitely do it in Windows. But to build a SteamOS machine with a dedicated AMD GPU, this is working way better than I thought it would.
Yeah, AMD GPU will definitely work. Probably. And an NVIDIA GPU, there's some support, but nah, you don't make a Steam machine with it. You're wasting your money.
We're at 1440p, high preset, seeing over 74 FPS on average.
That's the worst car explosion physics I've ever seen. No, I have not. Be a bird and
The
fart.
next one I
have here is
be a bird and fart on me.
Listen.
I flipped it up in your ass all day.
Exactly, Foil Grim.
Doom the Dark Ages. We're at 14.
Yeah, this game is demanding as fuck, dude. It eats up VRAM. Yeah, he's at 7 gigs. I guarantee you he's at like low medium, and it's taking up that much memory.
40p, medium settings with
Told you.
FSR set to balance. We're seeing over 80 FPS on average. Looks great here at 1440p. Super smooth frame rate.
Now, if you got that 16 gigabyte 7600 or the 12 gigabyte 6700, you'll be able to crank this game up. Now, will the performance stay at 60? Meh. With the 6700, probably. But, I mean, I think you're stuck to medium settings. That's it at most. That's a hell of an upgrade. 4070, 5070 Ti. Not that the 4070 is any slouch, but so yeah, this game fucking will slap a GPU's ass cheeks.
And it's fully playable on this machine. Here's Forza Horizon 6, 1440p, high settings, and even though we've got the RX 7600, which is based on RDNA 3, we can still access FSR 4.1. Unfortunately, it does seem to have a lot of overhead with RDNA 3 right now. Doesn't work as well as something like FSR 3, but we really don't need it here. We're at a native 1440p high setting.
You forget to shut off your new notifications too. I'm guilty.
The next one I have here is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. And I wanted to test this again because I did test it in my video on the official Steam machine.
Oh, wow, ETA, I give you credit. You got to an area of the game before I didn't get to because I always get bored.
And at 1440p,
which that's just a me
same
issue.
settings that we're
This
using
is a
here,
good game.
we were only seeing an average of around 56 FPS on the Steam machine. With this, we're up to around 87 FPS on average. It's a pretty big jump, but it's not a super hard game to run. And this is basically the only one that I saw such a dramatic increase on. But still, I mean, it's running way better than it does on the official Steam machine. And in the end, we only paid half of what the Steam machine is going for.
Yeah, and he didn't. How much storage did his have? How much storage? I guess that's where he mentioned it. I mean, depending on what that went for in the end, but it won't be that cheap. Ah, man, he didn't mention storage. That's kind of a fail. It's important, dude.
But that's it for this one. And like always, thanks for watching.
It's just part of the build. You gotta. It ain't fucking 2009. You can't have 256 gigabytes. Even 512 with the Steam machine's a joke. It's a joke. But cool video. Like I said, the things I would change do make it a decent amount more, but still cheaper than the Steam machine. Much better power supply. You don't want to buy these parts and fry them with a cheap GPU like the one he was showing. I would go with something with either the 7600 with 16 gigabytes or the 6700 I showed. The PC is basically the same one I think he picked, and that $100 1 terabyte SSD. Actually, I think that was a Samsung too. So That's what I would do. That's just my personal opinion. But I think that's a much better build. But at that point, you can argue that you're for the extra couple hundred more, you go with that pre-built that I showed you, which will be even way more powerful than this, and it's even more upgradable than this is. So yeah, that's a waste of time. Excellent stuff. 10 out of 10. Complete waste of. What the fuck what is a lot lizard? I don't even know what that is, dude. I'm 44.
Why did you become the lot lizard? Explain.
I am 44 years old. I have no idea what that is. I genuinely don't. All right, now let's get back to being the drama mongering piece of shit that I am. And it's Melanie Mac time. We could do Melanie Mac on here.
Yeah. So anyways.
Here we go. I'm not here for tech. What am I, a tech reviewer? Yes, I am, but I'm not here for that. I'm here for fucking drama and roasting people, and then randomly, because I'm probably bipolar too, and then talking about computers. So,
all right, this is, I don't know. I just
Say, does anybody remember the Jesus chat line?
Oh, we saw this one little part before, but then I was like, then I got cold turkey for the reasons that I mentioned, but we're okay. We're okay. We can do this. We can do this. Do you hear me? We can do this. A prostitute for truck drivers? Oh, yeah, I'll be sucking cock all day, dude.
Jesus chatline was a...
But this goes into her, like, history, and then she went to the far right shit because money, and she wanted the notoriety on YouTube that she did get to 250,000 on her original channel, but she didn't gain traction because she's, well, mostly her voice. Yeah, that's all you really have to. That's the only thing I have to say. Her voice.
Satirical call-in show built specifically to be trolled. Richard Burnish and Stephen Chilton hosted the online show as an attempt to.
Yeah, they even tricked me for a little bit in the beginning, and everyone's like, "Rich, there's satire," and I was like, I feel stupid now.
Promote their own version of Christianity with the Neon Bible. This was so much fun to watch because the hosts set up the program so that the prank callers could steer it. They were hoping the callers would prank them and engage in unchristian behavior that could be angrily dismissed. The show was hilarious for both its exaggerated reaction.
Wow, devout Christians actually being hateful and angry? I'm so shocked. Oh, well, I'm becoming listen, man, I'm just gonna wear assless chaps and get fucked in the gas station bathroom. I am the lot lizard.
Why number go with no controversial bits on YouTube?
Because I'm still doing streams here. I'm still going to do Phil streams and QVC streams. And like Bloodborne's going to be here. I'm not giving up streaming on here, but the stuff I generally stream, not by choice, is going to be streamed on Twitch and soon Kick. So if you don't like Twitch, sub to my Kick. It's in the description. Follow me on Instagram, especially if you're one of the 3 people that are into my music shit. I post more of that on there. Why does this guy look like Meals by Cug? You know what I'm talking about?
To callers and its absurd portrayal of a budgeted Christian call-in show. There were also many great running gags, like the host had an obsession with Dad's Cream Soda, but only called it Dad's Cream. Richard and Steven would
Chris Chan, remember?
Cut off calls by
fucking would bust nuts into Fanta and then drink it. That is the truth. He admitted it. They're tens of tens. Why, thank you.
Declaring them unacceptable or saying, this is a joke. Even when they broke character and laughed at their own bits or the callers, they recovered by hiding their faces and then apologizing by saying they crunched themselves.
My name is Gabby. Gabby Num Nums.
Would that, by chance, Sorry, I crunched. I crunched
Your
myself.
Prosy name is
Would
Richie
that
Masaki.
perhaps be from the movie Master of Disguise?
Yeah.
Indeed. Plenty of thought went into the humor used to stage Richard and
Yes.
Steven as hypocritical
Aaron Boot,
Christians.
100%.
They'll often cite out.
Yes, right now this is you. Well, you're on Twitch, obviously. But this kind of stuff will be in the future, starting, well, 48 hours from now. We'll be on Twitch and then soon Kick. Because YouTube's moderation, especially right now, really sucks.
Views on homosexuality and praying the gay away. They'll try to convince callers to donate to their church of the Neon Bible, which just reeks of a scam. They would play into narratives like the episode for Stephen's funeral, in which Stephen both intentionally and unintentionally reveals that he's not really dead on stream. If you look at the visuals, they...
And it's interesting because it kind of just shows the hypocrisy of organized religion. How, you know, people are selective in who they're charitable to. How they'll let someone die on the street before they give them a penny. But then they'll go to church and then think they're morally superior to you when they're factually not. Oh, look, Jake Monroe is on the side scrollers. Speaking of pieces of shit.
used for promoting their website, you can see pornography tabs in the browser. Richard and Steven also fight a lot with each other verbally and physically, revealing how little they practice what they preach. The Jesus chat line was funny for a lot of reasons, but what drove most of the comedy was the mockery of Christian.
I'll never let go because it just shows the hypocrisy. Where Stuttering Craig is like, when I see Shake It Off, I think of my girls, like thinking he doesn't want them to grow up and be demeaned and all that stuff. But then he has on Tectone and Jake Monroe, who are known women abusers. So you don't care. You're just an opportunist, which, duh. But, I mean, thank you for, you know, putting it on paper.
Media's attempt to scam.
Yeah, and those fucking weird YouTubers. And then his whole shtick is, hey, normal men. Like, he calls his audience the normal men because, you know, I guess gay people scaring you is what makes you normal. Which actually, it's the antithesis of that. But nonetheless.
An audience. It was a...
Yeah, there's no hate like Christian love. Fucking facts.
Satire of that deceptive religious mindset. And it was funny stuff. Melanie Mack, on the other hand, is not a satire of that. She is a Christian YouTuber who uses her faith.
Oh, she's satire, but she doesn't want to be satire.
To discuss pop culture. In the abstract, I don't think it's an entirely red flag to approach media critique from a religious perspective. Those who favor the theologian route might be able to offer a unique angle on their dissection of Christian interpretations. They'd likely have more to say about the depiction of apostasy in Martin Scorsese's Silence, or the divine perceptions of morality through the comedy Good Fortune.
Yeah,
but
he literally said this. He literally said this. I don't mean to cut off the video again, but it ties into all this. So I mean, yeah, it's me ADHDing, but it makes sense. Whereas Stream Deck soundboard. I mean, it kind of is. It's kind of like when I said
farewell, but not really stream.
It's kind of the same
face.
I mean, it's on a different platform, so it's a little bit more of a serious move. But I did the same thing when I made the secondary channel for streaming. I had a farewell stream on Review Tech USA. So here we go.
When I hear Shake It Off, I think of my girls.
But when I have abusers on, I don't think of my girls. What the fuck? Oh, I can't. They're all hypocritical, lying, grifting, moralist snakes. Oh, there ain't nothing there to show. What did you see? Old tax documents? It's my fucking Dropbox. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. What do I got in there? Besides like an old fucking dick pic from a black porn star sent to me from Google Fish like 7 years ago. That might actually still be there. Yeah, so that's the guy.
Afterthought about TikTok. I stream on there.
I won't support Larry Ellison. He can go fuck himself. I hear you. It's not a bad choice. It's not a bad suggestion you made. JT and T, love your name, dude. Almost 3 years. You're not wrong. If it was not owned by the Ellisons, sure. But nah, man, I can't fuck with that.
Melanie McIntosh isn't that type of Christian. She's the kind who likes to use homophobic slurs that get her banned from online platforms.
And then she could turn around and say that she's a fucking victim, like every other conservative grifter out there. It's what they do. The party that says, oh, the left always acts like victims, but they literally make their careers on being victims. Same with the quartering. Literally, not a transgender woman, literally got, this dude just likes to cross-dress, got beat up by a woman in a dress, used that to play the victim. Smash JT gets sued for being a fucking lunatic with Alyssa Mercante, uses it to play the victim and build his career. Jordan Peterson said some stupid shit while he was a college professor, played the victim, made a career. Pick another right-wing grifter too. I could guarantee you they started off by, in a public way, being the victim.
Multiple times. She's also not very mindful
Dave
of
Rubin.
her health, as she has been hospitalized for dehydration. Multiple times. I would feel bad for her not getting enough water, but she makes very poor choices about what she consumes. Like, she eats a lot of butter. And by that, I don't mean she spreads butter on everything she eats. No, she literally eats sticks of butter like they're candy bars. And lest you think I'm...
And even... I'll look into again what he was banned for, but he still used it to play the victim. And then he started going into the enlightened centrist shit, which was just right-wing fascist shit, just, you know, with a veneer on it or a candy coating to make it more digestible. It always starts off with them in some way they were the victim. And here we are.
Criticizing some young person who doesn't know any better, I'd like to point out that Melanie and I are the same age. So now that you know we're not dealing with the brightest of Christ-loving gals, let us bear witness to how she applies her conservative Christian worldview to the realm of film and television. Let's start things off light with Captain America: Brave New World.
Violation
to set the stage from
Entertainment,
my
thank you.
perspective,
Uploaded
I
since
didn't
60.
like this film because it felt very politically neutered. It had a chance to speak about the corrupt nature of American politics, but instead favored...
And look, there still is that area where, like, you could think of like 2016 Ghostbusters, where they try too hard to... I can't think of the right word right now. Be woke. I hate the fucking word woke with a passion. There's exceptions like Saints Row 2022 fault, but that's so few and far fucking between. These guys look for outrage everywhere, and it doesn't exist. Like, and that's not me being sexist or in this anti-woke shit at all. I despise it with every fucking ounce of fiber of my being. But there can be crappy stuff that tries too hard with that. Full stop. It's nowhere near remotely close to as often as they would like you to believe. But
there's this lukewarm Manchurian candidate plot. I'm not expecting Cocomelon Mac to go that deep though, and based on this video's title, which highlights Trump derangement syndrome, I think she's mostly going to talk about how the new Captain America isn't patriotic enough.
I'm not saying this to be an asshole, but I think it's fairly obvious that she's not a very intelligent woman. Just the way she gives her political takes. She's just very, it's elementary. Cocomelon Mac was pretty good. He needs an applause for that.
In her view.
So after saying Captain America doesn't represent America, and then Disney calling him up, and how do you do that phone? Calling him up and saying, hey man, can you not pull a Rachel Zegler and crash this and burn this film? So then he's like, well, actually, I just think Captain America has qualities that are other people that aren't just America.
But here's the thing at the same time, Melanie, if you think a film is woke, you don't have to fucking watch it. But if it's selling, motherfucker, it's selling. And at the end of the day, if it's selling, that's what the people want. You may not like what they want, but the dollar has more power than any of your words with you bitching. So it is what it is. Again, just like I say, you could be like, if you're left behind and don't like it, you want to
play the victim too. After watching Phil for so many years, it's very obvious she's a narcissist.
Are you talking about Anna Kasparian? Yeah, I agree.
These people care way too much about Disney movies.
Yeah, and the thing is that Disney was like, yeah, we went a little too much with the political correctness, and they eased off a little bit. God, I just, listen, man. Breaking news, I just checked my Instagram because I was shouting it out to you guys.
Hear how GOP going against Trump how now to pass his voting bill say it take top people off, make him win if he lose in midterm, and won't be passed in time, saying voting was stole or against.
Anything and everything, I love you. Before I even knew who super chatted, because I was being thirst trapped by Stacey Dash, I knew it was you. I mean, I remember in Clueless, right? My friend was all in on my friend was all in on Alicia Silverstone. I'm like, nah, man, you're out of your mind. Stacey Dash. And
Emperor's New Groove was the best Disney move.
I had never seen that, so I don't know. But anyway, she is still like, I think she's hotter now than when she was younger, in my opinion. But I'm like, oh my God, I mean, yeah, she's not bad looking, man. But if you look who's next to her, like, look. Yeah, dude, she is fucking stunning, man. I know she was trying hard to be like a dumb right winger, but I mean, she's just, oh God. Yeah, someone said that she looks like Pinocchio from Lies of P, and I can't unsee it now. Yeah, I think she kind of backed off from that because she got bodied trying to be a right-wing commentator. I am sorry, though. I will never agree with her politics, but Jesus Christ, dude. Someone said that. I can't even take credit for that. They said that Melanie Mac looks like Pinocchio from Lies of P, and I fucking died. I would give him credit if I could remember the name in the chat. I know they're still around. My Instagram is now, let me double check, in the description, I believe. I put it there before. So if you want to follow me on Insta, especially if I start doing more music stuff later this summer, you'll see more of it there. I gotta stream Bloodborne first. No more game promising until I get the other shit done. Yeah, someone said it was fucking brilliant because she really does. I'm not even being an asshole. Go look at Pinocchio from the game Lies of P. You come back with a straight face and tell me that she doesn't look like him. Oh my God. Listen, Stacey Dash needs to just come suffocate me, please.
American can have, so whatever. So now Anthony Mackie apparently he doesn't like the comparisons of Harrison Ford's Red Hulk to Donald Trump, and he's saying,
I do hope her tits are real, though. That's a concern.
chill the F out. And I say F, the only F word I say is of a slur variety.
Yep.
I don't say fuck. Fuck, but I'll say the homophobic slur. That's insane. What's up, Miss Sparkles? What's up, Dr. D?
Yep. This is Melanie McAfee, folks. She won't say profanity, but she will use hateful homophobic slurs, even if she knows they'll get her banned from platforms. The
I'm
topic on this
apologizing
video
to Tucker
has...
Carlson for being too woke. Might genuinely be the most pathetic thing I've ever heard any agnostic person say.
Yeah, dude, she's just mad at her audience. Those are
Those
inside...
are inside thoughts, Rich. Keep them there.
Oh, hell no. Bro, dude, I grew up with Howard Stern, and he to this day is still the same way, talking about stuff like that. That shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Nothing to do with homosexuality, and she's already talking about wanting to use the F slur a mere 30 seconds in.
So anyway, let's go.
Like, oh my God, and her fucking voice too. Like, dude, fucking Stacey Dash just does circles where I see guys simping over her, and I'm just like, why?
To dive into this video. So this comes to us from that Park Place. They said Anthony Mackie tells
I would take prison.
Access Media.
But especially with Becky, because she's a fucking lunatic and would try to say I did something to her and try to get me in there anyway. Yeah, slurs are also cuss words, Mel. But dude, she doesn't. She just went into the grift.
There are Christine station in my state that support George Lowry in past and still do sick. I used to listen to them years ago.
Yeah, well.
Reach 100 members for 1 a.m. You'd get it.
Well, dude, we'll see, man. I'm going to leave it where it is. I mean, that's the other thing I forgot. This maybe once or twice a year, but the crazy ass 12-hour streams. Not that I do them all the time. With the content that I'm trying to do, and I should stream smaller streams way more. And plus, I'm old as fuck, man. It's tough to do them. This is fun, and I could do it, but they'll be like 2 or 3 times a year in the future, and maybe I'll have like a special guest each time. I mean, dude, we've had streams where we would like check out older GILFs with big ass titties, obviously not showing them. That's what a part of what I do, man.
Chill the F out over Red Hulk Trump comparisons. So
no apologies
he's been
either.
Drawing a firm line in the sand against political narratives surrounding Captain America, Brave New World, telling the press to chill out when it comes to comparisons, right? So I haven't even seen these comparisons, so I don't.
Oh God, and how it's such a simple thing. How do you have you just read and don't even really have a take?
I don't even know if they're good or bad. I don't know. I have no freaking idea.
If you have no freaking idea about the comparison being talked about here, What are you adding to this conversation?
Nothing. Nothing. It's just that she's another poorly. She does it poorly. Another affirmation dealer it's rage bait. It's the same shit they all do. It's not substantiated in anything. There's no evidence to back it. They don't even know really what the fuck they're talking about. But as long as they're angry and they make their audience angry and give them that affirmation that they're addicted to, that they get a dopamine hit from, that's all that matters. So I think I have no idea who the fuck Red Hulk is.
Why should people listen to you on this subject?
Yeah.
And why should they trust any
neighbor
assertions
like
you
thyself
make
unless
when you're
they're
getting
gay
your
or
news
brown?
from a shitty publication like that Park Place? Surely it's not just because you're chasing trends so you can shoehorn in your hateful beliefs.
She'll tell you that she isn't. But she's like, I'm sure you did make a bunch of money, Melanie. But you
George
still
Louis of
want.
Harvard's Church, the sick guy that worked with Erica Kirk.
Well, yeah, it's just a cult turning point. It was before Charlie Kirk died, but now they're like all in. They're barely hiding. The veneer is basically peeled off. It's to make more right-wing Christian fundamentalists that will absolutely obey anything Israel wants to do. Because she's a fucking intelligence op. Erica Kirk, that is. I knew that bitch was off from the beginning, man. 150. Who was on Discord messaging me? I don't know you.
All right, so Mackie made this statement while defending Brave New World as literally the best movie it can be. Why does that not sound promising? If you say, okay, well, this is the best movie it can be. Instead of saying, wow, this.
Yeah, and your brain is not nuanced enough to do commentary. It's not a big brain job, but you literally have a binary brain.
Movie's amazing. It's just, oh, well, it's the best it can be, guys. Yeah, I guess it is the best it can be whenever you take a freaking subplot from a comic that didn't even do well by making him Captain America in the first place instead of Steve Rogers. But okay.
It's not really a subplot. It's very much the plot.
Oh, Jay and I used to do thirst streams where we used to go on Twitch. You guys remember? And we would get like women to do like ass shaking or boob shaking. You didn't see anything again, obviously, but yeah, man, I've always been a piece of shit, but it's just in good fun. Everyone likes titties. Everybody. Titties are great.
Of the Captain America comics. Sam Wilson received Cap's shield from a weakened Steve Rogers and officially became Captain.
Just don't be a fucking gross 8-bit Eric sexual deviant. Just whatever you do, just make sure it's consensual. That's my only thing. Beyond that, titties, busting nuts is great. Life sucks. Bust more nuts and look at more titties. There you go.
Captain America in 2014's all-new Captain America. Sam also didn't hold back in being more open about speaking out on political issues, making it disheartening that there isn't more of that in Brave New World. Also, I don't know if you're aware of how superhero comics work, but characters in these stories tend not to stay.
One thing I like about this guy too is that he's like, yeah, I don't like this film, but not for the reasons that they just like it because woke. He's like, I don't like the film for that, but all the woke shit that they're talking about is fucking nonsense. Oh, natural ones are definitely better. 100%. I'd rather have a natural pair of small titties than big fake ones. It's like squeezing a balloon with a nipple on it.
Sick when I went looked at Christian station in my state still support George Louis Sick. They call themselves Christian Sick.
Well, dude, Christians, devout Christians are unfortunately some of the, not all, but I'm sorry, the majority of them, I've had interpersonal, I don't know if you call them relationships, But relationships with are usually the shittiest people, dude. I've said what I fucking said. And they think they have like a get out of jail free card because they go to church. Ooh, wow.
Retired or even.
I mean, I'll say something, and maybe this makes me a hypocrite, but if Stacey Dash was like, "Yo, mine are implants," I'm not sure if they are, but they do look like they got bigger.
Jesus said, "Love one another as I love you." He accepted all the people that were marginalized, but now 8-bit Eric hates them.
Well, that's the thing. Love one another as I love you. Love thy neighbor, unless your neighbor is a billionaire, an oligarch, a corrupt politician, which the right wing is exponentially worse, or if you're a brain dead piece of shit like Ape and Eric. Hate them all. Hate them all. Because the thing is, people like, I think it was Parkrose Permaculture. I forgot her name. She's a very sweet woman. I like her videos. She's mostly into politics. She was like, all of MAGA and all these people are going to have to ingratiate with them back into society. I'm like, then they'll never fucking learn. These people are a lot of them are like narcissists, malignant narcissists. They only care when something affects them negatively. You could be dying in the heat wave across the street. They wouldn't get you a bottle of water to save you. They only care when it affects, so it has to affect them. There has to be societal repercussions. In some cases, legal repercussions. They need to be shamed and held accountable for the rest of their existence, because then the next group of fucking weirdo fascist Christian nationalists that try in the future, not saying it won't happen, but at least a decent portion of them may think twice, like, I don't want to have a scarlet letter on me for the rest of my existence. Yeah, and you got to remember, man, it ain't just about the... Here's the thing, I agree, divide and conquer. They make you think the MAGA dude next door is your actual enemy, when it's fucking Peter Thiel and old money Rothschilds and corrupt politicians and them having a fucking secret meeting called the Dialogue where they're learning about cult building. And yeah, they should be tarred and feathered too. But the unfortunate thing is these idiots that buy into all of the propaganda, they're their foot soldiers. So unfortunately, they have to be my enemy as well. I'm not condoning any kind of violence, and I'm not saying violence, but they have to be embarrassed. They have
Most
to
Christians
be shamed.
nowadays, if Jesus came back, would call him a dirty liberal, and he don't know God.
Yeah, they would say he's woke. They would say he's a DEI hire. They're trying, you have, what's his name? They're trying to say because Amy Cohen Barron voted for, mail-in ballots to keep them as they are in like 29 states. You have Benny Johnson now posting that she's a DEI hire and she's woke. Didn't Trump actually put her on the bench as a Supreme Court justice? But now she makes a logic. She sides with mail-in voting, that if they come in up to 5 days after, she's like, no, that's constitutional, tough shit. Now she's a fucking DEI hire. And you have the cowards. I fucking hate them. He's one of them that should be shamed for the rest of his existence, that are like, oh, Daddy Trump wants me to push this propaganda. I don't have
I don't Roman Catholic, and the church taught me foundations to be able to live and trust to go my way. As a scientist, I see God in all his creation.
Oh, we could agree to disagree on that one. One thing. And now he's like, okay, underlings,
Rick's
Benny
at
Johnson.
Counter retirement day.
Well, tomorrow will be. Matt Walsh, go put out my propaganda. Daddy Trump told, and they do it because they're well paid to do it, and that's all they care about. And then Benny Johnson, again, because he just, it was yesterday, the day before, posted another picture of his kid. Like, dude, it doesn't, you're still, we know you're gay. Like, come on, man. Oh, he's super fucking gay. And even like, you could, Benny Johnson, the right wing, and he is anti-LGBT. The court, they all are, though. They think because they're so ashamed of who they are, probably because their upbringing, and they were told being gay is the most terrible thing you could be. They're ashamed of it. And they've been conditioned and programmed from childhood to be that way. They're subhuman because they have a sexual attraction to the same sex. So I've seen, like, they've done psychological studies where they feel that, okay, I'm closeted gay, closeted trans or whatever, but if I shame them and make people realize how bad it is to be gay or trans, like I was taught, that I make up for the fact that I'm gay, which makes no fucking sense whatsoever. But you hear it time and time again, these anti-gay politicians and pastors and influencers, you find out they're behind the scenes fucking going ham on Grindr whenever they're at a convention. It's not an insult for him to be gay, but he hides his gayness. Do you not understand what I just said, or are you just trying to troll? Dude, yeah, the guy is gay. He hides that he's gay and tries to prove all the time and shames the LGBTQ community to prove that he's straight. And then you find out all the time. It's like the worst kept secret that he's like insta going to Grindr. Moses Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. You got Milo Yiannopoulos. Oh, I converted to straight. Yeah, sure you did.
These grifters are so predictable. You already know what their reactionary responses are to everything.
Yep.
The media should point it out preemptively. Would Crowley shut them up?
Yeah, the media tries to play nice with them too. I'm so tired of them having these dishonest, like I'm not pretending that any of these grifters, these right-wing, these MAGA fucking politicians, they're disingenuous. They come on there to lie and muddy the water so people don't know what the truth
Be
is.
a lot lizard, like Jay said. It's okay.
Listen, he's going to be my lot lizard and I'm going to be his pimp. Let's go. They all don't stand for a fucking thing.
Dead, for that matter. There was a time in the comics when Batman wasn't Bruce Wayne and Superman wasn't Kal-El. Because even though a version of Steve Rogers became the villain in Secret Empire, he still returned to the role of Captain America in 2021's United States of Captain America, which also kept Sam in the role of Captain America. Because yes...
But how many times you find, I always bring up, there was this super homophobic pastor. I think he did the gay conversion therapy, which is such bullshit. It's not, you can't be converted from what you're attracted to. And yeah, they found him in like a hotel room with like an 18-year-old male prostitute. Like, how many more times does this need to happen to be like, wow, these people are full of shit?
There is room for two Captain Americas. All of this is to say that Sam Wilson becoming Captain America wasn't a...
And here is the thing I always say, oh, but I'm a traditional family. All right, good. What the fuck does the two consenting adults, gay, straight, trans, across the street have to fucking do with you? How does it affect your life unless you make it affect your life, which we know what that means in most cases. They've done studies. They have guys that are like homophobic, transphobic. They make them watch gay porn, and about half of them, if not more, become engorged. What does that mean? What does that mean? Come on, man.
Minor part of the
It's
comics.
whoever
I don't
smelt
know
it
why
dealt
you
it.
think these comics sucked just because Steve Rogers wasn't
42
playing
on
Captain
Twitch.
America.
How is everybody?
Maybe you preferred Steve's personality more, or you weren't impressed by the writing of Rick Remender, or you didn't like the costume, or you're racist.
Some people will try to defend a bunch of these dumb actions, right? Like, for example, making him Captain America here because they're like, well, it's comic accurate. Well, the comics did it. But
what's weird is on our corny ass Bible reading channel, she's like, oh, wow, your voice can actually be soothing and calming. Why don't you not always speak at like 12 volumes so you're not insufferable? What about, I believe it was in Austria. There was this dude that was super right-wing, if he could pass legislation to damage the LGBTQ community, he went out of his way to do it. During COVID, they found, when there was a lockup going on, they found him in like some condo at like some packed with a bunch of gay naked dudes in a huge ass orgy. Someone caught him there and he ran out of the window naked and stepped down from his post. Same story again and again. And what's weird is the people who follow these pieces of garbage, it's like, you don't get it after the 600th time it happened. Oh yeah, religion brainwashed you. You don't actually think for yourself. I forgot. Like, how many fucking times do you need the same story to happen for you to realize, wait, maybe these people don't stand for a fucking thing. I should stop listening to them because they're pieces of shit. There were drugs there too, which, thank you. That proves that I'm not just making up a story out of my fucking fat ass. Yeah.
here's the thing is what you see Disney Marvel doing is they're taking plots from failed comics, right? So they're taking things that happen in the comics that fans didn't even like, and they're making that happen so they can still say, well, it's comic accurate, but nobody liked it.
Stop hitting your mic, Melanie. God, your voice, Jesus Christ. And it's kind of sad because before she did this grifting shit, that was really her Achilles heel. I don't find her attractive. Never did. But I could see how she could be appealing as Pinocchio from Liza P for many men, including 8-Bit Eric. He almost came in his pants when we were on Lolcow together. Not my taste. I think I proved my taste to you before. But I really do think her voice was her biggest setback. I do. I think that I am almost positive that is the reason what limited her success.
Nobody liked Sam Wilson's run as Captain America? Weird thing to say, considering most critics seem to enjoy the comic. I even took a peek at the forum posts from Comic Book Resources back when the comic was first released, and most readers seem to enjoy it. Even if you're talking about monetary success, the comic seemed to sell very well. And if fans supposedly hated this version of Cap, why was Sam kept around longer in the role? I'm not sure why you're arguing that this comic failed. You could just say you hated it. Like,
honestly,
you
I
could say
don't
that you
understand
didn't
the
like
problem
it
with
personally
gay, trans,
instead of saying
black, migrants, schools, science, vaccines. WTF are these retards on?
They have been conditioned. This is what...
Secular Talk just made video about Supreme Court giving Trump 2 big L losses. Yeah, they're good ones.
Yeah, there's also a shitty win that he got too, though. Where usually there's branches like the FTC that are insulated from him controlling who's hired or fired. He said, nah, he can. He can do that. It's fine. Which is fucking insane.
The fans hated it. You could argue that Disney shouldn't have adapted the comic you didn't like. You didn't have to make yourself look this stupid.
But when pressed by Esquire about the growing speculation that Ford's President Ross, who transforms into the volatile rage monster Red Hulk, was meant to serve as a Trump analog, Mackie shut it down. I hope as a country we're tired of all the political jousting, Mackie said. Let's just go to the movies and chill the heck out. We could have made this mother.
It's so absolutely cringeworthy, annoying, and enrages me that, gee golly gosh, gee, and then she'll call you every homophobic slur in the book. I said it once at a Periscope stream, that's how long, back in 2016, and proactively apologize afterwards. She's like Ned Flanders, except for that fucking word. Come on. Who buys this? Who buys this?
Their hecker yellow, and it would have been a problem. Well, you know, I kind of respect that. Like, not even gonna lie. I don't know. That's the thing. We don't know what the writers were going for with this. Maybe they did try to do some Trump thing and some anti-Trump thing. All I know is that doing all these like political stuff.
You never hear them talk about Epstein. They're always about protecting the kids, protecting the kids. Yes, Sir Large Gaming, I will. Rich, will you enable clips over on Twitch and VODs on Twitch? People will clip your funny moments for you, and unlike Kick, clips can be moderated. Okay. Yes, that's great. Love it, anything and everything.
Mail-in voting can happen, and he has
Love
to
it.
pay back Agent Carroll's person back.
But that last ruling in Trump's favor was fucking brutal. That's an excellent pause. You're right, Chris Cart. Yeah, Dave Calzone, her voice has been her Achilles heel. That's it. That is a fact that is ear fucking refutable. It has been her Achilles fucking heel.
In entertainment does not
It's not
bode
even up for
well,
debate.
especially with everybody with TDS and all that kind of stuff in Hollywood.
Pretty sure Mackie was.
How could you even, with everything that's going on, say it's TDS? Oh, wow. Filling up my gas tank is borderline unaffordable, TDS. The Strait of Hormuz closing may means we will run out of our gas reserves and gas may go up to fucking Lord knows what. TDS. Oh, because of the lack of regulation with companies like Micron, Nvidia, and all the other memory manufacturers. Micron donated to Trump's ballroom. Don't be concerned about that. Even everything from the tech side is becoming unaffordable too. You just have TDS. Oh, wow. Trump is a big part of the Epstein files, and he's literally covering for a bunch of fucking child raping pedophile billionaires. Why do you care about that? It's just TDS. But I'll say gosh darn it instead of swearing. This is why I hate these people. They're horrible, horrible people. They are a fucking cancer to democracy that needs to be cut out. I said what the fuck I said.
Was just tempering expectations. The presentation of President Ross as Red Hulk doesn't have much of an allegory.
Oh, Sir Large Gaming, it's absolutely botting it. And why do you think Elon Musk, Peter Thiel backed Trump? Because they knew he wouldn't stand in their way to fucking try to become AI overlords. Micron donated to him so he wouldn't be a check for them. And now I couldn't make the news story today because of the stream. I think California is suing the memory companies because like I've said, I got some pushback. I'm like, no, it's artificial scarcity too. They're also making RAM artificially scarce to keep the prices astronomical. But it's just TDS. It's Trump derangement syndrome because I have very logical, obvious concerns about what the fuck is fuck you. Fuck, but then they want to sit there and make you angry about a fucking comic book movie while all this is going on. Yeah, that's called a distraction.
To the Trump presidency. You could maybe see the association with how Ross loses his cool and fucks up Washington, but really, you kind of have to tilt your head and squint to make that relation.
So even though Mackie did really poop the bed when he said Captain America represents a lot of things, but not America, even though that was absolutely insane to say.
It's not exactly pooping the bed to say Captain America isn't prime.
Watch Nexus Gamer here about independent graphic cards starting up to give back to consumer.
Already watched it.
Corporate
It's awesome.
Is one day or so old.
I saw it. Awesome stuff. They're even going to try to make the cards where you could upgrade the memory in them. And even so long as it has a driver support, they're starting with like productivity work first, but they want to go into gaming. Even if it has decent driver support, if the card underperforms, you could change RAM in it. So long as it gives good performance, even if it's below NVIDIA and AMD, I would support that.
Merely defined by representing America. The exact quote from Mackie was, "To me, Captain America represents a lot of different things, and I don't think the term America should be one of those representations. It's about a man who keeps his word, who has honor, dignity, and integrity, someone who is trustworthy and dependable." Mackie would later clarify this statement by stressing that Captain America has more universal traits than strictly American ones. I also don't think it's un-American to be critical and questioning of your own country. This mindset is very much in line.
Well, that's another thing they have to push too, is obedience. They don't want you to think critically. They don't want you to think for yourself. Whatever your government wants you to do, that is what you do. And we're seeing it right now. Why do you think that regimes like this love evangelicals, man? There's a fucking reason. Because they know they'll just follow orders and give them votes and not think for themselves. And they become their foot soldiers, as we're seeing. Criticizing your country is un-American. No, it's the most American fucking thing you can do, unless you're a fucking lemming.
With the past Captain America movies. The Winter Soldier has Steve Rogers learning that he can't trust the American government when it's been infiltrated by Hydra. This distrust carries into Captain America Civil War, where Steve Rogers isn't on board with the oversight of the Sokovia Accords. Steve doesn't trust politicians, making him clash with Tony Stark's concerns over unchecked power within the Avengers. Hence, Steve Rogers became a fugitive, fleeing from the country that made him a hero. If you watched all the Marvel movies up to Brave New World and thought Captain America was only fighting for and representing America, then you have a very...
Because Reptilian Richard Ramirez, very good point. When it's Democratic president, they want about overreach. When it's Trump, they want him controlling every... Because it was all a ruse. Oh, we get power, we won't do any of this, which their track records show the exact opposite. But they wanted people to think, oh, we're the free speech party. Look at what they're doing now. They tried to fire Jimmy Kimmel for a not even offensive joke about Charlie Kirk and I believe Erica Kirk. Steve Colbert, they sunset his show even though it was wildly successful. What happened to you being the party of fucking freedom, man? What happened? Oh, yeah, you were full of shit.
Dim view of the character.
I think this is a lot more respectable. Like, bro, can we please stop with making everything political? This is just a movie about superheroes and stuff. Can we just enjoy it for being...
Yeah, Melanie, kind of, sort of not, though. It's too serious right now.
Something crazy and
What's up, Dark Anus? How are you?
reality.
Oh yeah, superhero media shouldn't address reality. That's why nobody liked Watchmen for addressing a Cold War fears, or Green Arrow, the Longbow Hunters, for reflecting the Iran-Contra scandal. Nobody cared for The Boys because of its on-the-nose satire, which engaged...
Yeah, you get it. There literally has been zero arrest in the States for anyone on the Epstein files, for the monstrous things that were in the DOJ files. Not even an investigation. But if you touch the fucking algae-filled fucking pool, you'll get arrested. January, they put people in like 50 years in jail for what they did to an ICE facility. Ruining they're putting them in jail for the rest of their life. January 6th, there where you assaulted cops. Some of the cops committed suicides and you desecrated the American Capitol. I will pardon you. Fuck all of them, dude.
Too much with our current chaotic political landscape. Goddamn reality getting in the way of me enjoying my mindless superhero stories. I don't care about relatable allegories and themes. I just want to watch the good dude in the cape punch the bad dude in the cape.
I don't want to just dogpile Mackie here. Okay, I would really like to believe that he's not.
Yeah, when they say I just want things to be non-political and normal, it's like, all right, you want everyone to be fucking white in the movie and straight. That's what they're really saying.
Doing this crap on purpose, that he didn't purposefully pull a Rachel Zegler with that. I really want to believe that that was just foot and mouth disease and he just said something stupid. That's what I want to believe. But I don't know. How do you justify saying, oh, Captain America represents a lot of things, I just don't think America should be one of those? How do you justify saying that?
Because America is fucking terrible right now. And you have to say it from whether you're doing a live stream or you're going to a rally or whatever. You have to say that it's fucking terrible. They're thinking no matter what atrocities your government is committing, just be obedient. And if you don't just cheer for America, even though we're going down the route of fascism. We're in the route of fascism right there. Hopefully we get saved in the midterms. Hopefully. Just be obedient. And what bothers me, if it was a Democrat in office, and Lord knows I've had plenty of issues with Democrats. They're nowhere near as bad as fucking Republicans and MAGA, but still. They would be crying about every single fucking thing they did. But when they have power, just shut the fuck up, be obedient, don't question authority. Yes, getting into a hot-ass car really sucks. I agree.
Justify it by highlighting that Captain America's strongest traits are more universal than exclusively American. Oh, and also by highlighting the entire arc of...
I mean, this is the fucking party. I know I keep stopping it, but I have a lot. This is the party. Second Amendment, my guns, Second Amendment. I should be able to have an entire fucking arsenal. And then when Alex Preddy, who got killed by ICE agents in Minnesota, had a legally licensed firearm on him. Well, he had a gun. He had a gun. What are they going to do? He shouldn't have had a gun. And these are the people that were cheering on that weird-ass old couple who had their guns. Kyle Rittenhouse. All the NRA, Second Amendment, the NRA, and then when they're in power, it's like, no, you don't. You just be obedient. Just listen. Fuck them to hell. Dublin Poppy, no lie, Rich. I had a conversation with my grandpa. He was talking about Colin Kaepernick kneeling during the anthem. He would shoot that he would shoot him in the head for it and kept saying freedom of speech. And I keep saying keep freedom of speech, and he didn't give a fuck. And he also said that I hated America because I didn't like what America does to its own citizens. And that's the thing. Your grandfather is conditioned again, and he sounds like that's a pretty shitty thing for him to say. Doesn't sound like a great guy, I'm just being honest with you. To be obedient. It's scary, dude. It just shows you. Now we know how the Third Reich came into power and other dictators, because there's a bunch of people with malleable, low IQ, let's just say it, brains, that believe the propaganda, believe the affirmation, and don't look at the reality, and they won't. And a lot of times they won't, because then they would also, because a lot of them are prideful narcissists, and they would have to admit they were wrong. And they rather go down where their whole family hates them, their friends hate them, they lose their job, and they're like, oh, they just, for my beliefs, they want to cancel me. No, they do. No, dude, you're just a horrible person. And you're being held accountable for the things that you say and for your actions. But they'll be like, nope, I don't want to hear it from anybody. They just want to take away my freedom of speech. Okay. All right. Whatever. So die alone. You're not going to get, that's where I guess I'm not left. I don't hand out empathy to terrible people.
Steve Rogers in Captain America movies and Sam Wilson in the Falcon.
There you go. You only watch Fox News. So they fed him all that propaganda. They spoon fed it to him, and now his brain is gone. You know how many people I know like that? I'm not even talking on the internet. It's wild, man.
Winter Soldier. You know, media literacy. Maybe get some.
Do I care if an actor likes President or doesn't like President Trump? No, he doesn't have to like President Trump. I like President Trump, but I can still, that's the thing. Actors, even.
When is this article from? And you know what the thing is? What's fucked up with all these people, the quartering, people that you may know, they like that Trump is terrible. They like the horrors that this that they're like, no, that's great. I don't care about actually getting access to affordable medical care. I don't care that prices are going up, as long as he hates who I hate, because I am so prideful that is more important to me. I don't care. I could get everything taken away from me and living in a hut, so long as I feel superior to people that are marginalized. It's insane. And there's been studies on that too. They did studies that there are women that will vote against their own rights, like reproductive rights and stuff like that, if it means that the woman who is more educated and has brown skin across the street, it may hurt their lives. So they'll vote against their own interests because they're so prideful that they don't want to see the woman in the next door neighbor get ahead of them. It's unreal.
And people on the internet, on social media, influencers, if you will. I hate that term, because what the whole influencers term has created is like turning us into pseudo celebrities, and we're not. I'm telling you, we are just who have a camera. That's it. I mean,
well, you said it for me. Which article? I know I just gave a big speech. Which article are you speaking of?
I guess you could say the same about celebrities.
You know, it's incredible that Mellow Yellow here just recognized her own humility as a content creator, but diminishes that self-reflection by tossing out an ableist slur. I guess, Gotta use some slurs given that she can't use her favorite one.
Every time I talk about, oh, Jason Momoa, I like his movies. Or
Oh, God. So this is... No, there was plenty of Epstein stuff and other horrible. That was early on, but there was so much going on already at that point. Yeah, I'm sure she's still pro him now.
oh, I think he seems like a jolly dude. But he's a liberal. Okay. And like, okay, like most people are dumb. I mean, all people are dumb. I'm just going to say it. All people are dumb.
This is... Imagine watching this and thinking you should continue watching because it's actually... Dude, what the fuck, man? I mean, I get it. I do a lot of news too, but you're going to that Park Place. We know their angle. And you don't add anything at all. I guess that's subjective, but she's as about enthused about doing this as someone who like a high school student who has to read their like paper in front of the class or their essay in front of the class. That's what it sounds like. There's like zero riz from her with this. Oh, those people are dumb. I mean, we're all dumb. I know people are just dumb. Oh, that's great. Super fucking insightful commentary from you, Melanie. I'm a changed man now. Jesus Christ.
End of cut. Done. We're done with the show, right? All people are dumb. I'm kind of hijacking my own video.
I mean, yeah, celebrities say dumb shit all the time, but you sure seem to take offense to what Anthony Mackie said, even though it really wasn't that bad, and you just got mad about Mackie not having as much of a boner for America as you do.
Anthony Mackie here. I've seen some comments when I talked about him on my last video, and they're like, what?
Yeah, they don't even have, they have a boner for a Christian nationalist fascist America. They think, no, they don't even think. They just want a power grab, man. They wanted everyone to be required to hate who they hate, which is, like, that's what we say, man. Then go make your own country like that then. You know, let's do that. Let's secede. Right? We'll have the blue states, and hey, you know how to run shit better. You think us being under a very straight, totally no gay, Christian nationalist nation that you'll thrive, right? Let's see what happens. I'll know what happens. It'll give it at best a decade. I would say 5 years, but at best a decade.
Rich, I know of a way to tell Edge to CAP the RAM it uses, if that helps. Should be under power settings in Edge. Can't quite describe it here.
Edge. Okay. To cap the RAM it uses? Interesting. I'll look into that later. But here's what would happen. No, red state. Yeah, red states. Oh, I thought I read that backwards in my head. Red states needed blue states. Where do you think, who takes the most assistance? You could look it up as all red states. It's all red fucking states, dude. So go ahead. You know how to run shit better. You want everyone to believe the earth was made only a few thousand fucking years ago. And you want to go by your antiquated book, even though you selectively go by it anyway. Go ahead. I promise you, half a decade to a decade, it would completely implode. However, you would see the blue states do significantly better. But here is the downside to that. You would get a lot of people, they're already radicalized now, Christian nationalists, but those red states, they would get even more radicalized and they would come to the blue states and commit terror attacks. Because it would be like, because essentially, when you have right-wingers like that, it's a bunch of children. They would turn into Lord of the Flies, and they would be strapping bombs to their chest and going into buildings here. I'm laughing, but I'm serious. Mark my fucking words.
bummer. I liked him, but not anymore.
Oh yeah, hell, oh yes, new house. I am absolutely still going on about this, and I will continue to.
And it's like, you can still like him. You can just think he's a because everyone's a so, yeah, anyway.
Oh yeah, they pretend they could totally do it on their own, but factually, the red states are the fucking welfare queens. You can look it up. So they like to pretend that they are morally and fiscally superior to us, but the numbers don't sure as shit show that. And once they would lose that funding and they had to fend for themselves, they'd be fucking nuclear fried.
And those of us who follow Jesus were like, we know we're all right? We know we're and we don't deserve the grace of Jesus Christ. We know it. But that's why we pray for people. And we can see other and we could just be like,
yeah, she kind of does sound like a
All this
slightly...
talk about Melanie being a grifter, and all I can think is she sounds like Gilbert Gottfried, doesn't she?
Yes, slightly less annoying, but not by much. She still looks like Pinocchio from Lies of P. You have a small penis. That is true. Oh, yeah, they never learn from mistakes, dude. They never learn from... Because they're also taught by design, because they don't want you to grow as a person and learn, because that means you grow and learn from life and become, well, you could say more intelligent. Nah, strong men never admit they're wrong. So, okay, so then if you're like that, which I know a lot of dudes and women too, then they stay stuck in like an 18-year-old mindset. They've stopped growing and evolving when they were teenagers. And they have the same simplistic, hateful views on life they had at 18 when they're fucking 45 like me. And that's for the, and so they don't want you to evolve. They want you to vote and be motivated by your hatred and nothing else. And that's how you get hateful fascist motherfuckers in power. They keep you dumb. They keep you angry. They make a boogeyman for you to hate. Your pride and your ego won't make you, oh, wow, it isn't. It's that fucking billionaire who's taking away my rights, who's not not making minimum wage increase.
Pickers appear bigger when you lose a bunch of weight.
I still have a small penis, though. Keep them dumb, keep them angry. They know a lot of them are prideful motherfuckers who will never admit they're wrong, so they'll always have their vote. Even if they're voting against their own best interests, even if they're voting against them getting a better wage, affordable health care, access to health care. They'll make you, oh, look, it's the trans person. It's the trans woman actually using a woman's bathroom. It's the Hispanic, or it's the group of Mexican construction workers that are taking away your jobs, even though you've never picked up a fucking hammer in your life. It's them. It's not Peter Thiel and all these guys and Elon Musk getting these insane tax breaks that you would never get. Some of them, like Amazon, don't even pay fucking federal income tax. But you get fucking taxed up the ass. Those are your fucking enemies. They're making you think that all these people, including me, are the boogeyman. She looks like a femboy. I could see that too.
I'm going to pray they find Jesus. Like, I have a soft spot in my heart for this person. I'm going to pray that they find Jesus. Yeah, so anyways, all right, this is, I don't know, you know,
I think your statement about caring for others would come off far more genuine if you didn't use the...
And what's amazing is, man, if you look into history, Jesus, the real Jesus, one was brown. Dude, Catholicism and Christianity whitewashed the shit out of him. And with the area that Jesus would have been in, he would have been brown. And the thing is, dude, Jesus would have been progressive as fuck, dude. You know what I mean?
Same ableist slur over and over and over. And even less so when clearly we know you want to use homophobic slurs. And just, no, you don't get to spew all that hatred and then pretend that you care about people with different politics. I gotta say, not very Christ-like. Not to mention, there really wasn't much of a point to this video.
Well, she's doing, man, I'm not shutting the fuck up. Maybe I'll have to do this later. We'll go into some more more mindless shit, but that's the point. She gets to feel morally superior because she goes into a fucking building and reads an antiquated book. It's literally what it is.
If you start the video wanting to talk about the associations that Captain America 4 has with the Trump presidency, the conclusion should be something more than just remarking, everybody's fucking dumb, because that just sounds like a lazy way to exit a conversation that you really didn't want to have. And since we know Mary Melanie's is just bubbling with homophobia, let's dive into the deeper end with her video on Pixar and LGBTQ themes.
Disney has continually produced flop after flop after flop, even Pixar. Look at what happened with the Buzz Lightyear movie after incorporating some gay themes to it, because that's...
Did she get more tattoos too? Isn't that forbidden in the Bible? Again, what do you think? Like, it's selective. So it's like, I don't want to follow this because I don't get, but, you know, I don't want to say swear words, but I'll say the F slur. But I thought you're so devout to your religion, to your fucking fundamentalist Christianity, that you follow the Bible to a T.
What Disney has been trying to shoehorn to children, gay perversion themes, right?
No, you're not right. Before I address why, though, you said Lightyear had gay themes, as in plural. Are you referring to the one lesbian kiss in the Lightyear movie, which only lasts a few frames? The one kiss that the staff had to fight?
And always keep this in mind. The same people from the top, the dark money from the billionaires, not even dark, they just let it be in the open now. These people are pushing this thing of the gay scare, fundamentalism, you know, following God. And behind the scenes, they're literally going to an island and doing Lord knows what to children. She's Catholic, same thing. Could someone fucking explain that to me? Explain that to me. Seriously. Holy shit.
For because Disney wanted it removed? You really think that lesbian kiss, most mild, was shoehorned into the movie specifically by Disney on a corporate level? There are many accounts from those who worked within Disney that pushing anything gay was a struggle. But yeah, sure, one kiss and Disney's fallen to the
Funny part is geographically, if real, Jesus would have been brown/tan. Don't tell Mega he wasn't Snow White. They will have red heart attacks.
Yeah, and you know what's fucking sad and pathetic is they still genuine.
I love how these grifters claim Jesus was anti-gay, even though he would support the LGBTQ+.
Yeah, he also hated wealth. He thought wealth was evil. Yeah, man, they make him Michael Jackson White, Newhouse. It's like, stop it. be real about where he's from. But that's the racism too. Let's keep it real. That's the racism. No one brown around me because me having less melanin in my skin makes me superior. Actually, no, it's actually the other way around. Your chances of getting skin cancer, if you are black or brown, actually is significantly lower. So if anything, you're inferior. If you want to go by that, if you want to go by genes. Just saying.
LGBTQ mafia. That sounds believable in the mind of Christopher Maloney Mack.
Well, then they become a bit desperate given their losses, and they're like, hey, Inside Out 2, we need this to sell well.
And you know what, as I say this always, I would fight for your right to believe whatever you believe. Just don't impede. I wouldn't impede on your right if you want to be Christian or Catholic. But don't you use your religion as a right to impede on my rights. That's where I have a fucking problem with all these people. They don't want to just believe whatever they want to believe. They want you to believe what they believe, and I'm not okay with that. And on the flip side, I would be okay if you want to even make your own fucking religion. God bless. No pun intended. But the reason I hate you is because you want to make your beliefs and your bullshit religion into law. You want to force me to follow your bullshit beliefs. Those are the ones I have a problem with. I'll still hate organized religion and I will never change. But if you want to believe in it, great. But when you step across that, nah, man.
We need money because we have been failing. So let's dial back and let's play it safe and not incorporate any of these gay themes. And guess what?
Nah, she actually admittedly looks somewhat better without makeup. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can never ban religion. It just wouldn't work. There's something in the DNA of human beings that I guess it's a coping mechanism. So I would always be like, nah, man, freedom of religion. You can't punish it. It would just end up having the exact opposite effect. But all I would ask in return, but it never fucking happens, is don't force your beliefs on me. And they all want to do it. Anyway, I know I'm fucking talking in circles right now.
It becomes a massive success.
Do you really think Inside Out 2 was a massive success because it didn't have any gay themes? Or do you think it was because, it was a continuation of a revered movie? Because Pixar's sequels have historically performed far better. Inside Out 2 performed incredibly well by making well over $1 billion at the box office. And you know what Pixar movies previously...
They'll never bring that up. Just like there was a gay or trans director for the Indiana Jones game. Oh, it's going to be so woke. It's going to be this. The game wasn't woke in the fucking slightest. They made videos about it being woke just because they saw someone's appearance. When the game wasn't woke at all, do you think that any of them came out and said, oh shit, it really wasn't, there was no kind of spin like that in the slightest in the game. Nope. And what pisses me off about that, that's another play in the conservative book or a conservative playbook. Never admit you're wrong. Ever. Even if you are painfully wrong, do not ever admit it.
made $1 billion at the box office? It was Toy Story 4, The Incredibles 2, and Finding Dory. All of them sequels to Pixar properties from a decade ago. Much like, you know, Inside Out 2. And which Pixar movies did not make $1 billion? Well, it was Elemental, Turning Red, Luca, Soul, and Onward. And what do all of these films have in common? They're all original movies. They're not sequels. Now, yes, it is true that Disney has been cowardly backing off queer representation, but I don't know, Sideshow Melanie. Somehow, I don't think audiences were gauging whether or not they go to Inside Out 2 based entirely on whether it has gay stuff in it. Maybe you do, but that's because you're a weird homophobe.
So, let's go ahead and dive into this article and talk.
And she's another one too. I hate, but it just happens so fucking often. Would it shock you if she was like bi? I mean, it's always, we see the story on rinse and repeat.
More about it. I haven't seen Inside Out at all. I haven't watched anything from Disney or Pixar in a while, to be honest. That's new that I can think of off the top of my head, at least.
Cool. Very cool. I love getting my news about Pixar movies from people who don't fucking watch Pixar movies.
Yeah, she's like Michael Jackson White. I would say if they ever made a Lies of P. So thank you again, Jostler. Josh Jones Drums, how are you? Just downloaded Twitch. Thank you, man. But then they would hear her voice. I'm telling you, her voice has definitely hindered her fucking career, dude.
Just the hallmark of a credible source tapped into pop culture.
IGN here on X
No,
wrote Inside Out
she
2
kinda
is the
can't.
highest grossed animated film ever, but behind the scenes, Pixar workers grappled with crunch, layoffs, and avoidance of LGBTQ plus hashtag perverted themes. Our report of the tumultuous making of the sequel to one of the most beloved Pixar films ever. And then you see a lot of...
Yeah, imagine having to sit through like fucking 2 hours of hearing that.
I mean, I'm seeing a ton of replies just saying avoiding LGBTQ themes was the reason for its success.
Of course you see that excuse. That's because you're on X, the cesspool of social media platforms.
Yeah, it's so, you left X to go to an echo chamber, and you literally go on and it is a fucking right-wing echo chamber more than almost any other platform. They say there's a rumor that he's gay. I mean, I even heard a rumor that her ex-husband ended up being gay.
Stop going to the Nazi website for your news and social interactions.
The gays on X still tried to pretend like this was a gay movie. Still.
The gays on X. I just don't understand the obsession of thinking about what other people are doing. You know what I'm thinking about? I am thinking about Stacey Dash's titties. I'm not worried about what you're doing. Yeah, I agree, Amber Heard stunk. I'm not thinking about what you're doing in your bedroom. As long as it's 2 consenting adults, I don't care. It's a weird thing to be obsessed with other people's 2 consenting adults' sex lives. It's just bizarre. It's not a healthy thing, no matter how much they try to twist it into some faux moral thing. It's just weird. I'm sorry.
Where does liberty and justice for all mean forcing Islamic, Jewish, Hindus, atheists, etc. children to read the Bible in school? So un-American.
Yeah, they're trying to, in red states, they're trying to force that. In some states, they're succeeding, I believe. And before anyone thinks I'm just picking on like Catholicism, I hate all organized religion. I always remember, I think Sam Hyde one time came into my chat. I'm not sure, but I think it was him. And he's like, you wouldn't be saying this about the Quran? I'm like, yes, I would. I 150 fucking % would. I don't like any organized religion. So don't come at me with a bias with that shit. I am consistent with that thing, at least.
Tried. I don't know if you guys saw that right when this movie was first coming out and all that.
Religion is poison.
But they were posting, I mean, it went pretty viral. One thread did, where they posted a picture of the girl who I believe is 13 years old, mind you, and they're sexualizing this 13-year-old. Oh, don't pretend like y'all are pretending like she's straight. Y'all know that
Texas,
she
there you go.
likes to do XYZ, naming gay acts that gay perverted acts that they in their headcanon are imagining this 13-year-old girl doing. Disgusting. Perverted.
And I even have, here is like a semi-sound-minded conservative, and I'm not, you're like, yeah, I think that the transgender community is weird. Remember the friend who said this to me? He's like, but whatever. That's their life. I don't care. I'm not going to vote for shit based on that. Doesn't affect me. I'm like, wow, you're actually not fucking insane. That's what I'm saying. Freedom that's freedom.
How would you know, Melanie Return of the Mac? You openly admitted that you didn't watch the movie. You have no insight to counter such claims. I, however, did watch Inside Out 2, and it's pretty clear from the framing that there was something going on beyond mere friendship between Riley and Val. And no, it's not perverted or sexualizing these characters just because they would fall in love. Riley is 13 years old. Romantic love is not exactly the most foreign of feelings for that age.
The whole LGBTQ identity and all of that, it all is about sex. That's all it's about.
Nope. That's what it's about for you, because you're a bigot.
If you are putting sexuality on a child.
The people that are so uptight about sexuality and it's like anything beyond missionary. And the woman has to, you can't even see, like the woman has to be draped in something so you can't see titties, are the most sex obsessed. Have you known, like, here we are. Why? Return of the Mac was pretty good too.
Oh, but what about straight? But what about, bro, straight is your default setting. Straight human being. This is like, oh, they are a human being.
Melanie, that's been proven with studies not to be true. There's other species of animal that they find gay ones. That sounded a dumb way to say it, but you get my point. This everyone's born gay, and it's like, and it's just a common sense thing too. How the fuck? Who would wake up in the morning? You know what? I want to have a sexual preference that would make me be ostracized in society, make me feel oppressed, and make people hate me for what I want to do with another consenting adult. Why would someone choose that? There's no fucking logical reason unless it's just who you are. Yeah, they're always obsessed with sex, dude.
They are how God made them. That's not placing a sexuality on them because there is no such thing as sexualities. Straight is not a sexuality. It is a
Yo, have you ever, man, I have so much to say with this. I'm sorry. Have you ever, I used to, when I was on X, I would be like, who is actually watching her unironically, right? I got to piss in a second. It would be just like dudes from 20 something to fucking 60 something sipping for her. I'm like, I'm thinking, I guarantee you, well, no, they're probably fucked up in the head and gone, but a decent portion of maybe the younger ones, if they just got laid, their whole mindset would change. Not all. Some of them are cooked, but I bet you a lot of them would. I'm going to go empty my hole, just piss, and I will be right back. No, I was just farewell tour. I mean, it is a fairly big fucking deal. I'm not clickbait. You know what I mean? It is. I mean, a dead ass is totally, it's a much bigger deal than when I went to a different channel on YouTube for live streaming because I'm going to a different platform. So, anyway.
Default setting. It is being a human being.
Platforms.
That is normal and how God created us. It is not a sexuality.
Really? So heterosexuality is not a sexuality. Even if you only view...
It's such brain rot shit. It's so insanely fucking brain rot. Like, what does that even mean? Heterosexuality or being straight is not a sexuality? That's so factually wrong. And so, oh my God, my cup is in the way here. Sorry. That it's like pathetic. Yeah, I got the bisexual lighting, man. I got the pride flag. I'm butt hurting everybody today. Oh yeah, I hit the wrong thing. Sorry. Yeah, the big ass mug. Right? Dude, that thing was fucking bodying the camera.
Straight relationships as the default, that's still a sexuality because that's how words work. But yeah, sure, let's just toss out centuries of biological, psychological, and cultural studies because you believe God says gays are gross.
Gay isn't a sexuality.
Yep, and that's all that matters to them. That is all that matters. It's fucking bizarre.
By this, that, and the other isn't a sexuality. It is a perversion. It is going against your default setting.
Even if you find non-straight sexualities gross, they are still sexualities. Are you going to wage a war with the dictionary now?
Kink and perversion is not the same thing. These are actions that you can choose to participate in or not participate in.
Sorry.
We can't control the color of our skin. You can control what you're doing with your buttholes and stuff.
The fact that people even remotely humor her with this shit is fucking insane. Because you obviously see that she is not a very intelligent woman. I'm sorry. Imagine how stupid her viewers are who actually watch her for dry heave fucking information. Whatever, dude.
Okay? So don't pretend, oh, but it's my identity. Oh, no.
Yo, and the thing is, I would love, hey, Melanie, let's have this is another one too. I would love to have a discussion with you where I'll have facts and research and studies in front of me. And you'll obviously have that stuff too, correct? But I know what you'll say. It's always
Have Melanie saying behold to the soundboard.
Yeah, I think so. Dude, on DSP's gym night. I would love to. And I would be in the 2024 mindset, man. And it ain't Ames that I'm talking to. I would be calm like a fucking bald well, Bob Ross was middle-aged, but you get my point. But like I said before, I almost didn't finish this thought. She would just be like, oh yeah, those studies are woke and DEI, and the only true evidence is what God says in the Bible. Okay, so why do you have tattoos, bitch? Why? If you say that the Bible is, as the saying is, Bible, and should it be questioned, why the fuck do you have ink all over you? Up to your hands now. It's always they're selective, and it just so happens the shit that they're selective with that they follow is always the hateful stuff.
Oh, and you want to talk about gay kid? You're a pervert if you call a kid gay. You are a pervert. You are a PDF file.
As she is this the same article? As she is pro Donald Trump. But if there is a kid who may be 12 or 13 that realizes they're gay and feels isolated, and you know that maybe they came to you and confided, you saying that they're gay is you being perverted. But me sweeping for a bunch of literal child rapists and being pro-Trump because Bible, which Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Bible. He's proven that time and time again. That's fine. But if you are gay or transgender, obviously you're a pedophile. Man. Oh, yeah. Oh, Sue, am I going to go harder on Twitch and Kick? What the fuck do you think? Of course.
Okay. That's going to make people mad.
And why do you think that is, Melania Mac? Why do you think people would be mad at you for saying gay people are all perverts? Do you think it might be that saying all this makes you sound like a hateful person and makes your Christian beliefs all the more incongruous? Just a reminder that this whole rant was from merely reading a headline from an article that she hasn't read about a movie that she has not.
Yeah, so this is when Trump was in office in 20. Yeah, so she has the same, like how... Melanie, for anyone with a modicum of common sense, it's the LGBTQ boogeyman. Except for the cult. Everyone's like, nah, fuck off with this. Yeah, exactly.
I was saying earlier to someone, movies, music, and video games are similar because they're about experimentation. You're experimenting with sound and images.
Listen to save. Ah, yeah, my infamous Dropbox. Where before we had iCloud, that's always the best story. I could tell that again because it's fun. We used to save like family photos and shit to my Dropbox. Someone broke into my Dropbox and they tried to twist it that I had photos of underage girls, which were Lauren's children. There were family photos from a beach. Oh, he had underage girls in a bikini. They went with that for a long time. Oh, I actually just reminded me. They're trying to make me into a pedophile again. I could show you the clips of that later where it's out of context. And the full context was I banned someone because they were being creepy and saying creepy stuff. That's a fun one I will show you after this video. That is an interesting face he's making right now. Thank you, 85th Batman fan. The Trump fair monumental, the worse than you thought. How no one showed up. Yes, that's beyond politics. That's actual... I know. And here is the thing. I'm still going to watch the DSP diaper meltdown because I'm sure it's hilarious no matter what. But as even no matter how fat I was, I never had an ass, right? What I think it is that the way his pants sag because he has no ass like me, it kind of looks like it, but he ain't wearing no diaper. It's just he has a white boy ass. I have it too. So thank you, Octropia. Let me add secular talk to the list. I know there's videos that people emailed me. The great American fail. You know what's crazy is that someone saw the reflection of some dude playing the guitar up on stage. The dude looked like Rastov from Locale Live. No, I'm not kidding. Rich and the Birds. That means thank you for gifting a membership. That probably means that he has a new picture of me. And I was not wrong. I was not wrong. Here we go. I am now going. Where is it? Dude, I have, yeah. Oh, that's fucking great, dude. Well done. Whoa, where did my...
Watched.
But I'm sick of
What's
it.
up,
I'm
Rich and the
so
Birds?
sick of it. And this is why society has turned into what it has and why we have all these problems now.
Why did all of my bills go up? This must be the doing of the gays.
We started welcoming this stuff. Look at the fall of Rome. Look at the fall of all these nations. Do you think America can't fall? Look at the...
Oh, no. We're seeing that right now, man. 4K HDR. Filmed on a red fucking camera. No, we're seeing it right now. America's falling, but not for the reasons that you're trying to pretend it is falling for. We have, fuck, you could even say that we have failed. Just keeping it real with you. But it ain't because of the brown scare, the gay scare, the trans scare. But all the other reasons. That's the real reason, America.
Trajectory we're at right now.
Oh, dude,
and,
it's
how
ridiculous with
people
groceries over on Twitch.
are scared about the future, are scared about even this election and the outcome and what that means for our future.
Yeah, a lot of people were terrified during the 2024 election about America's future. But do you recall the most terrifying shit of all during that election? It was Project 2025, a political initiative.
Yeah, that the Young Turks tried to downplay. I'll never forgive him for that one, dude. Especially Anna Kasparian.
Developed by the right-wing think tank, the Heritage Foundation. Everything about this initiative was grotesque, including everything from restricting abortion to...
Oh, I'm going to vote. Everyone should vote. I ain't looking forward to the midterms. I'm dreading them because you know it's going to be a shit show.
Destroying LGBTQ rights to gutting healthcare. Donald Trump won the election, enacted many of these projects' goals, and everything in America is objectively worse now.
Over half of them. Over half of 2025 has been implemented.
Now, it's also very ridiculous that homosexuality is
that
blamed
is true.
For the fall of Rome.
Kamala and
there
Biden
are a
dropped
lot
the
of
ball.
people who say shit like this, and they're wrong. There
And
are
Elon
a
Musk
lot of
helped steal the
factors
election.
contributing to the fall
Let's keep
of
it
Rome,
real.
but gay people are not one of them. And any historian worth their salt can tell you that.
100%. Dude, they were gay all the time in fucking Rome. They were pounding hairy holes all the time in those bathhouses. And like that, like, stop. It had nothing to do with that. They stretched the empire too thin. It was arrogance. They had fucking, hey, it sounds familiar, mentally ill emperors. And it fell apart.
I mean, shit, there's a better case to be made that Christianity was what led to the fall of Rome, based on when that religion entered the empire.
America can...
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that.
See, America isn't guaranteed to be a superpower forever. And accepting all of this degeneracy...
Well, you're right about that, but you're wrong about the reasons.
See, is a huge, massive reason why so many people are scared about the future of this country, because this country started accepting perversion and this country started representing and celebrating perversion. God doesn't like that.
Well, you're also right about that, but it's a bunch of billionaire.
Imagine Phil Burnell and Melanie Mack having a conversation.
No.
They're both stupid, but they're stupid in different ways.
Yes, that is very true. My kick should be, let me check. Oh, yeah, we're going towards perversion. We're letting a bunch of pedophiles and child rapists and worse run free. Not a single one of them has even been investigated. Yes, it is in. The kick is in the description. So you want to go into we're falling to perversion. That is true, but not the groups that you're saying. That's the boogeyman. The real perverts went to an island.
Read 1 Kings and 2 Kings.
No, I don't think America is going to fall because bigots like you can't discriminate against gay people. I think it might fall because of all the other stuff. You know, the important stuff like inflation, healthcare, oil costs, and being unfairly targeted by the state. I'm pretty sure most people care about that rather than whether or not a Disney movie has some mild gay themes. Oh, and also, the Bible's 1st and 2nd Kings do not support the claim that God hates gay people. These passages are about male cultic shrine prostitutes, but they are not condemned for being in same-sex relationships.
Yeah, trillions in
debt. They spoke
debt.
more explicitly about the praise of foreign gods.
And yes, healthcare
it's
is
not about
fucking
condemning
healthcare. We are the only developed nation, or we're a developed nation who didn't have Medicare for some form of Medicare for all. We don't have money for it, but we have endless, limitless coffers for wars. It's unreal.
Homosexuality. It's about condemning pagan idols.
Anyone tells you that we don't have money for Medicare, first off, anyone who tells you it's free healthcare, it's not free healthcare. You pay for it in your taxes. And say, oh, we don't have the money for it, but then they'll turn around and snap their fingers and be in another conflict and pay limitless funds to stay in that conflict. You just laugh in their face if they try to tell you that we don't have the money for it. It's another fucking Fox News talking point.
Idolatry.
Yeah, every platform, whether it be Kick, Twitch, YouTube has even fucking bent the knee to Trump. Let's keep it real. You're not getting away from that, dude. Unfortunately, anything and everything. So the only way to be completely against what you would have to not be on any platform. When something is full on insanely egregious, like what TikTok did, the hostile takeover, nah, I won't fuck with that. But there's blood on many hands with this. So it's kind of like you have to pick your poison. Anything and everything.
So yeah, she's pretty terrible at weaponizing Christianity as an excuse to be an asshole.
That's the thing you've got to do. You've got to, if you want a nation to succeed, here is your 3-step plan. Step 1, remove idols. Step 2.
You are a devout Catholic. Remove idols as you fucking have an idol. No, come on. What happened was, first off, I do think there was some kind of cheating that went on, and there's evidence of it now that Elon Musk was involved in it. However, with that being said, Kamala still doomed herself, because I think if she stayed popular enough, she could have overcome them trying to rig shit. I always say, when Kamala Harris was at a rally and there were protesters against what was going on in Gaza, and instead of addressing it, she went, "Shh, I'm speaking." I'm like, oh boy, we have some trouble here. Her her chances of actually winning the nomination have significantly, her winning the presidency, I mean to say, have just decreased significantly. Well,
remove sexual immorality, perversion. But like in 1 Kings, 2 Kings, it was the shrine prostitutes, they had male prostitutes that were rampant, and the Asherah poles, the idols. Step 3, pray for the country. Acknowledge Jesus Christ.
See how...
Imagine she went in front of a class and gave this, she would get an F. She's so terrible. I'm not even talking about what she's, I mean, what she's saying is complete shit, but she's so terrible at this. God, she can't even like fake not being able to fucking add fluff to her videos.
Bad she is at this. I'm going to skip through most of this video because it's just her poorly reading this article, and it seems like she didn't really read it ahead of time.
They also said
all of them are mostly confidently stupid. That's the thing. If you're dumb enough, you don't realize how dumb you are and you think you're very intelligent.
Where was that about the... This is a gigantic article, and I do not feel like reading all of it. So there was a mention. Okay, playing it safe. We're just going to do easy mode. Okay.
She doesn't watch Pixar movies. She can't read the Bible critically, and she can't even be bothered to read articles on the topic she's covering in this video.
Yeah, that sounds like all of them. Literally. That is exactly how they all are. And their audiences, like I said, don't care.
So she just keeps repeating herself that children's media shouldn't have gay representation. And I've heard this cry before, you know, people saying, I don't have a problem with gay people. It's just, you know, I don't want any homosexuality in children's media because I don't think children can handle it.
This is just where we're at. I mean, obviously, seeing this being acknowledged, seeing a lot of people leave their feedback on it and saying, hey, this is good. This is good that they avoided those themes. This is a show for children, a movie for children. That's another thing, right? That makes it even more. Okay, you definitely shouldn't be putting...
Yeah, and all these fucking Bible thumpers, Octropia over on Twitch, they'd be the first he'd want to go after.
A crap in children's shows. I don't think we should be putting it in anything. Not for adult movies either.
Actually, never mind what I just said. It's not just children's media. She doesn't want anything gay in any media for any demographic.
People so much want to tell me, oh, just mind your own business. Why do you care about what queer people are doing and this and that? Well,
yeah, please explain how you want to force your beliefs onto other people that literally, if you were normal, wouldn't affect you. Please explain it, Melanie. I know what you're, oh, it's God, it's my duty, or whatever the fuck. Let's listen to what she's going to say. I'm sure it's going to be a nonsensical, childish rebuttal.
Well, first of all, I don't want to see them go to hell. Oh, you're so hate.
I was there once. Religion gets you to forget everything else exists, and you live in nothing but a religion bubble.
Yeah. And they feel safe in that bubble. Here is what I'll never understand too. So why don't you let God is very powerful. Let God sort it out. Because your whole thing, I want to save them from hell, is that, no, I want them to live by my law, my rule, not laws, my beliefs. And I don't want them to have rights. But it's always that, oh, I want to, you don't want to fucking save them. You don't want to save them. You want to control the narrative. You want to control people. You want to have power.
Well, I'm not hating anybody. To me, what's hateful would be to encourage that behavior. Encourage behavior that is harming themselves and harming society. That's hateful. encouraging that.
You just called all gay people perverts, hateful slurs, and declare that they are going to burn in hell for their sexuality. Fuck off with this "I'm not hateful, I'm just a good Christian" defense. The remainder of this video is just her repeat.
Well, that's the shield they could hide behind. And a lot of people buy it. And like I said, all the time, they feel, God, I'm thinking of the people in my head right now. They feel morally superior simply because they go to a church. They go to a fucking building. Make it make sense, dude.
Repeating herself without saying much about Inside Out 2. And mind you, the movie had been out for months by the time she made this video. She could have seen the movie to offer her perspective and counter the possible gay themes, but she didn't. She was too busy reading the Bible and bitching about how gay people are awful. But there's no excuse with
Zen Master just subscribed for 5 months over on Twitch. Thank you. I'll add you to the board, and I appreciate that. Now putting us, I believe, at 66. Thank you. What's up, Zen Master? How are you?
X-Men 97. That show debuted on streaming, and she could certainly watch a few episodes in between misreading scripture. So let's see what she has to say about this revival cartoon, of which she watched the first 2 episodes. Personally, I thought the show was pretty good. It did stumble a little bit with the voice acting in the first few episodes, but it did find a good groove, and it actually took some big risks. But what are Melanie Macadamia's thoughts on the show?
I do think that the characters, their personalities, and all of that are pretty accurate. I don't think they're as good as the 90s, the actual 90s version. But I do think that they still mainly stuck with the characters' overall recognizability, right? So we didn't get any overt race swaps, gender swaps, or anything like that.
Okay, weird thing to be concerned about considering this is a direct sequel to the X-Men cartoon. You know, the cartoon known for direct...
And they always go to, things were better with this. Things were like, shut the fuck up, man. What they're really saying is that I like when nothing evolves.
Cucumbers.
Nothing. Phantos, sir, thank you. Now putting us at 68 total, which is kind of insane between YouTube and Twitch. Thank you for the support on both platforms, everybody. I appreciate that. There's a lot of people that I know are conservatives because they want the days of old where they felt like they were in your peak. That's not going to happen. 68 members and subs is absolutely insane so far. Thank you very much. Like, it's not, no matter how hard you try and will it, like, I know fucking, what's his name is like this. Craig from Side Scrollers. Oh, things were so much better. Yeah, it's not 1999 anymore. Fuck off. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, it's never going to be 1999 again. We have moved on. You could either move along with society and how it evolves, or you could be stuck in the past and not accept change. Like, get over it, man. Like, yeah, okay, you're in your 40s now like me, and you're not 18 anymore. Accept it. Dave Calzone has subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much, my friend. Now putting us at 68. I think it'll, now putting us at 69, sorry. Thank you, Dave Calzone. I think with what's going on right now, you're going to see a big shift left because people are like, yeah, this shit sucks. Late stage capitalism is kind of fucking garbage, huh? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It sucks. Fascism sucks.
directly lifting stories from the comics, which X-Men 97 did as well.
Not yet, at least. It's not too late. I mean, despite Morph being called non-binary in some of the interviews or whatever, and by the way, Morph is a total if you didn't catch what I said,
isn't there like even like the Italian prime minister, isn't there like someone even more far right than her? Jostler subscribing with Prime. That she may lose to, that's insane. Now putting us at 70. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Like I heard that, I'm like, oh, come on, dude.
yeah, he's fruity. So
Well, at least she censored her homophobic slur. But
the Gabe Newell interview video. What are you talking about?
the fact that she had to censor herself in real time makes it pretty clear she really, really wants to use some hateful slurs. Also, is it really that frustrating that Morph, a character that can literally turn into both genders, would be non-binary? Because that doesn't sound like a...
Oh, the Silver Mania one? Yeah, I kind of assumed that was inevitable. I think that was inevitable, that happening. Different era.
massive altercation to the character.
Still a classic, but I get it.
but there definitely are some woke undertones. Let's not pretend there aren't.
Fascinating. I thought the elements that were deemed woke by the anti-woke crowd were pretty evident in the show, but maybe there were some undertones that I missed.
On episode 2, us.
Like, come up with a new... Don't you want to... But they can't be more creative. These are the least creative people that sit in front of a microphone ever. Let's keep... But you can't think of another word besides woke. So you don't sound so cookie cutter. I don't care about the word woke. I don't find it fucking offensive. I just think it's so goddamn outdated and overused.
Especially, they lay it on pretty thick. Now, on the first episode, not as much, but on the second one, certainly. I will say, too, that this cartoon as a whole, even the woke elements aside, it lacks the heart. I just don't think that modern writers are as good as older writers used to be. They're just not.
Okay, we're not really getting into specifics here, but maybe she's just laying the groundwork for talking about the show more in depth.
Yeah, but you I'm sorry you're going through it. You anticipating grief and wanting to go like think of like you're thinking of the person in a better time is not the same as what they're spewing. It's not even on the same level. There's no comparison between it, to be real with you.
A lot of the stuff that we see just doesn't have the same heart to it. And I think because it's just more vapid, if you will. And that's what it really feels like.
Coming from the queen of vapid on the fucking screen right now. Oh my God, dude. You can't get more, like, no, the quartering is at least equal, but you generally can't get more vapid than this shit.
Here, not to mention the animation looks like it's made with Flash or something. It just, it lacks the soul of the 90s cartoon of X-Men.
Speaking as someone who has been using Flash since the days of Macromedia, no, it doesn't look like Flash. I don't know how anybody could watch the opening episode with the attack on the Sentinels and say that animation looks cheap and lifeless. Also, I'm going to defend this updated animation because if you actually watch the original 1990s cartoon, It was poorly timed. Many scenes were rushed and felt off in the action, as though the directors were worried they wouldn't fit the entire script into a half-hour episode. There are a few problems with X-Men 97, but I think the animation was an improvement.
I just want to talk a little bit about some of the undertones, some of the things that I noticed on the second episode that I felt was a lot more woke pandering.
You know what's funny was this from 2020, like early. I don't think any director would admit that now, unless they were bought out by dark money interests on the right.
So for certain, and which I'll read a little more on here from Bounding into Comics. So Hollywood director argues.
Yeah, another poorly veiled right-wing fucking.
X-Men 97 chose to adapt the trial of Magneto in order to take a swing at the MAGA crowd. I definitely did feel like there was some swings being made at the MAGA crowd.
And do you know why?
Take a swing or when I saw take a swing, I'm like, he's trying to win them over. All right, never mind. He's swinging at them. Good.
Why the violent protesters of this episode were perceived as an allegory for the MAGA crowd? Because they're bigots who want the rights of others taken away and to dismantle the civility of due process. You know, like the insurrection
the Juggernaut.
On January
that was
6th.
Classic.
If you saw the hateful rhetoric of the protesters in this cartoon and thought, oh, they're taking a swing at MAGA, maybe it's because MAGA looks that bad.
I think the overall message that we're getting is definitely trying to take a swing at anybody who's not on board with woke ideology. They're definitely trying to insert this oppression. Hey, we're oppressed. We need affirmation. This, that, and the other type message. And what you'll see with, you know, there was a fight scene, for example, and one of the humans was like, hey, humans have problems too. You don't see us whining about it. I hate that you whine about it, and I hate you. And that to me definitely felt like a jab at people who are not affirming, for example, the victim mindset with people that they're trying to push. The whole like, oh, let's make women and Black people victims, right? Or the alphabet community. Oh, we need affirmation. Oh, we're victims. Constant victim mentality. And so whenever people push back and say, hey,
gee, I wonder why when there's bitches like you that want to, I want to save them from eternal damnation, and you make them seem subhuman. And what's amazing is you say that they nowhere near pull the victim card like you motherfuckers do, and you're the aggressors. I can't with these fucking people, man.
Everybody has problems. We're not whining about it. We're not playing victim.
As your entire fucking video here is you whining about it and playing victim. It's not even up for debate. Yeah, her voice is so bad. Yeah. Fantasir wrote, what the fuck is she talking about? Oh yeah, this idiot woman doesn't realize that the X-Men were created from the outcast classes in mind. Gay, ethnic minorities, they were all represented by X-Men. Dude, she doesn't even read the article that she's talking about. And even if she knew this, she wouldn't bring it up anyway, because she doesn't care about actually
World
giving
Cup
information.
watch-along, let's do it.
World Cup watch-along? When? I don't know anything about the World Cup. Oh, you're talking with Trump?
That's what they're saying. They're not saying, I hate
Can I watch that without getting a fucking strike? Let's keep it real.
you. They're saying, hey, can you just not be a victim? Can you get out of this victim mentality? Because that doesn't help anybody.
Dismissing somebody's plight by saying everybody has problems is not an effective argument. This is sometimes referred to as the fallacy of relative privation. It's an argument that whatever problems you might be facing are relatively minuscule compared to bigger problems. This argument doesn't work because the entire purpose is not to address the problem, but to sweep it away. Who cares about the high prices you have to pay at the grocery store? There are homeless people who can't afford food. Did your mother die? Well, tons of people are dying in Gaza. You have problems? Well, everybody has problems.
What title might come
And
on
if
Father
everybody
Bird?
has problems,
Pokeballs.
then nobody's problems truly matters, but especially
what do you mean,
yours. Melaneon Demon here is arguing this point as a means of victim blaming. Specifically, she cites women and black people, believing they should just stop whining and fix everything themselves instead of making systemic problems more vocal. Because if you individualize problems, they don't have to be your problems.
And the thing, they're playing the victim. Gee, first off, you're proving why they are the victim. And as you're sitting here whining about, they're taking away religion, that's why society's going in the shitter. And so you're literally here playing the victim while bitching about other people being the victim. It's the purposeful lack of self-awareness is unfucking believable.
And you can just yell at whoever's bringing them up to shut up because you don't like the volume.
There is also a scene where Storm in the courtroom is like, silence, blah, 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 like says her spiel. And it was a total on the nose, stay silent when a black woman speaks moment. I was like, wow.
Excuse me, but Storm controls the fucking weather. You do not speak over a woman like that.
But here in the cartoon, they have something that really stood out to me, where they're trying to insert some of their ideologies into this. Because, like, when I think of X-Men, of actual, more of the old school.
And she's all like, oh, I'm about traditional marriage. And I'm like, as you're sitting here right now, you want to do the whole trad thing, you're in front of a mic with fucking tattoos on, lady. You look like the antithesis of trad. And if it was like the 50s and 60s, you wouldn't be able to do any of this and you would fucking hate it. You think in that oppressive society back then, where women were only supposed to be in the fucking kitchen and maybe be a secretary, that in most cases, save for some celebrities, that they would let you on the microphone and speak like this, no matter what direction you were speaking in? Hell no. It's amazing how they'll willingly shoot themselves in the foot when they say shit like this.
X-Men and the stuff that I watched from the 90s, I always had the impression, and the message that it left me was, yeah, did the X-Men want to be accepted by society? Yes. But the overall...
Yeah, she'd have to be subservient for her fucking husband over on Twitch. Regulus Realms. She wouldn't be able to do any of this. It's like when Erica Kirk talks about being a trad wife and she's the CEO of fucking multi-millionaire of a right-wing propaganda company, which is all that Turning Point is. It's even worse now after Charlie Kirk was dead.
You know what happens to Melanie Mack when she gets struck by lightning?
Her transition to Pinocchio is complete. 40 months, man. Thank you. Well, none of that, dude. They don't even, a lot of these grifters don't even read the article. Smash JT is a perfect example. He's like, you would go to ChatGPT and like look for ways to make anti-woke, like a spin into anti-woke shit. They do let alone zero research. They do reverse research. Because they'll just make up shit to make it have an anti-woke spin to it so they could rage about it.
message was, at
Rich,
least
I'm
my
just letting
takeaway
you know I need the shit.
was
Well,
that,
I shit
hey,
before, so we're in the same boat.
society does not accept the X-Men. They're mutants, they're freaks.
If we hit the goal, it's a lofty goal, but I am going to be here for 12 hours no matter what. So that is a choice I made, especially because this will be the last 12-hour stream for a very, very long. I'll be streaming quite a bit, but these long ones like this, they're starting to fuck me up the next day, probably because I'm old as shit. And plus there's other stuff. Like I don't want to do a huge stream and then I end up waking up late because I'm exhausted and then I can't get other content done.
I explained Melanie to a religious student worker earlier and they responded, well, being gay is against teachings. I love this worker, but wow.
Yep. There's no critical thinking, man. It's just obey. And that is by design.
They're freaks of society. They're rejects. And yet they still choose to protect humanity, the world. So they're protecting the very people who hate them. And that just showed their character. That just showed that, hey, they're heroes in this area, in this way.
So thank you,
because
Octropia,
I mean,
for the
it's
bits, by the
easy
way.
to help people who love you.
I mean, sure, the X-Men help humanity, but they still don't tolerate their bullshit. You have a very poor interpretation of the 1990s cartoon. Did you forget the first episode where the mutants attack the...
Because she doesn't really obviously fucking know anything about it. I know he knows that, but I'm just saying. These people bitch about things they don't even care about or understand. Or, even worse, dare to understand. And their audience, especially, oh my God, she's a female. And maybe if I simp for her 24 hours a day on fucking X, she'll not ignore me. And how many times they just shut their brain. I remember their brains off. I remember I was on Locale Live. She came on and everyone's like, shut up, Rich. Keep talking, queen. I'm like, yeah, milady her. She'll totally want to sleep with you, dude. Have a good day, gamer from nowhere. Have a good one. Hope all is well, man.
Government's mutant registration program designed to target and kill mutants? Did you forget the resulting trial for Beast, who was imprisoned without bail for being considered a threat? Did you forget when Wolverine almost sliced into humans after Beast is beaten at the end of his hearing? If all you took away from this cartoon was that you just need to play nice with people who want to hurt you, that is a huge reduction of the...
Well, I mean, go back to what happened in Minnesota again. Oh, he shouldn't have had a gun. He should have just complied. And he wasn't trying to shoot them. That it's the same. Basically, it's the same message, but she's talking about X-Men. Think about it, right?
The show's thoughtful nature. I'm almost certain that Melmac Chopra here has not watched the cartoon since she was a child, because that sounds like a very childish take.
But now what I get more so from this cartoon is like, why aren't you affirming me? Affirm me. Now, again, they wanted that, but it just seems different.
Maybe it seems different now because your current politics do not align with those in the X-Men cartoon. Also, I don't think appealing to the government by saying, hey, let's not murder me and my friends for being different is some whining for affirmation. These are the same politics that were present in the X-Men animated series of the 19...
Yeah, because I think he did call Eric an incel. Remember Eric was getting all like awkward and weird? When Melanie was like, oh my God, you're such a fucking dork. Trying so hard to not be a dork, which makes you even more of a fucking dork. Let's just keep it real.
1990s. But since you've gone all Christian conservative with a major hate boner for gay people, you now have to grapple with the fact that you can't understand the social plight of the mutants in the X-Men. That is why this new cartoon seems different to somebody like you, while it just looks like...
Nah, I don't think he's a virgin. I'm sure he had a good romp back in it, but then there's the weird shit where he, like, allegedly groomed an underage girl and waited until she was 18. I mean, there's even a text to him saying, like, I don't know, what did Jostler send me? Oh, here's that clip of a much fatter me. We'll watch that in a second. Thank you, Jostler.
X-Men to everybody else.
And a lot of what we're seeing from like the Alphabet Mafia, for example, what we're
very creative
seeing from them and how they want to call themselves, basically, like they want to pretend like the X-Men were created to represent them. Oh yeah, the X-Men is a queer story. You know, this modern one's definitely trying to push that. But the old school stuff, oh
yeah, well, from what I'm hearing, that's part of the actual lore. Oh yeah, Eric. I'm sure Eric is. He's a butthurt little gnome. So I'll show that over on. We're gonna have a 8-Bit Eric stream over on Twitch. So, and quartering, and Smash GPT. We'll call him that.
it was all about queers all along. It was all about queers and marginalized people. They think that they're the X-Men.
And this didn't really work out for her. She kind of got bodied with this. Yeah, well, there's a lot of interesting stories around 8-Bit Eric. And he also gets really weird with women in his own chat. We've literally seen that clips of him before.
Basically,
the X-Men are mutants who face discrimination from powerful oppressive forces. So yeah, a lot of marginalized people can relate to these characters. And while much of the X-Men's plight reflects the civil rights movement, there are still stories that reflect the queer community.
I went to go check something on X, and Ames is anger messaging me.
Remember the legacy virus and how it parallels the AIDS epidemic that affects gay people? Or the first gay wedding in 2004's Astonishing X-Men? Well, okay, she probably doesn't remember that. I mean, she admitted that she didn't read the comics, but she did say that she watched the X-Men movies. Okay, so do you remember that scene in X2, X-Men United, where Iceman confesses to his parents that he's a mutant?
I was just curious. I wouldn't show it on screen because he's a butthurt bitch. I was like, man. Oh, wait, no, he's replying to people about me. No, he's anger watching me right now. Eric is anger watching me right now and replying to a troll of mine on Twitter. I won't show it. Someone wrote mentally stable review tech doing this shit again. I guess meaning that I'm bringing the streams that are more controversial to salvage my channel over on Twitch, but okay. 8-Bit Eric, bro is fucking high out of his mind on something. Listen how slow and drawn out he's talking. He must have taken his meds. Rich's weight loss injections. What did Eric say? They think it's Jostler. Man, this is we got an alt account. He's making sure he thinks Jostler's in there. Ape and Eric saying I'm an e-beggar, yet he is. Someone wrote reviews said they say money is the root of evil, but humans trying to acquire wealth is the true root of all evil. Brother, that's what it means. Yet he is asking for money constantly. How does it even make sense, your reply, Eric? Oh my God, you try too hard. You're so obsessed. Oh God, I hope he's watching. Oh, interesting. How a troll account and Eric are both really into Grace Thorpe. That's another one. He's commenting on which hair color looks best on her, because that's not fucking weird at all. He's simping for Smash JT. Like, saying the person who wrote this factual information about the Alyssa Mercante Smash JT lawsuit is just this guy trying to get in Alyssa Mercante's pants. And he wrote, you know, karma is a heck of a thing. When you're broke and Remy Green and Alyssa Mercante own most of your assets, you'll cry, beg, and plead and beg. Karma will hold you accountable, and you'll be able to reflect on posts like this and realize that you deserved every bit of it. And someone wrote, and Smash JT replied, this is the person who wrote, got laid off from Bungie Day alongside a crap ton of other really great people. I'm so proud to have worked on Destiny Marathon. Bull up top. Pronoun crew represent. To a guy who just got laid off. That was Smash JT's reply, because he is a loud and proud piece of shit. And Eric, because that guy, McDizzle Gaming, who's a creator that he's on X, wrote, like, the dude McDizzle was simping. I hope she sees this, bro. And he had a GIF like it's 2009. When I had to unlist a lot of my streams or private them, yes, I know they still are. They're not deleted. Oh, you're going into the same shit with JKB. It's so over, but he won't let it go. Eric, I showed my flag history again, which is non-existent. Why don't you show yours? I'm sure you don't have anything there you're willing to hide. That you want to hide, I should say. When did I say I don't... he strikes, he claims it was you or someone in our detractor already offered to show him. He was the one who, JKB was on the call with me, showed my entire... I've never once seen your flag history. Not once. What are you talking about? I've never once seen your flag history. You're just fucking lying at this point. I just did it on my stream. Fire up a stream right now and show yours. It's really simple. Takes seconds. I could even send you the link that automatically goes to your flag history to show who you reported. I'm willing to help you with that. Let's see. Oh, man, it's just like I go here. Oh, wow, he actually had... Yo, he literally... Oh, this one is... Oh, I can't show it. Where he's trying to hit 100K by April 2027. And it just so happens that he's, June 24th. When did I hit 100K? And now he's worrying about hitting 100K when before he was talking about essentially quitting YouTube. I hit 100K. Now he's going for the gold. Coincidence? Maybe. You can do this, Eric. Let's rock, someone wrote to him. And, yeah, he's posting more AI images. God, I wish I could show this. That's why there is a perfect example right here. Why I have to do shit on Twitch and Kick. Like that, anyway. Yeah, he's never showed a fucking thing. Never showed a thing. The only thing I remember is hearing that, like, someone, like, oh, he never flagged you, but there's stuff in there he doesn't want to show because. So I'm like, well, one, okay, thank you for letting me know that he definitely flagged people and he swears he's anti-flagging. But just show it. Because no matter what, you've painted yourself in the corner of your anti-flagging no matter who. So if there's a bunch of flag history there, Eric, I guess you're not anti-flagging, huh? But I'm sure all those sock accounts that just act like you too, that are trolls, I'm sure that's not you, even though you've been caught being a fucking troll with the random account before. Oh my God.
That's essentially a coming out scene, akin to someone admitting to their parents that they're gay.
I would love to show you. It's all, go to his X right now. You go to his replies, you could see everything. Don't bother him though. Leave him alone. Just go passively observe. And you'll see what I'm talking about.
The association is even hammered home when his mother asks him, have you tried not being mutant? You know, like, can you try not being gay? Because his parents don't accept him for who he is? Do you get it yet? But I'm sure Melanie Big Max has some excuse for why gay people shouldn't identify.
I know he's reading his script, but it's still good. It's still good. The only, like I said, constructive criticism I give is he has to find a way to more so look at the camera. Other than that, this guy makes top tier shit.
With the X-Men.
The overall message of, hey, here are the X-Men who are helping people and what separated them from the villains, right? The good mutants from the bad ones. Was that the good ones were still protecting society, this very society that hated them. We don't see that with the Alphabet Mafia. You don't see any of that. You see the opposite of that. The Alphabet Mafia act like the villains of X-Men. If we're being real, they act like the villains of X-Men. It's like they want to force themselves on society. They want to force their ideologies on everybody, and they want to brainwash and bring more people in to their ideologies.
Okay, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. The LGBTQ community is having more of their basic human rights stripped away, and you're acting like those people, the ones being persecuted and demonized by our own government, are the villains in X-Men. Okay, so this is a common...
Because they love that they're being demonized. That to them is fantastic. That's like, yeah, that's what I voted for. Her voice is fucking insufferable, dude.
Problem with allegorical media and the idiotic Christian conservatives who consume it. You see, for those who can't read allegories and themes, they think they're the rebels of any story. Conservatives look at the X-Men and they say, that's me, I'm just like them. Wolverine never outright stated that he supports trans rights. Cyclops never stated that he was gay. Charles Xavier never claimed he was just like Martin Luther King. And Beast never said he only...
Greetings from Japan. First time from Distort89 over on Twitch. Greetings from Japan. Thank you. Love to see you branching out more and more people. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I mean... Again, not an ideal choice, but it's a logical and required one. Because if I want to grow this channel, constantly having a warning on it is not a way to do it. So...
votes Democrat, therefore the X-Men must represent my values and nothing else. This is also why they hate it when you point out the obvious allegorical connections, because it makes them look dumb. So no, Melanoscopy Mac, I strongly disagree that the
Melanoscopy. Well, yeah, she's something that gets shit out, that's for sure.
LGBTQ community are the villains of X-Men. But you know who I do view as the villains of X-Men? People who demonize others because they're different, remove their basic human rights, and try to shame them with offensive slurs because it threatens their view of normalcy. You know, people like you.
Now, something that stood out here with one of the lines in the cartoon for X-Men 97 was where, so he talks about being a freak of a mutant, and when he talks about,
Oh my God, she literally didn't even read the article in the slightest. You don't add any character to your read too? I cite from the articles and read from them too, but Jesus Christ, have some fucking energy. Oh yeah, he's definitely strike happy. He's actively watching me right now, obviously. He's doing play-by-play shit over on X, Eric. Oh man. Oh, the stream over on Twitch and Kick with him in it is going to be fucking glorious. Oh man, yeah, like imagine, like, dude, there's people that I hate. I mean, okay, Eric I watch on stream, but that's also profitable. Like, man, you're sitting there humming on and on about me, and I don't even have X on my fucking phone. I don't give, I check on you here because it's funny, and I'm interested to see your obsession with me, which is still there. Like, dude, make some, like, fucking videos or something, man. Make a video about this. Like, why do you sit there on a platform for free? You're like that, speaking of X-Men, you're like that X-Men meme where it's fucking Wolverine holding the picture and it's my fucking ugly face in it. Oh, my God, my God, my God, my God. I will be, I think it's sometime. I'm also going to have the quartering. See, because that's the other reason, too. Not only do I want to protect this channel and keep it healthy so it can grow. It kind of sounds like I'm talking about a plant, but I guess that's a weird, corny, but proper analogy. It's also so I want to have free reign. And here's the thing. Twitch has stupid rules, and I'm sure I'll get banned, and I'm sure they'll try to abuse the same systems. And same on Kick. Well, Kick is even tougher. But then I could go, if especially... Exactly. DSP's autistic cooling, Joe.
8-Bit Eric loves your ass. Can I get an Earth People?
Yes, actually you can. It's on the soundboard. Yeah, he's obsessed. Rad Wizard over on Twitch. He's fucked.
First patient, pull out the skull, remove the cancer, breaking his back, chisel next for the answer. Supersonic.
I don't even know, man. That's when I actually was on edibles. There you go, Eric. And no samples. I just put a weird ass bass line and me going boing did a flip, and I added a cool Keith acapella. That is one of the more weird and original tracks, for better or for worse, that I made. That's from Tourette's. I threw Tourette's guy in there. I don't know why. Happy birthday, early, Brendan Sutton. She copying Jay's hairstyle. Can you doubt? Dude, I've given you a link to that. I could give it to you again. I don't fucking care. But haven't I given a link for that like 7,000 times? I don't care to give you it again. I'll give it to you in a few, or like, I would say like 20 minutes, but dude, maybe Eric wants my holes. Yeah. Neo, don't tempt me with a computer.
2-Bit Eric wants you to be his top, Rich.
Oh, your build is insane. You got the Asus ROG Strix. That's your motherboard, I'm guessing. Intel Core Ultra. Is it a laptop or is this a desktop? 32 gigabytes of RAM, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080, 2 terabytes. How much did that fucking cost you? Was that pre Rampocalypse? Yeah, dude, maybe he secretly has a boner for me. It's just sitting there. And dude, listen. I used to be on Twitter too much, and I realized that these people, no matter what I say, just fucking are going to so fighting with them and wasting all that fucking energy. Finally, I learned after like at least a decade, and I was like, nah, man, I got to pack up my bags and this shit. It's out of control. And finally I did. I have the sock account where, you know, I'll check on him while I'm streaming. But I don't even have the app on my phone. I use it to do some stuff with images and Grok too. Like, if, hey, get rid of this logo. But that's it. I retired my X/Twitter jersey, and thank fuck. That was being on there, and it's my fault because I got terminal on there. Fuck with my mental health too. Glad I made that decision. I think it's part of the reason why I've helped me become many other things too, but a portion of the reason I became more even keeled is staying off that fucking psychopath platform.
Yes, here we go. Born a mutant, an abomination to their misnamed gods. Like, what is that? Who's that? What's that?
Yeah, 8-Bit Eric is here for the... Hi, Eric. I know you're watching. I love you. I mean, tell me that you're lying. You're literally tweeting, watching my stream, saying you don't like the pace that I'm speaking at. So obviously drugs. I mean, I haven't shut the fuck up. What is it? How long we've been on this one video for? But yeah, man, I'm just totally drugged out right now.
Pointed at an abomination to their misnamed gods. Well,
yeah, PWR has a boner for me too.
God in the Bible, the real true God in the Bible calls
Oh, well, this is his lady over here too. So we know Eric does the milady shit, right? He does the where he thinks being overly nice is going to make him get, like, dude, it doesn't work.
Sexuality and abomination. Okay. And I believe the Bible. I believe whether the, like, no matter what is in, like, the Bible is truth. Whether I like it or not, it's true.
When Christians claim that God considers homosexuality an abomination, they're likely referring to passages from Leviticus, specifically.
Well, it's a coping mechanism to deal with our inevitable demise. But, I mean, again, freedom of religion, but it's such an antiquated thing to... Basically, what religion acted as before we understood technology and science and before society has evolved, it gave simplistic answers to the complex problems of life. So it filled people with comfort. So.
Specifically, quote, "You shall not lie with a male as with a woman, for this is an abomination." But those passages have been mistranslated from their context, referring less to homosexuality and more to incest and pedophilia, which is not the same as homosexuality. If you were to read the Bible this way, there are a lot of passages that would also condemn heterosexuality based on the association. So I guess Melanie Bellamy reads the Bible about as critically as she does the X-Men.
And so you even have Magneto call the people bigots. Bigots! Yeah.
I mean, yeah, bigotry was kind of a big element of the X-Men cartoon. Why are you pretending that it wasn't? Seriously.
Dude, Harmon Smith has literally just become a Kino Casino Clips channel. It's so obviously desperate. He has me in a short. He's just given up. Like, he pretended like he was making a living off of his content. Convex Cornet, he's chatting. How are you? What do you mean? Why do I attract? Because it's the internet, dude. And what happens is, well, a lot of times, well, Eric is just a piece of shit. And
why would Satan punish us for hating the same God he did? LOL.
All the group of fictional characters.
Go back and watch the original cartoon.
Quesadillas sound lovely, wrestling shorts.
I think you'll be shocked by how woke it was for not being afraid to address bigotry.
In the opinion of the aforementioned Russo, the scene was specifically chosen for adaptation in X-Men 97 in order to take a swing at MAGA voters. Do you think the MAGA crowd has figured out that episode 2 of X-Men 97 is about them and the January 6th insurrectionists yet? Or nah, because January 6th, they can't.
How do you feel about that, Melanie? You're about to say something really stupid that I just paused you on. Here we go.
Get over it. That is, they're obsessed with it. It's their 9/11.
Consider.
They tried to overthrow the government. It was a very tragic fucking day. That we will feel the repercussions of. Our democracy was definitely weakened that day, dude. And that's the thing. You're just so insufferable and so fucking full of shit that you could just brush that off. And that also proves, too, that they're more concerned about control. Yeah, we wanted them to overthrow the government. We wanted our Christian nationalist nation or our fundamentalist nation. And they got in the way. You considered a tragedy. I considered it. We almost had a chance. It's like, what are we doing? It's so wild. How you could see what was on camera and just be like, peaceful protests, people breaking in, shitting on desks, beating up cops. Nah, just another day at the office. Jesus Christ.
During the January 6th insurrection was an attempt to dismantle our democratic process, where politicians were targeted and people died during this attack on the Capitol.
They wanted to find and kill Mike Pence. But that, you know what though? But he actually stood up for something. He's still a piece of shit though, don't worry. He's weird around women too. But and look at like Amy Barron Cohen, the Supreme Court judge that voted against changing mail-in ballots. Now they're saying that Trump, who hired her,
she should need a license to buy stream equipment.
Yeah, seriously. 100%. The Supreme Court judge that Trump appointed was a fucking DEI hire. And the brain dead people that follow people like Melanie Mack and Benny Johnson, because he posted that, will just to be like, yes, she is. And I bet you they don't even know or care that they're like, wait a second, Trump hired another trying to say that she's a DEI hire. Why? Because she wasn't obedient. It's all about obedience. Just obey. Don't think. Doesn't matter if it's terrible. Doesn't matter if it's wrong. Your fucking job is to obey. And if you go beyond that, we will destroy you. How many times you hear of someone who disagreed with Trump once and they either primary him or shame? Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was even defending what happened after 2020. That's why you should never, I don't give a fuck what she says or does. Do not ever trust that woman. She's a fucking snake. But all she wanted to do was release the Epstein files, to hold wealthy child rapist accountable. And he said she was a traitor. And when he found out that her kid was getting death threats because Trump was on a phone call with her, he called her, I guess, and he said, well, he deserves it. It's about obedience, and what they're showing when is like, don't step the fuck out of line.
Rich, I obey you.
Thank you.
Purge.
Changeling, thank you. Dark Anus, thank you. And what they're saying loud and clear is, no, you don't have any, you cannot think for yourselves at all. You stray from us in the slightest, we will come for you and destroy you, or worse. Shut the fuck up and do as you're told. It's unbelievable, man.
It's not exactly something to take lightly.
A lot of people are waking up, but more do. More need to wake up, man.
You can see that event reflected in the episode, where Magneto's trial is disrupted by people who want to kill him.
You know, I think what we've seen with a lot of modern adaptations of stuff is just overt, blatant, in your face changes with like race swap characters and gender swapped characters, this, that, and the other. So I feel like they're trying a subtle approach here. Oh, let's mix some nostalgia with it. Okay, they're trying to be more subtle about it with their woke ideologies that they're inserting into this, but it's still there. They just mix in some.
God, I can't stand the buzzwords. When you use those buzzwords, it tells me that you don't really have an argument, because you're going to the low-hanging fruit to try to keep people engaged. And it kind of works, which is pathetic, but it does.
Nostalgia, and they think they're gonna get away with it, but it's still there.
It is the
Oh my God, she has purple lighting. Who said that? Foil Grim, that's right.
Same stuff from the original cartoon. Bigotry was always an issue in the show. Relatable allegorical representation was always in.
Yeah, I even know that, man. They were outcasts. That was fucking part of the X-Men.
The show. If you think
I'm not going to make it like I'm read up on all of the lore with X-Men. I'm not. But I even knew that. The fuck?
An X-Men cartoon acknowledging bigotry is woke, maybe X-Men was never for you. In addition to being terrible at reading the messaging in media, Melba Toast Mac also fails at reading when rumors are false. Take, for example, her coverage of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, in which she brings up that Master Splinter has a boyfriend now.
Hi, nice to meet you. What's your name? Sorry to scare you like that on a Wednesday or whenever you're watching this. Not really sorry, but anyway, Splinter from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the new Mutant Mayhem is rumored as being gay right now.
Okay, I'm going to spare you the remaining 19 minutes of this shitty video where she mostly just bashes on queer people. Also, because I don't really have...
And that's all it is, because they don't have any evidence to back up anything that they're doing. That's all it is. They're not like, hey, here is concrete evidence to back up my case. It's no, they bash, and their audiences with drool coming out of their mouths cheer. And they have another video that they made some ad revenue on. There you go. That's the formula.
Have to try that hard to debunk this video. The rumor that Splinter is gay is just a lie, despite being built on confusion. The confusion stemmed from marketing materials that falsely referred to the character Scumbug as a man. In the movie, Splinter hooks up with Scumbug by the end, but the movie clearly refers to Scumbug as a woman. Splinter was not gay as Melocomotion bemoans. It was a marketing error. But hey, why waste a chance to boast about how much you hate gay people? Now, all of these videos are pretty bad, but they were from years ago. And Mel Mac has made many changes in her life since then. She took a hiatus from YouTube for many months to focus on getting married. And when she returned to her channel as a married woman, she said that she would steer away from the culture war. So maybe that time away from YouTube did her some good and she'll stop with...
Yeah, she got bodied. That was really the reason. She got bodied. She thought that she was going to like get the red carpet rolled out her and she would finally get the amount of relevancy she wanted on the internet. But no. So that's why she limped away.
The culture war bullshit on movies and TV shows that she doesn't fully comprehend. Just kidding, she went back to doing the same shit. Here she is bitching about the Supergirl movie.
Oh, it looks like the Supergirl movie is going to be terrible. I know we're 2 months before release, but guess what? Millie Alcock, the lead actress for this movie, is already doing damage control. Already giving excuses for why this is going to flop. By pulling that...
God, her husband must be deaf after he has sex with her. She must sound like a banshee.
victim card, that, oh, my misogyny. They're not gonna like this because my misogyny. Because I'm a woman. And people don't like women.
Yep, here we go again. Yep, I remember this song. I know the stuff she's gonna say here.
Here we have, she's already saying she's gonna...
Yeah, like, all right, you want to be, like, be creative with your take. That's one thing, I guess, like, they're awful fucking people. But at least, no, actually Side Scrollers is terrible now with, like, the fucking fascist VTubers and goth dudes who were fucking fascists from the UK on there who were abused their exes. No, I'm not kidding. But at least I guess I could still say that they try something. This is just terrible noise.
To face backlash
Take
simply
it, Rich.
by existing as a woman. It's like, no, she's not gonna get backlash because maybe she underperformed in the role. Maybe she wasn't good. Maybe the movie just was bad. Maybe the writing was bad. Whatever it may be. No, it's not gonna be that. It's gonna be because my misogyny. So here she says, it definitely made me aware that simply existing as a woman in that space is something that people comment on. We have...
Well, here you are just doing exactly what she said. Yeah. Even before you knew he was MAGA, he was always like the least popular Superman. Yeah, that's a good point. Assuming she enjoys it. I guarantee you, dude, she's like a fucking freak. Acting all fucking holier than thou here, right?
Become very comfortable having this weird ownership of women's bodies. I can't really stop them. I can only be myself. Okay, so this is addressing in a new interview where she'll face backlash over leading Warner Brothers Supergirl simply because she's playing a female superhero, right? So, but no, she's no stranger to this because she's dealt with it before, you guys.
Yeah, I doubt it would surprise anybody to mention at this point that Melanie Macklemore works with The Quartering.
I had no interest in this.
No, wow. I knew we knew already, but... And it's, all of these people have literally no difference in their takes at all, in the slightest. There's not even a difference in their presence. I know I'm talking about news stories that a billion other people are talking about, but I think I put my own genuine swing or spin on it, not swing, spin on it. Like, these motherfuckers say the same exact thing to a T, and they never deviate. They make sure they say woke, they make sure they say DEI, and they make sure it's all the same blueprint. Virtually no deviation at all. You buy the Melanie Mac fart jar drop? Absolutely.
And this is from somebody who liked Superman, the last Superman movie. I defended it. I liked it. I even, some people were like mad that I liked it. I don't know. I guess they felt betrayed that I liked it. I don't know.
If that's actually true, those are some weird fucking people.
Listening to this during my 5-hour MS infusion.
Oh, man, thank you. 29 months, dude. Hopefully that goes well for you. I'm glad they got on top of that quickly for you, DJ Jailbreak. Hope all is well.
How one would feel betrayed if I like a movie that they don't like, but alas, I did get some comments.
Okay, it is honestly adorable that Melanie Sacklunch is oblivious to why some people didn't like her praise for 2025 Superman. In case you're wondering, the backlash against the
No, because their audience has been brainwashed, and maybe they are even brainwashed as well, but that you never admit fault. That to them, in their weird hive mind, is a sign of fucking strength, which means they never grow as people. Like I said, they are the same people that they were at best at 18, if not younger. That's why a lot of them, like, they laugh at jokes. Like, listen, man, I could take a vile joke, and there's a decent amount of them that I find funny. Whether you like or dislike that, I'm just being honest with you. But they like, so gay people, am I right? And they're like slapping their knees. What we were watching, I'm like, this is sad. Who knows? Craig may have been faking too, but we were watching faking too. But we were watching
Listen, the problem with Rich is that he's a bird.
I am a bird with a flat ass too. But they were watching something where someone was like, in the trans community, was trying to say that like the characters from Star Fox were trans. Like, okay. But the thing was, it wasn't even like an influencer account. It was like just some random person with a few followers. And then there's someone who made a video meme about it, and it was all just like homophobic and like one-dimensional, low-hanging fruit garbage. Like that, like a 12-year-old would be like, yeah, I've heard that a billion. And they're just like sitting there laughing like it was the funniest shit they ever heard. I'm like, dude, I've heard it a billion times. I don't find it offensive, but how do you find this funny? And what's amazing to me is at the party that I just want the freedom for humor, and I want free speech. Comedy is free speech. Is that for people that are so pro comedy, man, their sense of humor sucks ass. And two, they want to shut anyone up that hurts their feelings and suppress their comedy. So they like shitty comedy and they want to silence your comedy. Anyway, I got to piss real quick. I'll be right back. It's just, I don't know, man. Make it make sense. Listen, I'm going to eat some turkey chili and you're going to stare at me. However, I am going to move Bob because I do not want to stain Bob, because once Bob is stained, it's over. Do not want to stain Bob. I have ideas for Bobs in both regular and ASMR videos. Bob will not be stained. Oh, Japanese curry sounds amazing. Yeah, basically. I mean, now I guess I could react. Where's my key? I could react while doing this. I'm not bored the fuck out of you just staring at me eating. That's insane. Plus, this is a cheap ass keyboard. If I get something on this, who gives a fuck? You know, you'll just hear me sometimes talking with my mouth full. Make curry in the toilet. Well, I never heard anything about the Project Aura.
Rich, what's your opinion on XR?
Any
I'm
opinion?
debating whether I should get a Steam frame or Wafer's real Project Aura. I already have a Quest 3.
The Quest 3 is pretty badass too. So wait and do some more research and find out which one will work for you. You know what I mean? Phil's diapers. And again, the Quest 3 is legit, dude. I got to use mine more.
Superman movie stemmed from James Gunn being very open about Superman being more political. So, you know, statements made before the movie came out, which is the very thing that she is reacting to right now. Gosh, it's almost like bitching about the...
Let me ask a question, because while I'm eating and streaming, I'll go right back to the other mic. How bad is that? How bad does that sound? Is it terrible? Or, you know, you'll just hear me. Won't let me hear it. Sounds like in a bathroom. Can I hear it on Twitch maybe? It's like in a bathroom. Can I hear it on Twitch maybe? It's like in a bathroom. Can I hear it on Twitch maybe? It's not terrible. I could turn up. Let me see where the gain is at. I could check. It's not that bad. The noise suppression though. Let me hear it one more time on Twitch. My penis is small and I have habanero chili in front of me. My penis is small and I have habanero chili in front of me. It's not bad. It'll be temporary. It's not bad. Well, it's a shotgun mic, man. Yeah, it's just so... The last thing I want to do is get fucking chilly.
These fairly common statements made before a movie doesn't actually affect the movie itself. But no, Millie spoke about some garden variety perspectives on the topic of sexism, and now you can't watch the movie in theaters. What a world you live in.
In terms of her using that card, the victimhood.
Well, they're doing that with Gears too. E-Day, they're doing the same thing.
Well, misogyny card is, it just makes no sense. I'm so sick of seeing this. And the same with like whenever these movies, it's just like, oh wow, it's just amazing to see a movie with a black lead finally succeed when there's a bazillion of them and they've existed for a very...
I wonder if this is like what her or her cousin talking. Her and her cousin. Any news from Cock and Balls? Well,
very long time. And then you have, you know, we have the same with, what was it, K-pop Demon Hunters or...
Oh yeah, we are still, it's almost done. We're in the tail end, but nonetheless. Like imagine being at their dinner table. Like what the fuck do they talk about? You know what I mean?
where they're just like
Yeah, I'm
somebody
streaming a long time.
I can't remember because I didn't
Long
watch
time.
it at like the Grammys or whatever it was, one of those, you know, elite crazy events where they're just
If I did that, that's something I would edit it out. Good. And that's from California, isn't it? You think the Trump administration is going to check in or step in to do something about? Of course not. They bought them off.
just like, it's just so nice that people can't look like us can feel seen. Meanwhile, like, to act like they're the only successful Korean film adaptation, it's just absolute insanity and disrespectful to everything before it.
Oh yeah, they're just.
You know what? The thing is that the era they would want to go back to, bitches like her would hate. I'm not going to go into the whole thing I went to before. They wouldn't be able to stand it. So when they do this, I'm like, man, your pride makes you very proud to aim the metaphorical shotgun at your own foot, huh?
Too many highly successful Korean movies that garner massive praise and Oscar wins. Like, sure, K-pop Demon Hunters is the first animated film directed by a Korean
the best fucking show they ever had.
Woman, featuring Korean actors and set in South Korea to gain this much attention and popularity. But hello, have you heard of a little film called Parasite? Did you forget that Parasite won the Academy Award for Best Picture? And sure, Parasite wasn't animated, it wasn't directed by a Korean woman, and didn't have anywhere near the same level of popularity, but still, way to take a dump on the one other Korean film in the past 7.
And I think deep down, there's part of Melanie, that the progressive Melanie, that she could very well have completely pretended to be, that's the real her. I think she feels slighted by the industry, and she wanted to go on a vengeance tour, and here it is. That's what I really think it comes down to.
Years to win a major award, even though that was not what was being said in that statement.
Superman wasn't able to be a monumentally massive success, like, right, in terms of recouping its costs and all that stuff, which I do believe that it did better, or that it made its budget back, but it didn't just like kick butt, right? And so it didn't perform as well as we would hope that a Superman movie would perform. So what makes you think that
I mean, these are the same people that were like gushing over Stellar Blade, and it did well, but it didn't do well as Ghost of Yote with evidence. But they'll try to downplay that game because they don't like the female lead, and they'll praise Stellar Blade, even though it underperformed compared to it, it still did well because of titties. But yeah, she's gamer girl score. No, oh, that's beautiful. Violation Entertainment, 100%. So, I talk about a lot of negative news because, well, what the fuck is positive in the tech industry? Please tell me. Well, actually, the lawsuit, I was going to cover that. But I don't add shit or make up shit to spin it in one direction. I mean, I seriously think, honestly, if I did that, I would have to fucking pack it up.
spin-off with Supergirl is worth investing into the time, the resources, and all that stuff.
Because it looks badass, and it's based on a cool story from the comics, that being Woman of Tomorrow. Also, it's produced under James Gunn's leadership, whose DC Comics projects have been a breath of fresh air after the DCEU. Not to mention, Gunn has succeeded in making lesser DC Comics characters fun. Like, do you think general audiences knew about Peacemaker, King Shark, or Polka Dot Man before Gunn's The Suicide Squad, or even The Suicide Squad in general, given the previous failure of the last movie adaptation? Because they...
Wasn't that with Jared Leto?
didn't. But that movie, James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, kicked so much ass, and those characters were hilarious. So it's really strange to pretend that there isn't some joy to be had in an adaptation of Supergirl, a far more recognizable character.
If Superman didn't really gain as much interest as hoped and didn't meet what we would hope to see, then what?
Like, could you imagine this guy with his knowledge and her going toe-to-toe with him, debating what she's talking about here? She'd fucking short circuit.
Supergirl? And not because she's a woman. Just because, like, she's a spin-off character, a lesser character than Superman. She's a side character in Superman. Right? I know she has her own franchises and all, like, her own comics and all that, but they're spin-offs. So it's not gonna have the same impact as Superman.
Oh, fuck off. Supergirl has had her own...
That chili was fucking Stacey Dash delicious. Holy shit. Homemade chili. That was fucking delicious, dude. Oh, especially with that habanero hot sauce on it. Oh my God, not on.
Comic books since 1972 and has been a persistent character in
Regular
her own
mic
right
back.
without needing to appear in Superman comics. Supergirl previously had...
The main reason I did that, not for the other thing too, I forgot to mention. It would sound like I was eating ass while I was eating. Even with the noise cancellation doesn't fix that. I eat ass. I eat a lot of ass. It affects my nutrition.
Had her own movie, which wasn't good, but it wasn't because of the character, it was because it was poorly written and it looked cheap. If the character didn't have some iconography, there wouldn't be a reason to make a movie specifically about her in the 1980s. She has been in various DC Comics animated movies, including Legion of Superheroes, where she is the central...
They paid the movie so bad they paid him not to advertise it. Dublin Poppy over on Twitch. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh, could you imagine this guy going intellectually toe-to-toe with Melanie Mac? She'd fucking short circuit.
Hero. She also appeared in numerous DC Comics animated series like Superman the Animated Series,
He probably
the new
wants
Batman
it that
Adventures, Justice League Unlimited, Justice League Action, Young Justice, DC Superhero Girls, Harley Quinn, and the current series My Adventures with Superman, in which she plays a major role in Season 2. And last, but definitely not least, Supergirl had a fairly recent live-action TV show that lasted 6 seasons. So it's not like she's some nobody D-lister riding the coattails of Superman. Because out of all of these Superman-associated characters that you could make a movie out of, Supergirl is the safest bet. It'd be far more risky to make a movie based on Superboy or Steel or Eradicator. Most movie audiences are not familiar with these...
Oh, yeah. Well, that's also, granted, a lot of them are stupid too, but a lot of them go to because they don't have any kind of chops to be nuanced about this. They're not capable of it. That's also why they gravitate to this shit. You don't actually have to do any critical thinking.
Comic book characters because they haven't read The Death of Superman, but they do know Supergirl, what with all the Supergirl media we have, which you would know if you weren't such a tourist in the culture war.
So yeah, I just don't have any faith in this at all. I don't think it's gonna be great. Hey, maybe it is though. If it is, I will admit it. I will be the first to admit it. But I don't expect it to be, and I don't really have any interest in seeing it until it hits streaming services, maybe, but even then I don't know. And well, unless people are just like, wow, this is actually really good. Okay, I'll give it a shot in that case.
Yeah, maybe the movie is really good and none of the shit you talked about mattered at all. how wonderful it is that you added your highly useless voice to this conversation. But this is just standard anti-woke bitching. I mean, doesn't she have something more substantial to say? Maybe she's better in conversations, as with this podcast from The Quartering, where she talks about the...
No, there is zero chemistry. He only hired her and gave her a 6-figure sign-on bonus because he wanted to fuck her. It's that simple. Okay, you watch them, there is negative chemistry there.
Rival series for Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh, and they also made the wheelchair guy gay. You know, was his name Stevie? He was always had the asthma.
How can a wheelchair guy be gay? Like, can he?
I don't know.
Because the wheelchair guy is sexually attracted to men. What does that have to do? What the? Oh my God. So obviously, so I know what they're saying. I'm going to get, because he can't walk. I guess he can't be the pitcher. Oh my God. They're so fucking stupid. They're so stupid. They are so fucking stupid. They have no sense of humor. They have none. A right-wing sense of humor doesn't exist. Every right-winger on and off the internet I met can't tell a joke. And whether they're being fucking shitty towards gay people, black people, trans people, their jokes are always where they're picking on or being condescending to somebody. Like I joke about, a perfect example, like I joke about my dick, I don't care. But I can picture some people like, yeah, Ray, you know, Rich, I know you can't hang, huh? And they'd slide, like that's their joke is always making themselves seem superior to somebody. That's the only humor that they know. Humor from when they were 12 and humor where they're shitting on someone else. Beyond that, it's their nothing else. That is the only.
I'm just. You think if he's like, well, where does the paralysis start? Because
yeah, that's true.
So because he will still be attracted to who he's attracted to. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is why there's so many people that are ruined. They tune into this unironically. Well, not for the Quartering. No, they don't. He can't get 1,000 views on a clip. What is keeping his motherfucking channel in the algorithm is his shorts, period. His actual content is fucking... My channel goes toe-to-toe with him with viewership. That's all you need to fucking know. And he has how many millions of subs? 2 million?
That almost sounds
Melanie
like
has questions.
I'm
She
thinking
needs
if
to
the
know.
wheelchair guy is gay, then obviously he can't be the dude part of that. So that almost feels abusive for a guy.
Oh, and he's like super gay. He like wears earrings and stuff. Like they've feminized him.
That
No, I think
seems
there's
so wrong for a dude to be doing a wheel.
I don't know but they were straight up content theft. I don't know if they are now. They very well may still be.
Wheelchair guy. I don't know. I can't. It seems messed up on so many levels, man.
Okay. This right here. This is why associating being gay with being strictly about sex makes you sound like an idiot. If somebody is gay and in a wheelchair, the most dumbass thing you could ask them is...
He's saying the same thing I did. Like, okay, you might not be able to perform the act in certain ways anyway. So that means that you're not gay then? So, oh my God, I can't. I And this is what I'm saying. Like, these people aren't the same fucking species, dude. I know I always bring up this shtick, but it's true. It's like the same trying to have a conversation with fucking super tard conservatives like that is like trying to be roommates with chimpanzees like you're all the same fucking species. What's going to happen is they're going to fucking try to chew on your face and throw shit at you. I mean, I get it. Again, divide and conquer. They've been the powers up here that be separated us, so it's divide and conquer. I get it, but what do I do? It doesn't even, like, they are never going to see eye to eye, not even outside of politics, on anything the same way. So how am I supposed to say there's no rationale? Their rationale is being irrational. Across the fucking board.
How can you be gay when you're in a wheelchair? That sounds like something a sheltered child.
How can you be straight if you're, I mean, what they're saying is you can't thrust, essentially. Not to get really technical about this, but their jokes are so ridiculous that you kind of have to. Okay, so if there's a disabled gay guy, he can have a significant other. The disabled guy can be the receiver. I mean, if we're going there with the joke, I guess I have to talk about this. And because he can't perform the act in every position, that means he can't be gay? It's not just the thrusting, it's who you want to thrust or thrust in you, but you get my point. How are you so, how do people lack this much nuance and are so fucking stupid?
Who has little experience in the world.
Like, that's you. Whatever, I already said the thing. You could be with their, how could you be disabled and straight?
World would say, and she just couldn't help but sling some homophobia and ableism combined to form one of the most stupid statements ever made about Malcolm in the Middle. Okay, I've had enough of Melanie and her Bible-based bashing, so let's talk about a film that actually addresses Christianity beyond the desire to be grossly hateful. 1988's The Last Temptation of Christ might be one of the best movies about Jesus Christ, second only
I'll have to watch that.
To the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Willem Dafoe portrays Jesus less as a divine figure and more as a man. His character was...
Oh, wow, and he actually looks brown and possibly accurate or more accurate to what Jesus would have looked like.
Was based on what would have defined him as a man in his lifetime. It is very much in line with how director Martin Scorsese and screenwriter Paul Schrader have delved into the portrayals of complicated and flawed men. As such, they didn't want to present a sanitized and...
Peter Dinklage will play Volk Medveda, if I say your name, Vetti. Peter Dinklage will play 8-Bit Eric in the RTU biopic. That's amazing. We're talking about how Melanie Mack has a sub 80 IQ and is a E-fame clout chasing fucking weirdo.
Wholesome depiction of Jesus Christ that was safe for Sunday school viewing, especially for a scene between Jesus and Mary where they do what married people do. The movie's most controversial swing is in presenting Jesus on the cross, hallucinating a life where he isn't the Messiah. He doesn't die on the cross until he accepts.
Yes. Yeah.
Accepts his own sacrifice. This
100%
thoughtful
Seymour.
depiction of Jesus Christ did not sit well with many Christians who considered it.
And the thing is, they're like, oh, normal family, this, only have sex in missionary position, and only when you want to reproduce. And then they end up being the biggest freaks behind the scenes. And not even just talking about like closet cases like Benny Johnson, just in general. They act like, oh, I'm a straight Christian woman who, unless I want to get fertilized, fear penis. And then you find out they're like dominatrixes and shit behind. Get real, dude.
Blasphemous. It led to protests, terrorist attacks, and even death threats against Martin Scorsese. It was considered so offensive to some Christians
Christy
that
Noam's
evangelist
husband.
Bill Bright.
Perfect example. Oh, if they had tried to pretend they were this normal family, and Big Titty Brian is sitting there jerking off with fake tits under his shirt. These, like, stop. I don't understand how people still look at these people and think they have anything of value to tell you when they literally follow nothing they preach to you to follow. And there's constant receipts of them saying that, proving that they're hypocrites. Why? Why are you like this? I thought we in some way evolved around believing lies, but apparently not. I was naive.
Went so far as offering to buy the film so that he could burn it. And then there is Catholic nun Mother Angelica, who went so far.
Yeah, Big Titty Bob Brian got some eBay $90 for 1440p 120 hertz. Ooh, I'm jealous. Nice within the asses.
To call the movie, quote, a Holocaust movie that has the power to destroy souls eternally. But like, come on, if your faith is that easily broken by
And again, I don't listen. If Big Titty Brian wants to beat off with big fake titties or have like balloons with nipples where he's wearing a bra under his shirt and beat off like the champion he is, if it's with consenting adults, I don't care. Whatever infidelity issues, that ain't my problem. It's not my business. So long as you ain't hurting anybody physically and it's fully consenting between two adults, beyond that, it ain't my business. But when you're sitting there trying to pontificate about the like family values and the typical nuclear family, and then your husband's wearing fake tits and beating his dick to some fucking, I think she was an OnlyFans model who had way too much plastic surgery, and he wanted to buy her bigger tits. Like, you can't tell me what family values are when you don't even practice what you preach, and you're a fucking freak 10 times more than me in spades. But yeah, I guess that's what makes me a leftist to them. I don't give a fuck about what you're doing in your bedroom, so long as you're not hurting anybody.
a mere movie challenging religious perceptions and text, then it doesn't really sound like you have much faith in your own beliefs. Because there was a similar reaction to Monty Python's The Life of Brian, a hilarious comedy that doesn't satirize Jesus Christ so much as religious dogma. And yet, many Christians wanted to condemn this movie because it dared to find the funny in biblical stories. The desire to shut these films down, to ban and censor them, doesn't make Christianity seem strong. It only weakens the religion, showcasing
100%, because you're insecure of the beliefs if you constantly have to push how other people should live their lives because of your religion. It makes it seem weaker.
how easily fragile such spirituality can be.
When I've read the newspaper reports about the religious leaders and groups who have said the film is offensive and blasphemous, I must say that I went looking for that in a way, and I just didn't find it. If anybody who sees Monty Python's Flying Circus on television is not going to find too much in this movie to upset or surprise them. It's a funny, silly, harmless movie.
I feel bad having to defend it. I wonder about these religious leaders who say things like this. Do they think that people who have deep personal religious faith will have that faith shaken by a 90-minute movie? How shallow, how patronizing, how insulting to people.
Because, no, they don't think that, but it's about controlling these people. That's why they do it. Because if you make it like, oh my God, if you watch this movie, are you a true Christian? It's like you keep this constant grip on them. That's the feature with all these people. They're like, oh my God, this movie's so woke. Oh my God, they want to control you to this degree, so you're conditioned to just follow orders. Once again, going back to being obedient. It's almost like that's what organized religion was made for. That's just crazy talk, right?
Faith.
Melanie Mack isn't a new voice in this regard. There are plenty of Christians who still believe they are in the right for being homophobic, transphobic, ableist, and racist, all in the name of doing God's will. But they're often not well read on their own religion, and even less so on the pop culture they wish to protest.
And there's a lot of people too, a huge chunk of them, that it's just an excuse for them to be hateful, and they could be like, oh, well, I'm just going by what God told her, or I'm just going by the Bible. Are you being biased against me because I'm religious? Yep. When you're like that, absolutely. 100%.
It's why Melanie can repeat how we need Jesus and his teachings of love, while in the same breath calling gay people abominations that deserve hateful words. It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't have to for the audience who just wants to embrace the hate. It doesn't matter if Melanie misreads the translations of the Bible or doesn't understand the themes of X-Men. I doubt she cares about being proven wrong on these subjects, because she only cares about controlling the conversation.
Yes. And controlling the narrative, and on top of that, giving the narrative that her audience wants. Because let's keep it real, straight up, a lot of people watch because it's a coping mechanism for them. They want to blame their shortcomings on someone else. They want to be able to look down on somebody because their lives aren't where they want them to be. And they watch these people for the affirmation so they could feel better about themselves. That's really all it is. And that's sad.
When I watched her videos, I didn't feel like I was watching someone who was well-versed in her spirituality or was deeply invested in pop culture. All I can see is just somebody who wants to hate, considering her other videos are mostly just queer bashing. That kind of hatred is no way to go through life, and it can only fester through ignorance. I would say that Melanie should consider reading more deeply into the Bible beyond her copy and doing more research on the pop culture that she wants to talk about, but I don't think she will. She has had plenty of time off to think about these topics and return to YouTube to do more of the same. She's just too...
I think even though she doesn't like the quartering, she could pretend she does, and she was horrified when he was obviously trying to bang her and not hiding it while he's being live streamed, by the way. She also wants to stick with quartering because it's a shield. But in the end, that shield kind of bit her in the ass. That shield bit her in the ass because the quartering's getting bodied right now. He's getting absolutely destroyed. So sticking with the quartering, especially right now, even with the right-wing chuds, is not a good look for you, Melanie. And I don't want to hear you're friends with him. You have zero chemistry with him, and you were disgusted when he was trying to get in your pants, which he did right on video, which is amazing.
Too deep into the culture war to turn back from this lifestyle. But it's not too late for you to be more mindful of our world, whether it's regarding religion or movies. So try to think a little more critically to better connect with others and our media. Otherwise, you might end up saying something as dumb as people in wheelchairs can't be gay, no matter
It's really stupid. There's no way, like, all right, maybe they meant to say it in a different way, like, how is the act performed? But the words I just said there aren't even in their vocabulary, so they wouldn't know how to say. But no, I'm giving them. Yeah, I can't stand any organized religion. Per date, I don't know about a single belief system in the world that supports gay people. Fuck all belief systems. I don't care. Organized religion, no matter which one it is about control. That's all it's about.
Your religion or lack thereof, I have faith that you can be better than Melanie Mack.
Yeah, I don't do the double standard where I like one religion but hate another, or no, they're all fucking pieces of shit. I've always felt that, or for a very long time I've felt that way. It's also a cop-out for people to be terrible but feel morally superior, which is probably the 57th time I've said that here, but it's fucking true.
I can think of a movie I went to a few years ago called The Master of Disguise, and I was really getting into the story.
All right, that was fucking fantastic. Well done. Let's hit 250 applause counts. There you go, guys. Thank you very much. Make sure you check them out. Fabulous fucking channel. No, I haven't opened it yet. I'm going to do that tomorrow. Before. All right, it's 6 o'clock, man. We could go into some other stuff right now. All right.
Yeah. So
No. Thank you, Melanie. Wait, where's my playlist? There's 9 videos in here.
Yeah. So, anyways, all right. This is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, this is fucking terrible. You're terrible. Go away. All right. What everyone's been waiting for. Everyone thinks Phil has a diaper on. I'm going to give my interesting take on this. I haven't seen it yet.
I love it. And, you know,
I kind of purposely held off so I could full, but from the still I saw, he just doesn't have an ass. Well, I don't understand why people care. So long as it's in their bedroom, I could give less of a shit. I don't get it. I do not understand it for the life of me.
it's that stuff's positive, and there's other stuff that's positive behind the scenes, but the fact that I might lose my fucking house over something that I have nothing whatsoever control over or to do with.
If it's 2 consenting adults, I could give negative shits. Anything beyond that ain't any of my fucking business.
That's the worst feeling.
Okay, Tommy Versetti did a $2 super chat. He says, trolls keep calling me ICS. I don't know who that is, but I don't care. Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't care what people on the internet say, what mouth-drooling morons say. No one cares. I mean, they say...
As he proceeds to care. You know what's funny is that sounded like wet farts, and Stanley Kendall was into shit play. Horrifying dude. I hope he's burning in hell if there is a hell. However, how he got trolled is like top tier trolling.
Say stuff all the time. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They probably don't even know how to wipe their own ass. They probably have their mother come do it for them. So it doesn't matter. Just ignore them, right?
No, I've never shaved my ass, but as I've said before on a PUBG stream, I braid my ass hairs into cornrows. There you go.
That would be awesome if he actually did that.
The more you know. The more you know.
Bill braids his ass.
Okay, Pat US or Pat Us, 17 months as a member, says open a pack for me, Phil. Well, I appreciate you re-upping your membership.
What's up?
But that will not earn a pack. Sorry
Call
about
me,
that.
call me
Okay.
void, please.
Like, no exaggeration. These idiots are so obsessed with nonsense. They keep trying to say that people in chat and people who are mods and people are other people. Oh, this guy is actually this guy from the past. This guy's secretly this guy. LARPing is this guy. None of it's true. They're just idiots. They're so insane and so into online conspiracies. They have nothing to talk about, right? There's nothing going on. Here's what's been going on recently. I've been incredibly successful. All right, well, guys, if you're enjoying Resident Evil Code Veronica X, please support the stream. Let's get it to 100 likes on YouTube. And please, let's get some support. This is the least supported stream I've had in 2020.
I mean, you can't say they're like cherry picking. He does that a decent amount. There is many times, I always bring this up, that you could just randomly tune into a Philip Paul Burdell stream and there's a pretty damn good chance he's doing something. Not always. That would be me exaggerating. But it happens enough that you could tune into a stream and see him doing it.
26. No one has contributed to the stream. I made $7 playing the game so far today. That's not a good sign. Obviously, we're halfway through. I'd like to finish. If it's a $17 stream by the end, I'm not playing the game anymore. I'm just being honest. Like, I like it. I want to keep going. It's funny to see it again a second time because it has aged incredibly poorly, in my opinion. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I can't be streaming all day long and make less than $20, okay? I've been putting out streams where not only are people
Wildly successful. And Phil, look there's a reason the saying "fake it till you make it" has a lot of credence. Even if a person is struggling, if they're there and they're confident and they're not being like, "Hey man, could you," like a commissioned salesperson. This is where I first kind of learned this is like a person rather buy shit they don't need from a person they like than buy shit they absolutely do need from a person that they can't stand their personality. Phil would be the latter. Sit in there, like even if there's a dude who also, man, woman, whatever, who needs the money, but they don't talk about it. They just do their normal thing, whether it be commission sales, live streamer, making videos, working at a restaurant, and you make tips there. The person, you may have one dude who's desperate, who shows that he's desperate, who hints at getting bigger tips from the customers at the restaurant. And you may have a woman in the same financial position, but she never talks about it. She's more pleasant. She's more fun. She's not putting any pressure on the people that come to the restaurant, the patrons that come to the restaurant. And because of that, she's able to make more money, which helps her situation. The guy like you who works at the restaurant, the server, the one who seems more desperate, who's pushier on the customers that come into the restaurant, of course he's not going to, because people are like, Jesus Christ, get the fuck away from me. Oh, I know he makes decent money, but it's still, he would make more if he didn't do this shit. Period. That's irrefutable. But him never understanding that is what makes great content to watch.
People loving the gameplay, but they're also supporting for the Pokemon stuff. It's in tandem. I'm doing really well for myself right now, and they can't stand it. So what they have to do is make up insane conspiracy.
Like, for example, I'm going to pause again because it still ties into Phil. I would say literally 98% of the time I hit my goals. Do I force them on you? Do I demand them? I mean, and even when we don't, I do very well here. So I'm just appreciative of what you get. And if people see that you're appreciative of what you get, they actually want to support you. Juicy Booch, you sexy bastard. Yeah, that's a good pause, too. Listen, if people broke into my Dropbox now with my fucking thumbnail folder where I keep all his stills, they would definitely think I'm gay for Phil. They would absolutely think of, but it's just he makes so many stupid fucking Nino Fishy, you lunatic, gifting 20 memberships. You get this song.
I flipped it up in your ass all day.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Hey, you know what's funny? And I kind of get, oh, Rich, you talk about this because this is a way for you to proxy beg. Whatever, man. I'm just bringing up points that are valid. I'm sure it may spark people to want to donate, but that's not why I do it.
And act like fucking weirdos because that gives them something
Never
to talk
ask
about to
and thou
distract.
shalt receive.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nino Fishy.
Back from the fact that everything's going well. Like, oh, we got, make this up over here, make this controversy over here, another conspiracy over here. But
oh, Phil, I'm going to show the clip for entertainment purposes. Someone tried to say that I was admitting that I was a predo. I know I actually said the word a bunch of times here, but whatever. And someone's like, no, like one, obviously, I'm like, what the fuck is this from? Obviously I didn't. And someone found the full clip for the full, and I was talking about how there was someone in the chat here who is no longer in the chat because they admitted they want to, like, I want to fuck animals, but I would never do it. I keep my impulses under control. I'm like, oh, wow, that's really cool. I can't block you fast enough. Someone who actually 8-Bit Eric is a big fan of, someone clipped that to make it like I was saying I am pro Predo. You can't make this shit up. So he is right about that, but there's also a blend of he's Phil.
none of it's real. They're just fucking really bizarre, crazy people who probably wear tinfoil hats and wear rubber underwear, okay? You have to worry about them. They don't concern us.
Now it's our job.
Oh my God, Zach, you fucking lunatic. Zach Biscoff, 1853. His name reminds me of a cookie, even though I'm probably saying it wrong. That sounds like really overweight. That puts us at 110, actually, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And my hairy ass. You're getting Grandpa excited.
Yeah, we're going to definitely there's a lot of claps today. Hey, man, I got to get it out of my system. That's another choice I don't want to make, but I know it's for the greater good as a whole. You know?
As intelligent people.
Address the diaper? Sure, here's my address. I don't wear a diaper. You're a fucking idiot. There, and now you're banned.
I said, no problem with the tip. Fuck the toxic motherfuckers. I'm here to balance.
But Phil, I don't believe you were wearing. What I believe is you have flat, middle-aged, white guy ass syndrome. I suffer from it too. So your pants probably sag on your non-existent ass where they look like a diaper. All right, dude, it did look like you were wearing a diaper. I wholeheartedly do not think you were wearing anything like that. You just have no ass, so your pants sag funky. Make jokes about it. If someone said to me, oh, Rich, it looks like you're wearing a diaper, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go change it. Or I'd be like, oh, I'm so excited to see you. I shit my pants. You know what I mean? And now he's going to get butthurt and it's going to be funny. And like, dude, People with common sense don't think you are wearing a diaper. They just know you don't have an ass.
The scales. Cancel culture and SJW culture can lift the smegma off the taint of the world.
Yeah, he just doesn't have an ass. It's assless white man syndrome. That's literally just no ass.
Provides a week of unprecedented support.
There's your address. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, you know, I don't pay any attention to this shit. And then someone sent it to me. They said, did you see this on X that people are saying you're wearing diapers? Are you fucking stupid? What are you talking about? Like, really, you have nothing to talk about. That Phil wears diapers. Cite your evidence. Oh, here's one frame.
Stop taking yourself so fucking seriously. You're incapable of doing it, I know. But if you did, it would make your life and your business so much better.
Where his shorts looked a little...
Oh, dude, he probably made like 1,000 videos on it. Like, I don't even really care that Duty doesn't like me. Like, he got really butthurt when I was, you know, kind of roasting the guy who got unalived from United Healthcare, the CEO. Carl Wilson, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Loose. Yeah, because I lost all the weight.
Phil's diaper is full of shit. Now there I had a brain fart.
Like, half my shorts don't fit. I have to actually take the ties and tie them tight and do, you know.
Yeah. He's saying exactly what I think is Pants' issue. He doesn't have an ass and he's lost weight. But Duty got, oh yeah, dude, that's what I remember now. Duty got pissed off at that. I'm like, dude, all right. Boo-hoo. The guy with the fucking pen who was the CEO of United Healthcare killed people by denying their claims. No offense. He's a mass murderer. But that wasn't even the reason. Like, I watch people's videos that can't stand me. The reason I stopped watching him is that he had so many nothing burgers about Phil. Like, yeah, Phil does a decent amount of dumb shit, but not enough dumb shit where you could make like 5 videos on him a day. So he would make mountains out of not even molehills. He'd find like a teaspoon of sand and try to stretch it as high as possible. Yeah, we get some QVC later. Yeah.
To get the shorts to fucking stay up because I lost so much weight. You know, these are shorts that I had back when I weighed 230 pounds. So they don't really fit anymore. They look nice, but they don't fit. So what do you want me to do? I'm not going to buy, I have the, like for today, I'm wearing the faux denim shorts. These are from.
Yeah, that's like, oh wow, I'm still wearing the shirt. I thought I changed it. Oops. Like this Adidas shirt looks like I'm wearing a parachute. It's comfortable, but it is large. This shirt used to be tight on me too.
Uniqlo, they're not really denim, but they're faux denim. They look like denim.
Squeeze the peel, it comes in denim.
These actually fit me because I just bought them like a month or two ago. So, I mean, no, I don't wear. Again, this is what they come up with. Oh, look, Phil just did a week, unprecedented levels of support. He's opening Pokemon cards. He's successful. Let's say he wears diapers.
Phil, they're always going to say something negative about you. And people like, I'm going to show the clip where they tried to say I was a predo just recently, but it's also how you react to it too. You either don't react or you choose wisely how you react, and them trolling you could actually be a financial benefit for you because you don't have that nuance though. You're incapable of that nuance.
Because we have nothing else to talk.
At least I'm ready to land. That is true. I have a built-in parachute. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go get like an XL, which usually are like the size of double XL, an XL shirt from fucking Target. I was in a Target today. They had sweatshirts, long sleeve shirts, And the only t-shirts they had were like Budweiser shirts. Like I was a MAGA dude going to a NASCAR race. Like, I guess I ain't getting a shirt today. Oversized Adidas shirt it is.
Go out. I mean, if that's really what you want to talk about, you guys are talking about diapers all weekend. Good for you. I mean, that's your life. You sit on the internet talking about fucking adult diapers that don't exist because you're a fucking idiot.
Don't get this angry over it, dude. Why are you enraged?
Good for you. I'm busy. I got shit to do in my life.
This is how I play the game.
Someone tipped $2 says it's funny to watch the trolls try and cope with your success.
Like, you don't have just like a black fucking t-shirt? Really? And I looked like multiple
Phil
times.
does have a bad attitude.
No.
Not gonna lie.
No, not Philip. And again, he squanders another opportunity. That's something you could like just joke about it, dude. All right, you think I'm wearing a diaper? I just don't have an ass and lost weight.
Then he starts mentioning specific, like trolls. I don't care about them. I'm not giving them any time of day. But thank you for the $2. I'm sure. I mean, this last month has been wildly successful.
I should play a game tonight. I could hook up that little Gabe cube.
I'm sure these idiots are freaking out about it and trying to cope and make, you know, excuses and or talk about me wearing diapers, but I don't wear fucking diapers. It's pathetic. No, so weird. Someone says, what's the weather like where you are right now? Because we had 2 straight weeks of really hot summer weather right before it hit summer. You know, summer, what was this, 21st of June or something? We had...
The music with him. If I'm going to be nerd conspiratorial with Phil, I almost think he's hoping that it de-incentivizes people to clipping him. 1, it hasn't. And 2, there's actually software. I've done it. Remember there was a DSP tries it? And I literally stemmed out the music. So it was like a normal DSP tries. I think there was a couple places you could hear there was something else there. So, sorry, Phil, if that's what you were doing it for. I mean, I don't think Phil even is capable of that 4D chess. I think he thinks it's going to improve his content because nothing makes a boring food review not boring when you add terrible copyrighted music over it. How do I know it's copyrighted? Because that stream got demonetized and blocked. No, it's not a strike. It doesn't affect the account. Which I'm like, Phil, I mean, listen, I don't care you doing it for me. Listen, man, it's your content. I react to it. But if I got a claim on that song, obviously you are. So why would you do it in a stream? Don't you want likes and comments and engagement? That's not going to help you. Whatever.
Crazy hot weather here, like 90 plus degrees Fahrenheit, which again, that's hot for us. That's like summertime peak heat. Now it's in the 60s. So we had summer for 2 weeks, and now we're back to like fall, spring weather. It's just cloudy and it's cool and 60 degrees outside. So I do have the air conditioner on in my office. I need it in here because it gets so stuffy with all the equipment. But the rest of the house is cold. So dumb. It really is frustrating. And you might say, well, why are you complaining? Because I just want consistency. If it gets hot and stays hot, then we can leave the air conditioners on constantly, and then the house will stay the right temperature.
Don't worry, Phil. You're getting that consistency of heat, I believe, even in your neck of the woods. Oh, that's boomery. It'll be nice and hot for a very long time. Period.
If it keeps going hot, cold, it's impossible to maintain a temperature. So now what's going to happen is it's freezing cold at night. That's what happened last night. It was cold as shit. But now I can't turn the heat on because we have the air conditioners in. The heat just blows right out the fucking window. So it's like, you can't win. You just can't win.
Yeah, Mother Nature. Dude, of course, like, dude, this week with me, what's the weather going to be? You have no idea the heat. That's one thing I got to say about New York, man. New York has the worst of all seasons. Oh, man. Tomorrow, 86. Whatever. Wait, what's today? Yeah, tomorrow, 86. Wednesday, 96. Thursday, 104 degrees. Friday, 101. Saturday, a nice and icy cold 98. Sunday, 93. Monday, 88. And then next Tuesday, we'll get down to the upper mid 80s. Yeah, you know, they also all their grifters think climate change is a hoax. Yeah, Europe just got bodied, see, Booch. Europe got their fucking tits slapped around with heat, and they are not used to handling it. So even their AC over there, they're like, they're not doing well.
Cox Scott did a $2 super chat, and he's saying 2 troll comments. I'm not going to read either of them, but I'm going to keep your money. That's how it works around here. Not sure if you're aware of that. I don't have to acknowledge anything you just said, but I do get to keep your income. So thank you.
Oh, I'm toxic again. Good. That's great. I barely stepped into the cloud. I'm toxic. Thanks.
Why do I wear sweatpants or gym shorts often while streaming? Why not wear slacks or jeans like a real man?
Phil, that's bait. Like, here is the thing too. People love to work from home. Like, say they have a job and they get to work from home, quote unquote, remotely. They're like, yo, I don't even have to wear pants. There was one dude one time. It wasn't like a fake thing either. Like, they were on a Zoom call. I believe this is one during COVID. And the guy had on like a shirt with a tie, I believe. And then he thought his camera's off. He stood up and he was just wearing boxers. I didn't think it was a big deal. I think it was a news reporter, actually. Like, that's the benefit to this shit, Phil. Just, all right, let's hear him, bitch.
Because, get this. I have my dream job where I get to do something I absolutely love, and I don't have to dress up to do it. I get to be completely comfortable and relaxed in my own home, making tons of money, doing something I love. So I'll dress however I want and be comfortable, because I don't have to dress up fancy, because I work for me. I don't have to impress a customer. I don't have to, you know, look a role or whatever. I'm good. I've hit it. I've made.
I know he's butthurt, but he does have valid points, though. He's very arrogant about it, but that is one of. We are very lucky. Shortcomings that come with this aside, every job has shortcomings. My commute in both places is me going either upstairs or out of bed. I mean, I guess the one thing they say psychologically, if you dress up, it like puts you in a more productive mindset. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I'm not Leafs fan. 35 stream streak. Thank you. Isn't his approval rating already at 29% anything and everything, or am I wrong?
It. I've done it. I'm at that level where I can just be a relaxed dude and be myself every single day.
He's very relaxed.
Think of it this way. When you're at home and you're relaxing, do you wear business slacks? Of course not. Business slacks are when you're in an environment that's high pressure and you got to perform and look good for the customer. I don't have to do that shit. I already made it.
Yes,
I'm good,
driving
man.
in traffic
I'm living the
does suck
dream.
ass.
I don't have to be a fucking cog in a machine. I don't have to be do all that nonsense. Thankfully.
I had it. I can't take it. I can't. Enough fucking messed up stress. Just think about this. Think of it this way. How do you think I feel? Right? When I'm trying to go to sleep at night, my phone vibrates and I look and it says your bank account's overdrawn. I go, here we go again. Another situation that's terrible.
But here's the reason he was talking about it. He's like, oh, poor Phil. Things are financially rough for him. This is where he always went wrong. And he doesn't do this now, but he's still demanding with getting money. That's why he gets shit. But back then, not only was he maybe even more demanding, but he would guilt people to give. The product was him guilting people. he made his incentive to give him money pity. That's a big reason he's in the situation he's in now. Not saying he, and I'm sure he is in a better financial situation. How much better, we'll never know, but I think he is. But the reason is why he is in all these circles on the internet is because of what he did here until pretty fairly recently. Mic audio is insanely low. I could check that right now. It's insanely low. Oh, yeah, maybe it is. Check, check, check. Now it should be better. That seems more.
Situation where I don't have money to pay my bills, and I'm going to now be in the red for a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Oh, it's your first comment.
And by the time the money comes from Twitch, now I got to pay all the money that I didn't pay. And then people again will hound me for weeks. Why, Phil, you still always in the red and everything? And it's like, it's just an ongoing nightmare. I'm so tired of it. I just want it to end, you know? I don't want to be fucking putting up with this stress, this bullshit every fucking day. And everyone always breathing down my neck to try to get me banned and stuff that I didn't do. Why do you think I'm still here on Twitch and I'm not banned? Because nothing these idiots have ever said was ever true or was ever provable.
A federal judge yesterday ordered the Justice Department.
He did get demonetized on Twitch, though, which admittedly was bullshit. That was fucked up. There was no but that's when Twitch was kind of like what YouTube is now. Keep it real with you. They were super uptight with everybody. They were constantly changing their rules. Who knows? Now, you know, they'll go down another arc like that because I'll be doing more of these kind of streams there. But yeah, Twitch was bad, dude. Twitch was really bad. And as a dude, like, it used to be forbidden to take your shirt off, and then all of a sudden it was fine. Then there was a time where you could be a shirtless dude, but you couldn't actually show yourself taking off the shirt because that would be considered stripping. No, I'm not kidding. Well, at the same time, they were very particular about that, but you would have women painting their fucking triple F titties. But oh, it's art. And here's the pasty on my nipple. I'm not kidding. So he got demonetized. He never got banned, but he got demonetized during that era. And there was no fucking reason for it. There was no reason for it.
To unredact additional pages.
Not now. Not now. Yes.
All right, y'all. We got to talk about this America 250 Great American State Fair, or whatever the hell it's called. Oh my word! Is this thing an?
It was like a barbecue. I think there was like 1,000 people there. They counted. That shit looked like a barbecue at a family's house.
Absolute disaster. It is a catastrophe. Okay, every video I see on this thing is sadder than the last one. I mean, to sum it up, nobody showed up to this shit. Like, nobody. I mean, I'm talking like, there's like 7 grandmas and one dude in one of those like scooters that you ride around on, right? It is the cheapest gathering I've ever seen in my life. There's one sad Ferris wheel. There's a bunch of booths set up that look like they're built with fucking cardboard. There's the worst entertainment you've ever heard in your entire life. I mean, this thing is
because they get like washed up one-hit wonders, not even like from 10 years ago, but from like the early 90s. Like, who gives a fuck about Vanilla Ice? Milli Vanilli. Are either of them alive anymore? Like, they can't get any artist that's worth a shit because they don't want to be affiliated with them.
National embarrassment. Okay? This was supposed to be an actual giant celebration of this country. Until Trump decided, I'm going to make myself the centerpiece. Okay? It became more affiliated with MAGA and Trump than it became with the United States of America and our founding. And so, as a result of that,
Because everything's about him. I would expect it no other way.
he kicked it off by giving a big speech. By the way, hundreds of people started walking out about halfway through the speech, which led to people speculating that those were paid people from Craigslist.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm not saying Vanilla Ice isn't killing it in other ways, but to have him as an artist, like, hey, here's our concert. Oh, who you have in there? Vanilla Ice. What the fuck? Tripping over my Ethernet cord that I use when I benchmark the computers in here.
Getting $50 a pop, and then they hit the amount of time they were required to be there and then dipped out that bitch, right? People
Yeah,
speculating.
Mojo, exactly. He's not a draw. I'm not saying he's not a good businessman. I'm not, like, his day in the sun as a successful artist has come and gone, you know?
About that. And so that kicked it off, and everything since then has just been the most humiliating, pathetic thing I've ever seen. There's been a number of weather delays and days it was canceled. Trump has this big mock example of his Arc de Trump, which he's illegally trying to build. That bitch looks like they put it together with fucking styrofoam. I mean, it is so sad. Now, listen to this. This is crazy. So here's what it was originally supposed to be. Ready? I worked at Smithsonian specifically raising money for the 250th. What I want people to know is we secured millions of private philanthropy to host a month-long folk-like festival on the mall. The Festival of Festivals was going to feature well-known festivals, think Burning Man, Farm Aid, Grand Ole Opry, etc., as well as smaller local and regional festivals from across the U.S. and territories. Goal was to feature truly the best and most beautiful creative expression in music, dance, arts and crafts traditions, food, community, etc. Can't name names, but plan was to have headliners every night for free concerts. Think the types of names who might be affiliated with the aforementioned large festivals. Stars were willing to perform because it was under the banner of the Smithsonian. It had to be all scrapped because the administration would not release permits to host on the mall. The money went elsewhere, but our nation was robbed of what would have been a once-in-a-generation cultural movement.
Just, it's the same fucking reason why Trump went to the Knicks game. He loves the fact that he ruined this moment. He loves the fact that he ruined that Knicks game, too. He's like, oh, man, all of you can't stand me because I'm a fascist piece of shit. Well, I'm going to ruin your fucking day. I'm going to ruin all your moments. That's all it is.
And that's the other thing, right? So they made it all about Trump. And what happened with all the money, right? What happened with all the money? Well, it's exactly like the fucking reflecting pool, which he hired some mobster asshole to fix and failed miserably, and the paint's chipping off, and the water's all green with algae. It's the same with another fountain he had that he paid like 10 times the amount he was supposed to pay in another no-bid contract. They're skimming the top off all this shit. Where's the money going? Directly into the fucking Trump family's pockets. That's where it's going. Everybody knows that. Everybody should know that at this late date.
Yeah,
So this is what
seriously.
it was supposed to be. And then it became directly affiliated with Trump, and the thing is now hot garbaggio. This is Trump's Great American State Fair. Look at this. That's the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. That is the saddest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
The people that were just so diehard that still showed up. I would love to talk to them. I know it would be nonsensical, and I probably would lose my
conservative
mind.
Stifling art. I'm so surprised Exploding had.
Yeah, conservatives hate art. They hate everything. 26 months, thank you. They hate black people, they hate brown people, they hate trans people, they hate gay people, they hate art, they hate science. They pretend not to hate comedy, but they fucking prove every single day that they hate that. They hate everything. They hate everything. They're afraid of everything. It's just, what a way to exist. They were baptizing people. Of course they were. Why is that shocking to me? It shouldn't be. They hate. They pretended to be the party of freedom, but they hate everything. What a way to exist. You basically just wake up as a husk of a human being and don't have any passions about anything except hate. Being afraid of shit and hating other people is the only motivation that you have. And taking orders from someone so you don't have to think for yourself. What a way to fucking live, man. Panagello, thank you for 26 months, by the way.
They look like they put this together on 3 hours' notice. They called some cheap-ass company, put it together on 3 hours' notice. Look how empty this shit is, okay? Look at this. So few people there. More. So few people there. Incredibly, incredibly weak attendance. Look at this one. This one's going in the history books, y'all. This one's going in the history books.
Wait, no. The guy on the fucking scooter is real. And even though he might be slightly skinnier than me, he has bigger breasts than me. Oh my God. Look at this picture. This is America right now. It's in shambles. Oh my God.
Here are the people who are attending this. They're in their fucking motorized scooter and they have roughly 14 minutes left to live. That's what's going on, okay? How about this one? The Great American State Fair. This video has been going viral. Look at this. Oh my days.
There's like maybe 50. It's so, dude, I could do fucking, my fat ass could jog back and forth there and not hit a single fucking person.
Oh no.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are Cirque Mechanics. We're all the way from Las Vegas. Really excited to be here with the National Endowment for the Arts on the mall for the 250th. We're going to start off with...
Yeah, the MAGA scooter guy is literally the symbol of the American controlling class. That is poetry, Fanto, sir. But if there's anything to take away from this, minus the fact it's infuriating, he fucked up the 250th and the comedy gold, there is no mojo behind MAGA. Not saying they're not going to cheat their way into a win this November, but holy fuck, here is the proof that it is going to be tough for them to do. Not saying it's off the table. I am not that dumb. It's going to take, I mean, come on. And if they do chill, oh yeah, we turned New York red. Fuck off. Who's going to believe you with this? In the beginning, a lot of fascists pretended they were for the people to get the enthusiasm. Then they became full-on monsters. Trump just skipped that part. He forgot how important it is to make to have people believe you're worth a fuck. Oops. Yeah, it's so embarrassing.
Oh my days. Oh no. Oh, that's so horrible. All right, Peter Ducey claims people are still coming out, acting like, hey, this is a great turnout here. Meanwhile, in the background, you see how nobody's fucking there.
You ever in your wildest...
Well, they don't actually care about reality. Oh my God, look how crowded it is. Dude, I see a green fucking field. Oh man, see, everyone just came out. Eight-Bit Eric may draw a competitive crowd.
Streams think you may be doing your Sunday show from a state fair on the National Mall. How great is this?
It's really something. And the weather, not the best today, but people are still coming out.
People are still coming
Oh, blame it on the cloudy weather.
People are still coming out. Look behind them. Oh, no.
Listen, we need rain, so we'll take it. Whether the farmers need the rain, so we're going to be okay with it.
We do need rain.
Fox is out there trying to hype this thing up. 7 people in the background, wandering around, don't know where they are, weather delays, food's disgusting. By the way, the power went out for a little bit, all the ice cream melted.
Oh my God. That's phenomenal. I don't understand. I know they get paid very well, and that's what makes them turn a blind eye, but how do you just sit there running cover and lying for a regime? I won't call them an administration. It's just insane.
Oh, no. All right, how about this one?
MAGA fan accused of masturbating at Donald Trump's Great American State Fair in latest setback for embattled. Is anyone shocked?
In the Daily Mail, MAGA fan accused of masturbating at Donald Trump's Great American State Fair in largest setback for embattled event. What an oh-so-British way of describing this absolute
What's up, Austin Norris?
failure. It's an embattled event. So the Great American State Fair lasted approximately 17 minutes before a guy got caught masturbating in public. America
Then I'm
250.
finally off work.
Isn't that too
The
spot
swamp
on?
ass is real. My balls
of
are
course.
sticking to my leg. The heat sucks ass. 98 degrees with index of 110. Fuck.
Yeah, dude, I was just saying, I think Thursday or Friday. I think Friday I said it's going to be 104 degrees here. Like, go to an event like this, and yeah, I'm just going to... Maybe he got turned on by the guy in the scooter wearing the MAGA hat. Oh my God. Like, yeah, here I am at this event. Time to whip up my dick and beat it.
For our 250th birthday.
What's
that
up,
is just
Sheed
too
Rock?
on the nose for our 250th birthday. We have become a disgusting country that is so hyper-individualistic, so anti-community, that you put together this shitty event, of which they're stealing, like, probably half the fucking money for it. It's the worst event anybody's ever seen, and you got mentally ill people out there beating off in front of the 7 people who are there.
It's a pretty good way to put it. Oh.
Ocean water. 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 Ocean water.
Yeah, there was like, I think they tallied like 1,000 people. There should have been all you saw were fields of green. Been completely open, barely anybody there, and of course someone there is beating off. It's just for this regime administration. It's just so fitting. It's just so fitting.
We're such a hyper-individualistic and mentally ill country that nobody bat an eyelash when they saw this story. Like, oh yeah, of course, the guy who jacks off in public. Duh, that happens everywhere in this disgusting, godforsaken country. All right, how about this one? I guess no one at the Great American Fair wants to listen to the Jesus music on the mall. Oh God. Oh God. Here we go.
Yahweh, Yahweh. Oh my God. Oh, look. The Israeli flag.
Oh no.
Yahweh, 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 Yahweh.
Again, too perfect for America's 250th birthday that you see the American flag here and the Israeli flag next to it. Oh no. Oh no.
Like, that is so insane. On America's 250th that we have the Israeli flag next to it. Dude, it's like the fucking face huggers from Half-Life 2. That's the Israeli flag on America's fucking face. That's Israel on America's face, I mean to say.
As we cause the next Great Depression to appease the terrorist rape state known as Israel in the Middle East, as they try to create a greater Israel and steal the entire Middle East. Okay, if Paula White isn't going to be there yapping in tongues and performing exorcisms, I'm not interested. A baptism pool was not on my Great American State Fair bingo card, so I think this is in the same, like, weird fucking AI slop Christian church singing one that you just saw. It's in the same tent. Here we go. Bro. Come on, man. Come on, you got a baptism pool? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
Well, at least they thought they knew what audience would show up there. All the fundamentalists. They would eat all this shit up, including the Israeli flag. There you go. That's what they were thinking. This was for the fundamentalists, not actually for the 250th of all of America.
Donald Trump's 250th U.S. birthday event versus Barack Obama's 2026 opening of his library. What's the difference? What's the difference? You guys tell me. Okay, there were more people watching Iran play soccer in the United States last night than at the America 250 Fest. So here's people watching Iran play soccer. Now, as I said, I think Iran got totally screwed in this event, too, by the way. They scored a goal, and they called it offsides because it was literally like a fucking millimeter offsides. They need to change the offsides rule to be more than just like, hey, you have a pubic hair that's past the defender. I think it's so stupid. So they got robbed. I think they should have, went on to the next round. But either way, more support for Iran in this country than for this stupid fucking fair. Here's another. And this was one of the busier moments. And look at this.
Happy early birthday, America. We're celebrating already at the Great American State Fair. Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating.
Yeah, someone wrote down here, Brown-Eyed Susan, when they say they're losing elections because of cheating, show them this. They don't care. Obviously, they're just gonna, like, yeah, of course we're cheating. We're just pretending that you're cheating. No, everyone can't stand us, but tough shit is what they're gonna do.
I don't know about that, homie. I don't know about thousands.
This birthday with us, Tommy. You and I had a chance to go out. We got to see some of the exhibits. I'm sure you got what I got, which was a lot of people going, hey, love to watch it on Fox. I hope a lot of them left the mall, went home and turned on their TV and are watching this right now.
It's so funny that Fox is desperately trying to hype this thing up. Meanwhile, it's just failing miserably. All right, organizers for the North Carolina booth at Trump's partisan event, the Great American State Fair, had to remove an image of a Confederate flag displayed in the state's pavilion on the National Mall. The state didn't put it up. At least one sponsor has pulled out. So let me point out here, there's at least a dozen states that said, we're just not going to participate in this thing. They know it's a ruse. They know it's bullshit. They know it's been now more about Trump than about the 250th birthday. So a bunch of states were like, kick rocks. We're not sending a booth, right? There was nobody sent for the main delegation. So you had a booth that had 2 chairs and then like a bunch of walls that had random facts about Maine written on the walls. That's the whole Maine thing. North Carolina didn't participate either. So you had these other
kind of somewhat shocking, but I know they could be kind of purple.
Other booths, sort of like these private people set up these booths that they claim are nominally for different states. One of them had.
There was no way I could have made the title, so that's why, because I knew a lot of people would ask, I put that in text here. But it is still a big fucking change, dude. I'm not like clickbaiting. A lot of this stuff like this is virtually all of it's going to be on Twitch and Kick. Sometime in July, earlier July, I'm going over to Kick. But the stuff that'll be on YouTube is like game streams, Phil, QVC. I'm going to be streaming on here plenty, but it's still a big fundamental change. It's not about the multicasting. I'm multicasting right now. It's about YouTube's terms of service. I constantly have a warning on this account, and I don't want anything to happen where it gets shut down.
A Confederate flag. There's nothing better in this moment of like the Trump regime destroying everything that's.
I'll multicast those streams on Twitch and Kick.
good and righteous about
That I'm gonna still figure out, D-Smush. I may have to bite the
Hold
bullet
the great
instead of
Israel
schedule fodder.
American Firefest. Come one, come all. Everyone under 12 gets to play in the White House with Jeff. Beat.
Oh, God. So we'll see how streams land, but I will be, well, first off, I'm going to have plenty of YouTube videos that are going to, if anything, accelerate on YouTube. But like the Bloodborne stream, YouTube.
On a lighter note, I'm really loving Resident Evil Requiem so far. Capcom has really hit their stride post RE7. Zaddy Leon sections are so fun.
Yeah, they really are. I can't wait till they release Mercenaries mode. Are they going to do that? Oh God. Can I say all the above? YouTube, I have had warnings on my account twice for nudity. No one was naked. And I was talking about the quartering in both of them. One I had because I was cyberbullying Eric, apparently, which I guess guilty by their TOS, guilty as charged, even though YouTubers talk like that every day. So I don't agree with it. But if you want to go into a pissing match, fine. Oh, I had another one around the locale live time. That's when they started because I was playing that Stanley Kendall song with Suck Your Nipples. YouTube was like, all right, you can keep playing the Suck Your Nipples song. It's not a big deal. Luckily, that one didn't stick, but I had that. I have had a warning on my account almost the entire time on my YouTube channel since I was on locale live. And if I'm trying to put up content here, it's not conducive. It's just not going to work. It's not sustainable. You know? Yeah, and they've really stuck to their, if they think you just got a strike, and even if you prove that you didn't, they're usually sticking to it. I was fucking shocked when they remove my strike, when after, shout out to Screenwave for talking to him, because I don't think I would have gotten it removed without them getting involved. So I'm like, this, I'm going to eventually fuck myself, maybe even permanently on here. And with me making content again, that is a terrible fucking, I had to do something. I finally had to shit on the pot. Because I've thought about this for a while. And when that happened, I was like, I got to do it or I'm not going to have anything. You know?
Out this country, there's nothing more spot on than them flying a Confederate flag at a celebration of America when the Confederate flag were literal traitors. They were literal traitors to this country. They said, we don't want to be part of the U.S. anymore. We want out this bitch. If you're not going to let us own black people, then fuck off. We're going to create our own country. How about that? And now you're flying that at the 250th birthday?
BJ is saving deal.
That's like going to an anniversary party for your wife, and at that, you're celebrating your ex-wife or something like that. That'd be insane. That's ridiculous. But these people, they've gotten away with far too much. I'm sorry. The South, the conservatives, the Republicans, MAGA, they've gotten away with far too fucking much in this country, okay?
Yeah,
they
they
destroyed everything good about this country, which is probably why nobody's showing up to this thing, right? Is that everybody knows now it's the Trump event. It's got nothing to do with America's birthday. And so everybody's disgusted by it.
Yeah, the
Why
ex-wife
should we
who tried to
celebrate a
kill
country
you,
that's
literally.
bombing little girls in Iran right now? Genuinely, answer that question. Why should we celebrate that country? Why should we celebrate a country where Trump just passed a bill that's going to shut 742 hospitals? Why should we do that? Why should we celebrate when 18 million people were kicked off their Medicaid? What's there to celebrate? What's there to celebrate when Trump just made it so that we don't need to have clean water or clean air anymore? And they could pollute the shit out of it. What is there to celebrate when Trump just greenlit using more glyphosate in our food supply, which is going to give more of us cancer and we're going to die young? What the fuck is there to celebrate? There's nothing to fucking celebrate. They are looting this country. They are protecting Epstein pedophiles. They're protecting a literal billionaire elite cabal of pedophiles.
And cultists.
What am I supposed to celebrate? How am I supposed to? Am I supposed to celebrate ICE rounding up innocent people and destroying their lives and sending them to concentration camps. What's there to fucking celebrate? There's nothing to fucking celebrate, okay? We didn't make it 250 years. This is a fucking funeral for this country. We didn't make it. This is like the end of this country, and nobody knows it.
I was about to say the same thing. That's a fucking funeral procession, dude. That's all that is. You're watching the death, the crumbling of an empire, and that was 100% reflection of that.
Nobody fucking knows it. And so, this thing is just getting sadder and sadder by the day. It's getting worse and worse. You know, it just goes to show you everything Trump touches turns to shit. This is the Timu presidency. This is like the budget presidency. He, you know, he takes all the money for himself, puts up cheap-ass, tacky-ass, gaudy-ass, Great Gatsby-ass gold fixtures all over the place, right? And
Masturbating
meanwhile,
attendee proves someone did come.
What's up, Scott Defoe? How are you?
The plebs get the crumbs. And so you get these cardboard fucking box booths with some fucking melted ice cream and some hibachi with chicken that'll make you sick. You know, you have to listen to weird Christian Zionist singing. You have to watch a guy jack off in public for the 250th birthday. I mean, it is the saddest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. But it's all too spot on. Just like with his fucking, remember the military parade? I was genuinely worried that thing was going to be a fascist show of strength and power. Instead, you had them creaky-ass tanks rolling down the street. You had the drones. I forgot about this, but the drones, you literally had soldiers carrying the drones and holding it above their heads like this. They weren't even flying the drones. They were just carrying the drones like this. There were 7 people in the audience. It was a disaster. And this is everything Trump touches. You know, somebody said the other day, why is it everybody around Trump ends up getting like cancer and getting sick? It's because the man gives off a genuinely demonic energy. He is so narcissistic and so selfish and, you know, so dark that he gives off this disgusting demonic energy. Everything he touches turns to shit. Everybody around him.
Well, he's a truly evil person that connected with other truly evil fucking people.
Him gets sick. He is like the antithesis of all that is good and just.
They're going to try like hell to cheat. I think there's a pretty damn decent chance they fail. I wouldn't be shocked if he isn't dead by then, and not being literal. Him just maybe getting a... Can he get a pardon from J.D. Vance? And just getting the fuck out of Dodge. I don't know if he'd get a pardon from J.D. Vance. Excuse my ignorance on that. I didn't... All right, you couldn't? Okay. All right. Who the fuck knows what he'll do? I mean, well, yeah, Nixon got pardoned. Who did Nixon get? That's a good point. Who did Nixon get pardoned by? By his VP? I thought so. Okay. So who knows what the fuck he'll do? Who knows? We do know one thing. He's going to fucking panic because the amount of fucking impeachment and all the other shit that's going to happen. Why do you think he's trying so hard to pass the Save America Act, which is actually the antithesis of that?
And this is what that end result looks like. The saddest festival of all time.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like.
Yeah, I thought at first that Phoenix was right, but then you reminded me of the thing with Nixon. Or he's just going to try to fucking drop nukes and start World War III. He's like, all right, I lost. All right, well, the entire planet's lost then. That's how malignant narcissists think, dude.
Can subscribe. It helps out big time in the out.
All right, good shit. It's depressing and funny all at the same time. Because it's such a fucking disaster. This country is destroyed. It's fucking destroyed.
To be more specific, Joe's...
Ah, yes. I don't think we watched that. I think I watched some of it on my own. Where is my fucking playlist? Food with Phil or TikTok e-beggars? You tell me. I'll see what you say. All right, well, this is dead air right now. I got 2 Phils. Food with Phil. We could come back to, all right, DSP tries it. Let's go. I'm always down for a man. But I do have to get fucking something to drink again, though. Holy shit. Sarge's wife, what's up? Phil, I see a lot of Phils. All right. Yeah, he'll fucking start a nuclear war before he gets taken out of office. He'd rather have the world end with his demise than life go on without him. That's unfortunately that's really the case. Lavari has been thinking. So my apologies for the. No, dude. I took a massive dump before. Yeah, I went to go dislike a whole bunch of 8-Bit Eric videos. That's what I was really doing. All right, so I guess we got a lot of fills, huh? Nah, man, that was a great dump before. It was massive. It was just wonderful. I was very happy with that gigantic amount of turd. All right, I guess we got the fills. Let's get rid of that. DSP, I saw this. DSP is overstuffed with summer meat. He's over. That is the title of his video. Now, if he had that kind of humor, he used to, but then he became a 65-year-old grandmother. But he is overstuffed with summer meat. That's directly from DSP. He is overstuffed with meat. Where did I just see? Where did it go? There it is. DSP. I was looking for DSP.
Hello,
gaming.
everyone. DSP here, and welcome to another edition of DSP Tries It.
Wait, is this what gets me fucking flagged? It'll be interesting. It doesn't get me anything besides like a copyright claim. If this is it again, why would he shoot his own videos in the foot like that? Make that one make sense. Oh, shit.
And on today's episode, we're back to fast food, which is a good thing because I think that when I do a fast food episode of DSP Tries It, it resonates more with a bigger audience.
Fucking
more people
wired,
want to
man.
see something that maybe they could get at a local restaurant to them rather than me doing something that's more local to me, which is what I did last week. And we're doing something summertime themed. It's almost summer. We're getting there. Another couple of weeks, it'll be the summertime. And right now, Sonic, which is the burger place, the drive-in place, whatever.
I wonder if that music, if that is, I don't understand him. How do you expect your videos to get reach if you're like YouTube doesn't want to push videos, right? They don't want to push videos if they're not going to make them money. That's really obviously you want your video to be fully monetized so you make more revenue from it, but that's the big reason why people who upload content get pissed off when there's a yellow dollar sign because YouTube doesn't push it the same.
And
There's
I have the
videos that go
important
naturally
announcement.
viral, but
I farted.
that's the exception.
Your farts are inferior to my tremendous sharts.
There is only one way to settle this like men. A duel of the farts.
Oh my god.
It just doesn't, you're literally, thank you, Austin Norris. You're literally shooting yourself in the foot. If it is, maybe I'm wrong and it was something else, but I was watching him when it showed the point where the claim came up. And YouTube's like, it's a lot of times they give you the choice of erasing the video or erasing the audio. So I just click that. If that comes up again, that means he's putting copyrighted shit, which is fucking hurt. Oh, whatever. He makes no sense if that ends up being the case.
Whatever you want to call it, is doing a summertime menu, okay? Today, we will be checking out a summertime themed drink that they just added to their menu, as well as a new burger called the Tropical Smash Burger. I opted not for the single, not for the double.
Oh my
but for
God.
The triple smash burger. I'm not kidding. I usually wouldn't do that, but I said, I'm hungry. After last week's DSP Tries It, where I barely ate anything, this week I deserve it. So we got a triple smash burger. And then we just got like a typical side. But also, there was a discount going on that if you spend a certain amount, you get $10 off. And I said, ooh, if I add like $4 or $3, I'll save money. So I got a hot dog with the works. So we're going to try that too. Okay, first off, this is the Watermelon Peach Refresher. It comes either regular or frozen. This is the frozen
Let's see.
style.
Okay, so hold on.
Here's a problem. It took over a
Of course, he's going to complain about a drink that is frozen, getting it delivered, being melted, and he's actually going to complain about it. He should just fucking copy and paste some of the shit that he says. And here, it wouldn't be a DSP Tries It or whatever the fuck. Yeah, he calls him DSP Tries It without him complaining about a frozen drink in a car during summer being melted by the time it comes to his house, or a frozen dessert. What looks like ball sacks?
half an hour for my food to get here. It doesn't really look like it's well frozen anymore. As you can see, it looks like the...
Phil, there is something here that you need to catch on to. Frozen food melts. And the way you can avoid this is by actually going to the places instead of overpaying DoorDash all the time. And you could check if the food is actually frozen.
liquid has separated from the ice. Okay? So, I doubt I'm going to get much of a frozen flavor. It just looks like a bunch of flavored water with a bunch of ice that's floating on top of it. But let's see. This is their new flavor, watermelon peach for the summer. There's others, too. There's like a mango peach, and I think that there's like something with a strawberry. But I wanted to try watermelon. Sounds summery to me, right? All right, here we go. Watermelon peach freeze from Sonic. Is it any good? That's not bad. Let me try some more. Let me see if I can actually get some ice this time. It tastes good, but sadly, the water is completely separated from the ice. I'm really not getting much ice at all, even when I try to.
I don't remember the time code I said, but this is already too long. It's already too fucking long, dude. 2 sips. Say what it tastes like. Say you don't like that it's melted, even though we already went into that. Move on.
It basically melted a lot. The flavor is good. I definitely taste a refreshing watermelon and a sweet peach.
He tastes a refreshing watermelon. Is it a whole melon or a slice? Phil, explain.
And it's a very sweet drink. So to forewarn you, very sugary. You got to get ready for a sugary blast in your mouth if you're going to get this. But it tastes pretty good. Also, this is the refresher. It means it has caffeine because it has green tea in it. So another warning, if you're going to get this...
There's people who make shorts who review like an entire menu in I'm not even kidding. In the time he spent talking about that drink.
Be sure you're not already over-caffeinated for the day. You don't want to overdo it. I like that. That actually tastes pretty good to me. Okay? All right. So let's take a look at what's in the bag, shall we? Okay.
Stuff with manly meat.
First off, I got tots as my side. Someone had recommended I get cheese and chili tots, and I thought about it. I'm very glad I didn't, because you can imagine what that would have been like in this bag for half an hour. Yeah. So it's just taste.
I really think it's also he is incapable of shutting the fuck up about stupid shit. Isn't that a sign of autism too? I think he actually can't make a short of this. He's not capable of doing it. He has to tell you about cheesy tater tots for for 10 minutes, even though it should take 30 seconds. I really do. I think he truly is, and I'm not being a dick. I don't think he's capable. That a big portion of my streams are going to be on Kick and Twitch starting, well, Wednesday. I don't really have a choice. I want to grow this channel. I've had almost a 1 in a million chance of ever hitting 6-figure subs again. I thought I was done after what happened. And to fuck that all up because I end up getting a strike that sticks, or God forbid getting my channel shut down because the AI gods over at Google made a mistake, and YouTube's been sticking to their decisions usually. All the work I put in would have been thrown away. So I didn't want to make the choice. I knew eventually, I was thinking about it for like 6 months. Like I said, I knew I was going to have to, but you know, not fun, but it had to be made. Even shockingly, Jay agrees with me. Carl Wilson. Gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Not putting us at 115, which thank you guys. Sincerely, whether we hit the goal or not, that's fucking insane. You know? This was I can't believe it's already fucking 7, dude. Is it really? I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Yeah, because YouTube is like how Twitch was in the early 2020s. Kind of like the time when Phil got demonetized there. But they're more draconian because they're just sticking to their decisions. The fact that I got my strike removed is a fucking miracle. Again, shout out to Screenwave for that. I don't think it would have happened without them. That's why when people are like, oh, you don't need a network. You could just go into YouTube Studio and talk to an AI bot there, and eventually you'll get some. No, fuck that. No. If I had to deal with that strike on my own, I would have still had a strike on my account right now. Full stop. If it wasn't for my network getting involved, I would have been fucked in the ass. Anything and everything, I know you don't agree. But if you're looking at who has metaphorical and maybe literal blood on their hands due to their affiliation with the Trump administration, then I would have to not stream on anything.
Tater tots.
And like I was saying, I know I've said this point, but I haven't said it in a minute. You know what I was actually, because I was a little bit late, but not really, with Boss Game. You're going to see ads. I'm going to have them, some of my videos in July for them, but I'm not being paid. It was like a thank you for them being patient. But if that strike stuck, I believe, when was it? Last Monday I got the strike. It wouldn't have been until today. Yeah. That I would have been able to upload. It would have fucked me with Boss Game. I would have burnt a bridge. Not because I didn't have the review done, but because of my strike, I couldn't upload it. Oh, I would love to do a Trey Peng stream. Not because I didn't have the video done, but because of my strike, I couldn't upload it. I'm not saying that's going to happen on a regular basis, but it's not worth it at all to risk that. All that work, and not only could I get the review up in time, I would have burnt a bridge. For what? Because 8-Bit Eric is an insecure bitch?
Damn, that tastes better than I thought it was going to. They're still crispy on the outside. They're soft on the inside. They're actually taste great. There's a seasoning on there that they taste good.
Those tots are going to make him fucking come.
Damn, those tots are actually.
So it sucks, man. It sucks. There's no way around it. It's not that I'm gonna. I like Twitch. I do. For its faults, I like it. There's things I like about it better. There's things I like about YouTube better. And I'm sure when I get more accustomed to it, there's things I'm gonna like about Kick better. But right now, with the MO that YouTube has, they're looking to fucking nuke channels and not looking back. And with all the shit I did here, for that to happen, it would be a fucking nightmare.
Really good. Mmm. They're really crispy. Oh my God, those are.
How is that? Dude, that price on that computer is insanely competitive. What do you mean? How is it underpowered? Oh, I could debate you on that. A Ryzen AIH, and I'm not being paid by them, dude. I'm not selling the samples. Okay. That thing is actually, if you look at other models, I've looked at them with the same processor. It's in the same price range, if not somewhat cheaper. Not by much. It's not. It's competitive. And on top of it, too, look at the Steam Machine, for example. That thing is exact same price. Double the RAM, double the storage, better processor. The only thing that the Steam Machine will have on it is the GPU. Which, later on, it has Oculink and USB 4. You could solve that problem. Within the S's, I got to talk to a couple people in the Juicy Booch gifting 5 memberships because he's a goddamn son of a bitch. Thank you. I got to do some house cleaning to get ready to be multi-streaming and doing the, because I am going to stream the content I stream on Twitch eventually sometime in July, early-ish, on Kick as well. I got to look into some fucking YouTube videos, tutorials, talk to some people. So Kick is a live stream platform. It's anything and everything's favorite platform.
Craveable. The only bummer is they're cold, but that's not their fault. It took over a half an hour to get here.
Yeah, it's your fault for getting DoorDash. Like, Sonic, I don't know. I'm not, even if his address is out there, I don't want to be a dick like that. I guarantee.
Come.
Robust urban garlic flavor.
What's up, Josh Lounging? All right, within the S's, yeah, like probably. And I got to talk to Black Sheep too. I feel bad. There was a time he like called me through Discord, made a phone call, and I couldn't pick up, but he called me. I'm not being. I was literally like driving. Like, I'll talk to because I got to be in front of a fucking computer anyway. You know what I mean? And I was bouncing all over, and my breasts were bouncing in the air. Bird, is the bird right in front? Yeah, the bird is fucking blocking your view like my Tumblr was before.
Oh man, that's super good. I'm not gonna eat many more, but those are so good. That's delicious. Okay, tater tots get a huge thumbs up from me, man. The tater tot is. Now I gotta have one more. Damn, that hits the spot.
So yeah, it's a shit show. My hands are tied. It sucks. It is what it is. It wasn't something impulsive. Thankfully, I think you could tell. It wasn't like, when I panicked and deleted my channel because I was out of my fucking mind and being a bitch. It's like, well, if you stay here, you're definitely going to be off YouTube. And this time, it's absolutely going to be permanent.
That hits the spot. That is amazing. Good stuff. Okay. Thumbs up for the tots. This...
Wait, Review Tech U is less than a half hour into his 12-hour stream and he's already crashing out. What was I crashing out? Every time I've randomly to without minutes in or his audience is spurging about me. Rent fucking free. This is what I'm saying. He just makes his own reality. Just like, oh yeah, I was willing to show you my flag history.
On me, Rich. O-H.
Toasty
baby.
Groover, how are you?
I like that.
Yeah, I hope so too, Toasty Groover, because I've built a pretty consistent, strong community on YouTube, and it pisses me off that I have to do this. Yes, there will be like the Bloodborne stream will be here. Like do it like Phil stuff that could be here. Because they could talk all the shit because a lot of people who hate me talk a lot of shit about Phil. But you know what Phil hasn't done and they have done? Phil hasn't flagged anybody. Oh, I meant to hit the applause, but that works too. Here's the applause. So I know I said this in a previous stream, but it needs to be, I need to take this home. This man has never flagged me once. I know you guys can't say the same. Yeah, but here's also the thing too. Twitch, I know Twitch can be a pain in the fucking ass. Very well aware. At least I won't have most of the time not a warning on my YouTube channel, which constantly puts me at risk. And it is an unwritten rule that if you have a warning on your account, it doesn't help you in the algorithm. They won't push your videos as much because YouTube looks at it like, well, you got a warning on your account, so you're kind of naughty. We don't know if we should push you as much. Now, admittedly, I've had a ton of growth, but I could have had more. You know? 8-Bit Eric, the guy who sits there for free on social media platforms crying about me, is saying that he lives rent-free in my head. When in turn, wait for it, the only reason that I am bringing him up is because someone says he's talking about me on social media, which means that it's factual that he's not living rent-free in my head. I am factually living rent-free in his head. The only time I check up on you, Eric, is when someone tells me that you're talking about me, or so like we're talking about something like grifters in the vein of you. So I either get someone tell me that you're fucking talking shit again, which is always entertaining. And if I only talk about you on stream. And I make money off of you. You talk about me for free, dude. That's how emotional I make you, that you are spending your spare time sitting there probably like a broken up housewife with bonbons watching a fucking soap opera, but you're not watching a soap opera. You're watching my streams laying in bed with a tear dropping out of your eye. Oh my God.
Supposed to be their hot dog with the works, which I believe is
At least we got the hot dog from the works with Phil.
I almost said mayo. Mustard, ketchup, relish, onion, I think. Well, it's supposed to have onion. I barely see any. What I do see a lot of is relish, ketchup, and mustard.
I see the chopped onions right here, Phil. I don't know what's under all of these, the ketchup and the mustard, but it's there. I mean, I saw the onion through your camera right here. I don't know how you don't see those onions.
I see a tiny, tiny bit of onion. Also, it's going to go everywhere. As you can see, it's seeping off the bun. Let's try it. It smells good, actually. The scent of it is very good. The condiments smell great. Let's see if it tastes good. Ready? This is going to be a mess, though, I'm sure. All right, here we go. And it's soggy because it's been in the bag for over a half an hour to get delivered, which really sucks. All right, here we go.
That is... Wow. Juicy Booch Glizzy. Yes, that is... Did you see his lips quivering to get around that bun? Dude, watch that again.
Bag for over a half an hour to get delivered, which really sucks. All right, here we go.
I have never seen someone take a bite of a hot dog like that. I mean, not that I'm staring at anyone really take a bite at that. It's like... He was having foreplay with it. Yeah, Kane's lips quiver when he's sucking on a long sausage as well. I'm pretty sure he's using copyrighted music in these too, dude. Kane.
One second.
Oh, Phil got his glizzy dripped all over the place. Damn it.
Something fell off and hit my crotch. I just got an onion off of my setup here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got an onion on your dick.
Here it is. A floor onion. It's good. The floor onion is delicious. It bounced off my crotch and made a stain.
Sure, it's the onion, Phil. Yeah, his passion for the food is there. But then he'll go on and like complain about a drink for 20 minutes. Never blown. Could we just say that us watching a middle-aged man on at least to me on the other side of the country eat is kind of incredible. Phil, I know it's Sonic. They're kind of known for their hot dogs, but at the end of the day, it's a fast food hot dog. I wouldn't even think of Sonic as a first choice. He even like does the shit like an actual food influencer, but he does everything except actually, you know, do the influence. Oh man, his OCD, probably from his TISM, he has to explain stuff like this. Do not buy a scalp
Steam
Steam
Machine
machine.
scalped for $3,000 eBay.
That thing isn't worth MSRP, at least from a performance perspective. That's what I'm saying. Like with that computer I showed, I would buy that over that. You can do plenty of gaming with the 890M. I showed that. Yes, it's not as powerful as a Steam Machine GPU, but you could always use an eGPU. You gotta do to get a fucking 12 gigabyte 36. No, not a 30. Not that. Get a 12 gigabyte or 16 gigabyte 7600. Slap it in an eGPU, and you are good. I would think that would, with the more VRAM, would outperform the Steam Machine. The CPU is definitely a huge jump over it.
It's just
And you know what's funny, before I keep going? In this environment, dare I say that pre-builts in most cases and the mini PCs are now a better deal than shit like the Steam Machine and building your own PC right now. Hopefully things go back to, well, they'll never go back to normal, but when prices subside a decent amount, that will change. But no. Right now, it's different.
But hey.
I'm just doing this stacked burger alone. Made it short. Decent chance that we get 6-figure viewership. Not guaranteed. It may get 1,000 views. However, definitely a decent possibility.
MHMM Phil, try my hot dog. You won't regret the taste.
Stan, you're right. It
Oh,
tastes
God.
so good.
Don't mind the special sauce, Phil. Eat my hot dog more firmly.
That was amazing and absolutely disgusting simultaneously. Thank you. So, right now, like, yeah. Computers like that, I am not fucking sponsored in the slightest, are a pretty good deal. And I know that Bazite really works well with eGPUs. I checked. So you have upgrade paths. You could put more storage in it later on if storage doesn't cost $2,000 for half a terabyte. Has multiple NVMe slots. So we're in weird times, man.
Triple tropical smash burger.
This music, this could anyone get in his way and tell him this music is not a proper choice?
Oh my, that is
Yes, it is.
insane.
Radeon 780M is very good still.
Look at this. It's huge.
He's about to fuck that burger. It changed to
It
porn
is
music.
giant. What do we have here? Is this bacon? There's a giant piece of bacon. Look at this. It came off the side. Let me just take a little bite of the bacon. Oh, it's crispy. Mmm. That bacon is great. It's extra crispy. Mmm.
He even does all the corny influencer faces. But that's the thing. Again, it's another Philip Paul missed opportunity Burnell. He goes viral for sucking at a game. He'd rather try to quash it and be offended by it. He's gone viral multiple times for that. Never. He just gets butthurt. He gets defensive, saying, "Oh, they just picked this one part of the game where I played like shit." Like, oh, Phil, or you could take advantage of the situation. But he doesn't. He always gets these opportunities, and it's just, oh yeah, his moans, man, are diabolical.
This is going to be very messy to eat. Okay, let's see what's in it. Here's the burger. Let's see what's actually in the burger. Oh my God, there's like 7 pieces of bacon. Oh my Lord, look at all that bacon. It's supposed to have a jalapeno and pineapple glaze, and that's what makes it the summertime thing, but I think it also has mayo and 3 burgers and cheese and bacon all smashed together. Oh my God. Oh boy.
All right, take it out and take a fucking bite.
Okay, got to prepare myself for this one. Okay. This is going to be challenging to eat. It is huge. It is absolutely surrounded by meat. Like, this is wild. How much is on this? This is going to go everywhere. I'm glad I have a plate. I'm going to try to eat it over the plate so I don't make a giant mess. Okay? The triple tropical smash burger from Sonic. Okay.
Oh my God, just take a bite of the fucking thing. I mean, it's entertaining at the same time, but holy shit, dude.
Oh my gosh. That is a humongous monster burger right there. Insane amounts of meat. Let's just go right for it.
Put that meat in your mouth, Filbert. It's like over half a pound of fucking meat in there thing. Yeah, it was like a boa constrictor.
Very
He had to unhinge his jaw.
That has a ton going on. It's sweet. It's hot.
I don't understand him. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to get acclaim. I don't understand him. He wants these to go viral so bad, which in this format, the chance is very slim. But then he puts his music in. If it gets claimed, no one's going to fucking see it.
Dad, I wanted to tell you just how much you have meant to me.
Well, thank you.
You have gotten me through a divorce. Nearly losing my kid.
Oh, man,
And now I'm 27 and life couldn't be better. I'm following on Twitch and Kick.
Well, thank you very much, sir, and I'm glad things are better for you now. Yeah, man, thank you very much. Seriously. I know what it's like to be going through shit and hoping things turn around. That's for goddamn sure. So I can relate.
It's savory. It's got like 3 to 4 different flavors going on at once in your mouth. Wow, that is very interesting.
It's probably like a 2,000 calorie burger right there. Let's keep it real.
Wow. So
I think this may be music that he's going to get claimed for. He makes no fucking sense. He doesn't. If the 4D chess, but I know he's not doing it is because he's trying to deter other people from watching it. But 1, obviously it's not. And 2, you're hurting your own fucking content. It won't get spread as much or distributed as much because you have claim music in it. It just, why are you like this? But I'm trying to talk sense into a man who thinks a fast food meal should be reviewed for 30 minutes. Oh God, I'm not exaggerating.
The meat itself is good. We've had the Sonic Smash Burger before, and it's full of flavor. There's a good amount of cheese, but not so much that it overpowers the burger. It's just enough to balance with the smash patties, which is good. This jalapeno pineapple glaze is great, actually. So at first, it hits you with some sweetness. You're like, Then all of a sudden, you get a burn on your tongue, and it kind of lingers.
Well, it's jalapeno. That's what. And pineapple is sweet. He tries to pepper the way he says things, but really at the end of the day, he's not adding anything to it. He makes himself seem like a fucking space alien. Exactly aesthetic. I have to. He's just too ridiculous, dude. He's a fucking cartoon. I gotta save that in the... God, I'm yawning. Still got ways to go, sir. Wake your tits up. DSP meat. I already have it. Got it renamed DSP meat too. I already have a meat. I have way too many stills to fill. Holy fuck, dude.
And it goes down your throat. So
This is why I pause so much. Oh my God. Look at the fucking face he's making. Oh my God. Windows Shift S. How do Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. No, Trollington goes down your throat. I'm going to name it DSP Throat.
Dad, you got to save that sound.
All right, I got to do it. Okay, DSP Throat. All right, let's make it happen. We're going to... Where is it at? What's the time code? All right. The situation with the Epstein lookalike is deranged. I'll save that to my little list here. Okay. Man, I'm doing a lot of moaning right now. Come on, wake up, 4K. Audio, MP3, because it's more compatible. Why do I go out of my way to burp into the microphone? I'll never stop burping. I'll just admit that. But like, I make sure you hear it in like Dolby Atmos. Listen, the food goes down my throat. It goes down my throat. DSP is overstuffed with summer meat. I hate when I'm overstuffed with meat. What's the time code again? Where you at? That fucking face. 13 minutes and 48 seconds, slightly before. He is a science experiment of a man.
On it once in your mouth. Wow, that is very interesting. Wow. Wow. So, the meat itself is good. We've had the Sonic Smash Burger before, and it's full of flavor. There's a good amount of cheese, but not so much that it overpowers the burger. It's just enough to balance with the smash patties, which is good. This jalapeno pineapple hits you with some sweetness. You're like, Then all of a sudden you get a burn on your tongue, and it kind of lingers, and it goes down your throat, and it goes down your throat, and it goes down your throat.
All right.
And it.
Oh, oops.
And it goes down your throat. And it goes down your throat.
Of course, he has to have the stupid music, but it works.
And it goes down your throat. And it goes down your throat. And it goes down your throat.
Wonder if this is why he does it too, because he doesn't want anyone to clip him. But oh well.
And it goes down your throat.
Man, why am I yawning all of a sudden so motherfucking much, dude?
It goes down my throat. Wow. Wow.
Oh my God. Yeah, I know. As a matter of fact, I do use a stemming software called Moises, and I guess we'll call it Phil Throat. Do I have Phil Throat? Wow, I actually don't have one. You just reminded me. Let me go to Moises. It's called Moises. Am I saying it right? Maybe I don't. Oh yeah, let me just log in, boys. All right, so let me find it. When I think of Shake It Off, I think of my girls. Except when I have wife beaters. Anyway. Vocals, 1 track. Vocals. I'll just give them all to me, baby. So I get the vocals separately. Submit. Let's see if the magic happens. Shouldn't take that long. I think it's done already. No, it's not. Never mind. All right, let it cook. What's up? That one, Payute 6687. Did I say your name right? Probably didn't. Not a chance in hell I said your name right. We'll see what it comes back with. Oh, fuck. You'll see. Track separation failed? Fuck off. Wah wah. All right, let me do it the more normal way. TSP is overstuffed. It may be too short. DSP is overstuffed with summer meat. All right, go ahead. I get it. If it doesn't have enough of the track to learn what is what, then it can't. He's a fucking man. We'll see what it comes back with, and then I'll just take the vocal from there, and then I could chop it out, and then you won't have the 1980s porn music. Dude, I have so many faces. I think I got 3 different stills from him tonight, right?
So it's a combination of flavors that I really like. Let's keep going.
I love how he fucking looks at the camera. Oh my God, he's ridiculous. He is a national fucking treasure. Any tragedies happening? Oh, Phil Summer me.
And there's also grilled onions on there. I just got one. Okay.
Actually, fun fact, I use Moises, which is, I don't know if you guys, for some of you may not know, like STEM software, where, especially if you make like beats, it's really good. You can separate songs by vocals, kick drum, snares, hats, bass line, guitar, piano, the whole 9. And you could pick whatever instruments you want out of there. One time we watched a Phil review of food. It was one of his more ridiculous ones, and I actually used that software to remove his stupid-ass music. And it worked well. You better do it. 13 months, thank you. Oh, are you going to get screwed? Well, listen, it does go down Harmon's throat. What's up, Big Chris? How are you? God, the mouth sounds. That'll be good test of the stem separation software.
Wow.
Okay, well, let's separate the mouth sounds from the music. I actually would say there's a decent chance it might.
I very much like this burger.
I couldn't fucking tell. He's so weird. And now watch me eat basically the entire thing and make weird faces at you.
I do recommend you get something to put.
This is like literal sex to him.
Under it, because it's dripping onto the plate. As you can see, look at that. It's dripping onto the plate. And if all you have is the box, it's probably going to go everywhere. But surprisingly, it's holding together. Even though it's dripping, it's not really falling apart. I think it's because there's not many veggies on this. It's just like some onions, I think. And not much else. So
there's no point, but it makes a point for us. But
it doesn't really like fall apart as you eat it, which is a good thing.
Like, why do we need to see you making, again, ironically, it's great, but why do we need to see you sitting here making faces as you chew like 300 pounds of beef? This is not content. You're just kind of wasting your audience's time, but at least we get great sound bites out of it. Speaking of which, it's still going. It'll take a while.
A huge improvement over last week, that's for sure.
I feel like we should have not a full-on.
Wow. I got a lot of the bacon. The bacon is very crispy. I'm shocked. Usually, when I get fast food bacon, it is soggy microwave bacon. Very much not so at this burger. It is crispy and savory and salty and delicious. I love it.
Yeah, I don't think I couldn't tell if he likes it. Having like fucking 5 pounds of beef in a sitting. I can't tell, Phil. Are you enjoying it? Oh, that's still yes. Oh no. Did he say it's tangy and savory again? Yeah, this is like in 2010 would be the kind of food review you see, which is the kind of food review he's doing, which, you know, he's still stuck in that era. Like back then that would have been acceptable. Now it's just like people don't have time for this, dude. There's way too much content. Yeah, you could go in people's attention spans, but you want someone to take almost 28 full minutes out of their day to watch you eat a burger almost to completion and just give generic talking points about it. But yep, that's it.
It's pepper jack cheese. Oh, that's maybe what. Maybe it's the glaze and the pepper jack cheese that's giving it its spice.
He's an
That could be
absolute
what it
man.
is.
There's no man like Phil.
I didn't realize it was
For
pepper
better or
jack
for
cheese they
worse.
put on it.
You get a burger, you're going to review it, and you don't realize there's pepper jack cheese? Oh, dude.
This is actually really good compared to what I'm used to, but at the same time, it's very messy. You can see how much sauce is on there. It's dripping off. And, oh my God, it's fatty. I almost never eat fatty foods like this anymore. I can already tell you, eating this, my blood pressure is increasing dramatically right now.
Well, you got a triple patty fast food burger with bacon and a whole bunch of cheese. What the fuck do you expect?
I can feel it because I'm not used to this. Usually I'm eating lean meat, low fat, low carb. This is like fat overload. There is so much fat in this. Thank goodness I'm in the middle of my workout week and I'll be working out tonight. Oh, man. Oh.
Well, motherfucker, you got 3 fast food beef patties. Literally, I'm not even, that's probably like 2,000 calories. Could actually be more. That is a fucking bomb of fat, salt, carbs, sodium.
Wow. I do have 1 or 2 criticisms of the burger. I do.
Well, please
Okay.
tell us. $910? That's it? A triple patty, though? No, there has to be more than that.
Okay, criticism number 1. It feels like the only thing on here is maybe a little lettuce or cheese, or I can't really tell. There's like nothing on there, like no refreshing veggie. There's not even real jalapeno. It's just a pineapple jalapeno glaze. I would have liked if there was a real jalapeno.
Man, the way he looks at food is bizarre. He looks like he either wants to fuck it or attack it or both.
Jalapenos on there, or a.
I'm actually shocked it's that low. The triple is, I mean, that's still a lot of calories. I'm kind of blown away. I would have said way more than that. I almost don't kind of believe it, but all right, I'll take it at face value.
Real pineapple ring. Like you remember at Jollibee last year, I had this burger there that had a pineapple ring on the burger. That was incredible. Like that was so full of juice and flavor. This has good
What's
flavor,
up, Cyan? How are you?
but it becomes kind of one note. Like I'm more than halfway through the burger now, and I'm tasting more salt than anything else. The glaze at first was sweet, but there's so much saltiness between the beef, the bacon, that it's overpowering any of the the sweetness of the glaze. That's unfortunate because at first it was tasting like a really good flavor balance, and now that balance is kind of gone.
I think I said this with the previous. I think we just watched it yesterday. I almost want to do a supercut to show him that he could literally talk about everything he talked about and keep it down to like 4 minutes, 5 minutes at most. But I have that time I could use. I could be working on other shit and should be working on other shit.
Further in that I get, okay?
I mean, fuck, man, I'm not a nutritionist, but I'm shocked it's only 910 calories.
I feel like if there was a real piece of jalapeno on there, pineapple on there, it would be even better. It's good. As is. It could be better. I think that's what's just like leaving. This is what's separating this from being one of my favorite burgers. They didn't go the extra mile. That one at Jollibee I had last year that blew me away, that went the extra mile. This one is kind of good, but it's not there. Does that make sense?
It's less, yeah. Cyan, thank you very much. 910 is a crazy number. Yeah, it's high. I expected it to be higher. A Big Mac is only $5.63.
Hey, Rich.
I kind of believe
Much
that, though.
love.
Thank you very much. That one, Payut 6687. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is a shit ton, but if you get triple big-ass patties with bacon and cheese and fucking sauces, I expected that shit to be like, a lot more.
Sense? All right. 1 or 2 more bites and I'm done. Someone in chat was putting the specs up for this sandwich. They said 780 calories. I believe that. 51 grams of fat.
Yeah, the fat I expected. The fat, that's kind of where I expected it to be.
That's basically all of your fat for the day just for eating this burger. 51 grams of fat. Could someone put the stats back up in the chat again? I would like to see them. But if you could paste those back into the chat because you were putting them up, I would like to see that. Oh, man. Okay. I basically ate 2/3 of it. But there's about 1/3 left. And because it's the triple, there's an incredible amount of meat still there I didn't eat.
And you had your audience sit there and watch the entire thing. Like I just had that chili on stream, but that was a means to an end because I needed a meal while I was live streaming. You wolfing that down and stretching it out to 20 something minutes when you could have done all that. You could have even eaten most of it in like 5 to 6 minutes. Volk Pack, thank you for becoming a large man supporter. Appreciate you. Where does that put us at now? So we got, I'm sorry, another 6 on the YouTube side. So we're at 126, I believe. Yes. We had a sub bomb over on Twitch before. Thank you. That was 20 gifted subs over there. Thank you so much. Yeah, he added like more beef to it. Why is it? Did this fail? Where is my tracks, dude? Oh, this sucks. Did it fucking fail? All right, I'll leave it for a little longer. That sucks.
Okay. Wow, and my hand is covered. So, warning, definitely have a plate and napkins nearby if you're going to eat this guy.
Nah, it's still going. I think.
Oh, man.
It's my last live
Hey,
stream.
Rich, I just got home from work, so I missed most of the stream. Is this your last live stream on YouTube for real?
It's going to be a fundamental change. You guys know I cover a lot of other commentators and politics and shit like that. And it puts me in the middle of a minefield here. And with me actually making normal, like, uploaded content, news and reviews and stuff like that, with all the work I put into, which I never thought could happen again, get to 100K again, to have all be thrown away and get a strike or get my channel deleted. Like, I got a strike that just happened and I've had a warning on my account nonstop. I'm playing with fire. So it was a choice I had to make. I know it's the right choice. Not that I'm thrilled about doing it, but put too much work in this for this all to be thrown away.
No, people are saying the triple is even worse. You guys got the... Let me know the calories and how much fat's in there.
Yeah, I thought the fucking 500 calorie roundabout was insane.
I want to know overall calories for the triple tropical Sonic Smasher, and then total fat. If it breaks it down between all fat and saturated fat, I'd like to know that too. That's the kind of stuff that I look at now when I eat.
So yeah, no, I'm not going away.
Don't go away, Rich.
On here, I'm going to do like live streams. Obviously. On here for live streams, I'm going to do like Phil, like this stuff, because that's fine here. Games, QVC. Maybe I'll fuck with doing some of the music streams here, producing some stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, the stuff like I cover almost on a daily basis, I have to.
Oh, man. Good Lord. My hand is so... You know what? I'm going to pause the video, wash my hand, and come back, because my hand is completely sticky, and even the napkin isn't cleaning it off, so give me a sec. Okay, hands washed, ready to summarize my thoughts, munch a little more.
What the hell were your thoughts the entire time we watched? You need more thoughts now? Oh my God. Let me give you my thoughts on top of my thoughts, which are on top of my other thoughts.
Sorry if you covered this already, but do you have an idea how often you will live stream on here versus on Twitch?
No idea yet, and I don't want to say anything solid. I'll be streaming on here regular enough, but I don't want to give anything solid because I have a problem of doing that without planning it out. But I'm not abandoning streaming here. That would be insanity to do so, but I have to limit what I do on here to the point where I felt it was justified to say farewell, because I know that's a lot of the content that I do.
I think you hate that guy.
Who do you hate? Do you hate Phil or 8-Bit Eric? Or because that's who I'm kind of alluding to. That's another reason why I have to go over to Twitch. Now, am I going to get banned on Twitch? Of course I am. You don't think there's going to be people there that abuse the system and are butthurt about what I have to say? But you know what? At that point, I'll tell them to go fuck themselves, and hopefully I get partnered on Kick. And worst comes to worst, if I can't stream on Twitch because they were being bitches, I'll stream on here that week. Is it about the diaper? We already did the thing where people are saying Phil looks like he's wearing a diaper.
And tell you overall what I think. Okay? Here we go. Ice cold, but they still taste great. Okay.
I know that he truly thinks this music brings it up a notch, but I wonder if his like editor, I think he has some kind of editor now. Paywall bicep flexes. Yes. He'll actually eat the sandwich every time he curls.
Okay, ready? So, hot dog, I'll be honest. The hot dog, you can tell, is not fresh. It's probably old, made earlier today, and they just warm it up. It's very dense. It doesn't have much flavor in the hot dog itself. The best thing is the condiments on top. And guess how much this is? $4 and change. I wouldn't even, I would say 2 out of 5. Seriously. Like 2 out of 5 for the hot dog with the works. That ain't it. Very disappointing. Okay? The tots, outstanding. I can't stop eating them.
I know you've talked about them for over a third of this review.
When you can get tater tots like this, crispy on the outside, puffy on the inside, full of flavor, seasoned well, I am shocked when people are like, oh, gotta get McDonald's fries. It's so craveable. What are you talking about? I would much rather eat this. This is so worth it, even though it's terrible for you. The flavor is so good, it's worth the bad calories and the fat. McDonald's fries, they don't even taste good. You wanna know what the best part of McDonald's fries is? Putting them with ketchup. Then they taste all right. Eating a plain McDonald's fry, I hate. This, I'm eating every one with nothing on it. It's amazing. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Sonic.
Now we watched the diaper
Tater
one.
tots.
I just
5 out of 5. I'm serious. I don't think you can get a better fast food tater tot. I don't know how you would. I could see other people matching that. That's superb. 5 out of 5 tater tots. If you go to Sonic, do not get the fries, do not get the onion rings, do not get the mozzarella sticks, get the tater tots. The DSP stamp of ultimate approval here on DSP Tries It. I almost never give a perfect score. Get those tater tots. Those are damn good. The drink, it's okay. It's really hard for me to honestly review it because the water or liquid separated from the ice. So it's really...
Dare I say, why don't you do a review right outside of the restaurant in your car? But that would make sense. And you don't make sense.
Not a freeze. The flavor is good. Watermelon peach flavors are good. And it supposedly has caffeine in it. So I'll say that's like a 3 out of 5, but I can't fairly really review it because it's all melted. Okay? Now, the Sonic Triple Tropical Smash Burger. Okay? Pretty good flavor profile, especially those first few bites. The sweetness of the pineapple, but then the burning flavors of both the jalapeno glaze and the pepper jack cheese. Tons of meat. The bacon is very crispy and flavorful. Okay? Not perfect, but pretty good. I feel like, again, if it actually had jalapenos or pineapple or something else on it, it would be better than just the glaze. But I understand what they were going.
And it's the same shit towards the very end. It is literally, he has said all of this like 100 times.
For. And here's the truth. When you get this delivered, it's $11 and change, but I'm almost guarantee in person it's less than $10. That is incredibly filling. That's worth around $10. I would argue. I've eaten very few fast food burgers that I feel are worth a $10 price tag. Everyone's charging $10 now for a burger. This one I think is worth it because it's so much meat. It's horrible for you, but I do think that it's worth the price tag. So, yeah, I don't think it's a ripoff. I actually think it's actually...
That's insane for a meal. That's over a full day of calories for one huge fucking meal.
Worth the price. I'm going to give the Triple Tropical Smasher Burger from Sonic a 4 out of 5. It just needed a few little tweaks and it would have been perfect, but sadly it didn't have the fresher qualities of things on it. Like, again, give me a crunch when I bite into a jalapeno or a juiciness of a pineapple. It needs that. Without it, it's good, but not upper echelon. That's why I still think the Jollibee stuff from last year is better than this. Okay? So, that is great. And again, why would you go to McDonald's and get a Big Mac? Why would you go to Burger King and get a Whopper when you can get this insane burger? Just saying, I just don't understand why people go to the inferior places. This is so much better. So today's Sonic...
Well, that's also an opinion, dude. When I went to a Sonic when it was near me, it shut down. It was the most mediocre. I went there like a couple times, not often, but a couple times to try because everyone was like, "Oh, Sonic, oh, Sonic, oh," and it was like, this is mediocre at best. I mean, now could it be the one just by me? Sure.
I hate Phil so much.
Was great, and I've had...
He fascinates me. I don't hate him. I know he hates me, but that's okay. I don't hate him. He's a fascinating man. My Sonic by me was not great. And it shut down. So I guess the feeling was not just shared, was shared with other people, I mean to say.
Sonic that wasn't so good. This was actually a really good meal, and I'm very pleased with the show today. So thank you all for watching. DSP tries it. DSP tries it.
He's such a weird man.
So, I'm not sure what we're going to do next time because there actually was an interesting thing going on at Wendy's. Wendy's has redone their spicy chicken sandwich, which is funny because they already redid it. And when they
Yeah, it was like the fries weren't super flavorful. They were greasy. I mean, it was edible, but I was like, why is everyone hyping this shit up? Oh, yeah, don't I know? Don't I know? All right. Yeah, I don't think we've watched this yet. No, this is what I wanted to watch with you. I need a break from all that shit.
Before Roblox, indie horror titles, and Fortnite took over the YouTube gaming space, there was one...
Oh god, SS Sniper Wolf. Is she still around?
Game to rule them all. Call of Duty.
In Last Stand, you killed me! In Last Stand!
From Modern Warfare onwards, the series was on a hot streak for the better part of a decade, releasing...
Oh yeah. 35 million subs. How many views does her videos get? Oh. I mean, more than mine, but she does have 35 million subs and gets like 180 something, 100, 200,000. Some of them go up to like 500,000. I mean, I wish I got those numbers, but for having 35 million subs, that's an meh return. How many videos does she upload a day? 1 hour ago, she got 9K views. 1 day ago, she does like one a day. God, remember when I remember she she stalked Jack's films. She was all pissed off because he would like react to her because she would always say the same exact shit verbatim and he'd have like bingo. So she fucking got pissed off and like went to his house because she knew, like, doxed him and put up a picture of his door. Anyone else, they would have been banned from all social media platforms, not just YouTube. YouTube not only didn't ban her, they weren't going to do it. They gave her a temporary demonetization. And it was only after, they only did it begrudgingly after people really were like, what the fuck? She literally doxed someone and went to their home and you're going to do nothing? I mean, talk about the system, proof that the system is rigged, right?
Hit after hit, and as the developers lined their pockets, they were side by side with YouTube. The site had started just 2 years prior to the release of COD 4. With its growing popularity came an entire community of 20-something-year-old guys looking to make their mark. C-Nanners, White Boy 7th Street, X-Jaws, Syndicate, and many others rode Call of Duty, galloping to fame and laughing all the way to the bank. In the years that followed, some of these guys transitioned into other games.
Fortnite Friday Episode 2, you guys.
While other names faded into relative obscurity. But one man was embarking on a different journey. Total self-destruction.
I have a drinking problem. When I drink in excess.
Only Use Me Blade.
Yeah, well, no shit.
Rose to prominence for, well, only using his knife. He would just talk over.
Yeah, and they also tried to show, both parties are at fault. No, you're saying that because you want to make it like he's part of the reason, when all he was doing was reacting to her stupid shit, which she reacts to everybody, and many people argue because she's so shitty at it that she's essentially just flat out stealing. Because she was your moneymaker. They would actually like just talk about her on the YouTube channel. What video do you want SS Sniper Wolf to react to today? I'm not exaggerating any of this. So when they had to, how dare they, their golden child actually make her face consequences, they didn't want to do it.
Gaming footage, discussing Call of Duty news, sharing stories from his life, and messing around with his friends. But over time, his content turned from gaming to drinking while gaming, and finally, ingesting enough alcohol to kill Dimebag Darrell. His life has become a never-ending downward spiral of sexual assault allegations, annoying strangers on the street, and having his limbs amputated due to severe alcohol consumption.
I lost my toes, dude.
A man who was once poised to become a YouTube gaming legend is now trapped in a prison of his own.
Yeah, well, about the, like, yeah, it's not stem separating that Phil video. It's very weird. I've never had a problem with that before. With Moises. Anyway, I have the sound clip another way. I mean, the whole thing mostly before he even got into the drinking, as far as I remember, was the whole Call of Duty commentary thing where people showed up to like pre-recorded videos of YouTubers just talking about random shit over Call of Duty gameplay was well over with by that point. And a handful of people adopted and grew past it, but most of them didn't. Blade was just an example of that. Like, he used to literally just show gameplay on his channel, and he would just knife and then like talk about what he had for breakfast. I'm not even exaggerating. And there was a market for that, because Call of Duty was at a fever pitch, and anyone who played really good. I remember Sandy Ravage, for any of you who are old as fuck. He always used it from Modern Warfare 2 on the 360. He always used the Spaz shotgun.
Making, one he intends to stay in. This is the story of Brian Risso and the dangers of addiction.
All I do is I shank people when I play Call of Duty.
He is easily the world's worst streamer. He is a serial groper.
You should be honored that I would ever grope you, you stupid bitch.
He's an animal abuser as well.
I sit in front of the computer, people donate money for me, take shots, and they get stupid.
People will donate for him to take more shots, and he'll just get drunker and drunker. So he's like a legit...
Well, yeah, now he's in this Yeah, I don't shut. Anyone says that I don't actually do commentary when I do React live streams is out of their mind. Alex Roberts gifted 5 memberships, man, putting us up 131. Thank you.
Alcoholic now.
Oh my god. I would.
Well, Jostler, my addiction was food.
Dude, I'm drunk, dude.
Having like a day and a half of calories from Taco Bell waiting for me at my door when I was done streaming is fucking insanity. So thank you, Alex Roberts.
He lost his toes.
Dude, can we stop focusing on my fucking foot? Why do people want to focus on the negative?
Did you sexually assault Jessica?
Absolutely not.
It involves Blade sharing pictures of other people's private parts without their consent. Well, you can't do that.
Blade News, the guy who died on his stream.
Yeah.
Or maybe
2 years ago, I made my original.
That one Payute 6687. Thank you for becoming a member.
Video on Blade, but my audience was a lot smaller then than it is now, and a lot of you guys are probably unaware of his history, especially the younger viewers who weren't tapped into the Call of Duty community when that was around. So we're gonna go all the way back to the beginning, work our way up to where my last video left off, and then cover everything that's happened since then, which is a lot.
What is on the screen is me absolutely terrorizing these noobs, like absolutely destroying them.
Although it's been deleted, the earliest archive snapshot I was able to find of
God, I remember when YouTube looked like that. Holy shit. It's like a foreign website now.
Brian's YouTube channel comes from January of 2010, when you could still have.
It's literally only the same platform in name.
53 months looking at the logs.
So you've been looking at my logs for over 4 years?
Cucumbers.
Well, Shay Newcomb becoming a sub over on Twitch. That counts as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for almost 50 people over there on Twitch, too. Thank you. There's been support, like, all around this evening.
Custom backgrounds
Good for
and
you,
colors
Jocelyn.
for your YouTube channel. His bio explained his
Newcomb
gimmick
again,
as
thank
straight
you.
to the point as possible.
Black
I
Popeye,
only knife
53
in Call
months
of Duty,
again,
and I
thank
upload
you.
videos to showcase that I can bring a knife to a gunfight. I have full matches and montages.
Yeah, there was, there would be like, I think you had a shorter than 15-minute, and then you could work your way up to 15 minutes. I don't remember, but yes, there were time limits, and it wasn't until, I don't remember when, but it took a while because, man, you got to have a lot of fucking storage and server space to run YouTube, man. We just kind of assumed that that's all there, right? But to think about what it takes to keep a fucking platform like YouTube going is, Jesus.
I used to be a noob and use weapons, but I made a new account when I found I can
Wait, what happened now? Anything and everything?
win matches by knifing only. I don't use explosives or shoot guns. I just knife and I upload my footage. Enjoy. There's honestly no overstating just how much of a YouTube OG Brian actually was. Back in 2009 to 2010,
Yeah,
regularly
10 minutes
getting
too,
tens
you're
of
right.
thousands of views on your uploads was so rare that he still had links to download the file for his videos in their descriptions so that people could share them via email. At the time, the idea of uploading stuff to YouTube and it taking off was mostly reserved for viral videos. So plenty of people still relied on having their stuff manually shared, re-uploaded, or featured on other sites outside of YouTube because the algorithm wasn't really figured out yet. This page is so ancient.
It's still not. It's also just been, it's also tilted to push certain kinds of content. Let's keep it real. Especially like in the political space. I'm not even technically the political space. I'm not referring to myself, but man, I mean, there's no way to confirm it. I get it. And maybe I'm spitballing and exaggerating to a degree, but they definitely put their finger on the scale.
that in his channel's bio, Brian added the link for his toolbar.
What's up,
you might
Dark
not
Cloud?
even
How are
remember
you?
what this is, even if you are a Jurassic creature like myself. Nowadays, all Windows computers come with the default Microsoft Edge browser installed, which no person on planet Earth uses. Then you have Firefox, Chrome, and other browsers that normal people use. Then you have Safari and Opera, which you use if you like men. And last but not least,
What does that you use if you like men? Sir, do you like men? Well, I suggest Safari.
Brave if you believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to read your emails. But back during Web 2.0, over half of all internet usage took place on Internet Explorer, which was known to be very vulnerable to these toolbars. If you do remember them, you were probably smart enough to opt out of them whenever you were installing a program that you downloaded off some sketchy site. But your parents probably weren't. And since at that point,
what was I using back then? I don't even remember. I don't think it was Internet Explorer, but there wasn't Chrome yet, so I don't know. Maybe Gasp I was? I don't remember, dude. It was so fucking long ago now. Obviously, I was uploading shit, but
point in time, it was much more common for computers to be family computers. You randomly woke up one day and your computer was overtaken by this garbage. To put it simply, they were everywhere. And having a custom toolbar was kind of a sign that you were a legitimate brand online.
Firefox.
Another staple of that era is the classic YouTube music intro, which has also been put to death by copyright claims. This time was so primitive that Brian was unable to record his gameplay and his voice at the same time. So he would record his gameplay first and then narrate what was happening in-game, or he would just talk about something else entirely.
See the lag? See how long it took for that to register? Oh no, this isn't the round I died. I'm taking fire though. Oh!
Because
well, I don't even think that's a limitation. Maybe you want to focus on the commentary after you play the game. I think that's really all it is.
Ad revenue worked differently back then. Brian, as well as most Call of Duty channels from this time, partnered up with the now defunct Machinima, the most prominent of all multi-channel networks. You couldn't just get paid through YouTube as a gaming channel back then. You had to go through one of these networks, who would collect your money from YouTube and then send you a smaller check in the mail.
Fuck is
Thankfully,
using Yahoo
the day
in
these
2026?
abominations ruled YouTube has passed. But before they were widely recognized as...
Yeah, I mean, there was a time where people were like, oh man, you're on Machinima? Damn. That's awesome. That faded. Would you see Booch? What's up, you cheap bastard? How are you?
Useless companies that just took 40% of your money doing nothing. It was the way to make money. And it was also kind of a status symbol if you were relevant enough to be invited.
He's right about that.
Naturally, the YouTubers who were partnered with Machinima collabed with each other a lot. So Brian landed features with YouTubers like CNanners. For a little perspective, there was a time in the early 2010s when the name CNanners was one of the most popular gaming channels on YouTube, along with PewDiePie and Tobuscus. Meanwhile, each COD release seemed to be a bigger and bigger one, and Brian was able to capitalize on his popularity by pumping out video after video, easily making thousands of dollars a month.
I'm only using Blade. Huge penis. Everyone knows.
Well, thank you. Like, yeah, I mean, if you have the email, like, it's not Hotmail anymore, but I still have a Hotmail email. It's just there, you know?
We're about to go pick up Black Ops in T-minus now.
Modern Warfare 2 came out. We had a magical year. We're about to do it. We're about to do it bigger because I want to provide for you the best awesomeness that
I don't even know if you could say he looked younger. He just looked healthier there.
is knife-only video game awesomeness.
Creators like him had free reign to pump out videos with relatively low effort, often completely unedited for years. By 2012, right in the middle of his
yeah, I'm a little bit guilty of that.
Peak, he had 500,000 subscribers and over 62 million channel views. But slowly but surely after that, as the landscape on YouTube changed and began favoring slightly longer videos, his 5-minute long uploads became a bit dated. Rather than change with the time,
I don't want to do this. I know it's going to be overpriced, but I have no drinks here. I need some kind of seltzer. I'm going to have to get like 3 cases. Any of that. that shit. I don't even want to do this at all. I just want fucking seltzer. Ah, yes. Spindrift grapefruit. 2. Just 2. And, Diet Sprite? Want Diet Sprite Mini? Fuck off. Just 1. Because this is going to be overpriced. No, I do not want sushi. At all. I can't sit here with my fucking... And I just loathe water. Nah, that's just too fucking... Dude, I can't. Dude. Alright. I'm deleting this fucking app after. I haven't used it in like a month and a half. What is the address? Okay. Yeah. There's a reason I don't use this app anymore. You know what's sad though? What would it be like? $7 cheaper? Like, let's see. What? Yeah, the lowest it goes for is like $8.89. What did I just spend? $9.89. So it's different. It's cheaper, obviously, if you go get it, but not really. Oh, that's sad, dude. We're so fucked. Oh my God, we're fucking... DoorDash isn't that much more expensive. You know, we're doomed, dude. We're gonna go into a fucking severe recession. We're already in a recession. But if we're lucky, it won't go into a depression. Holy shit.
He stayed mostly stagnant.
That's insane.
His content remained the same exact thing it had been for years. His growth slowed down as he topped out at around 600,000 subs and then started to lose subs with every upload, gradually dwindling in viewership. The signs were there that Brian was...
Dickers, your delivery guy could be Richie.
What the hell was that?
And he's hard, high on Adderall and ready for holes.
Manholes.
Manholes.
Tempt me with a good time, Daddy.
Oh, Stan would absolutely love to fuck the delivery guy if he was willing. Oh my God, and I wasted... It's just beyond of how unhealthy the food was. How much money I wasted. Spending extra to get fucking Taco Bell delivered to me in the wee hours of the night. Sometimes it used to expedite the delivery too. I was out of my mind, but I was out of my mind. I was out of my mind for like 2 years. There's nothing else I could say. I was. Anyway, I already got the Taco Bell scheduled aesthetic. Yeah, it is cheaper. It is. The only reason I'm making an exception right now, and I always do that now, is because I am streaming and I'll be like, hey guys, know that stream where I said it's going to be 12 hours at least? I'll be back. I'm just going to go get drinks. Which then you could argue, it's not that far away, but you could argue I'm using some gas. So, but yes, 99% of the time, stay the fuck away from DoorDash or find another app that's cheaper. Oh, Nakoran Gaming, thank you for becoming a large man supporter and supporting a man. What are we even at? I can't even see the number. We're at 134. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're getting an R2 tries it with grapefruit seltzer and Diet Sprite. If I was Phil, I could make that 15 minutes. The hell is this? I don't even know what the fuck that is. I'm a boomer and I've just started using Instagram on a regular basis recently. What's an instant? Man, I'm fucking 45. This is too complex for me.
Was being left in the dust. And to be honest, there's nothing really wrong with that. If he had just continued posting into irrelevancy and then was forgotten about, well, that's a much more preferable fate than how things actually worked out. The problem for...
Did you bring in the fucking Valve software theme? Yes, he did. He absolutely did.
Some people is when you find yourself making a bunch of money out of nowhere without putting that much work in, one tends to take it for granted. And when that popularity starts to go away, people don't know how to recapture it. And the downfall that follows is a particularly painful one. You're simply not adapted to having to struggle, so you hang on for dear life on the last thread of relevance you had, refusing to actually change your ways. Some people...
Well, yeah, if you don't... I mean, the thing like the thing with Blade is that beyond that, like no one cared about that kind of commentary anymore. People, I mean, granted, COD is still a moneymaker, but that whole thing of people being excited just about random and the content just evolved too. People's tech got better, smartphones got better, so they could more people could film and make decent content, and for people just to sit there. I mean, I had some gameplay footage videos recently. I may do them again from time to time, and, you know. But if you're just, like, the days of just doing raw gameplay, just talking about random shit and people tuning in, died. And you either adapted to that and made different kinds of content, or made, you know, edited content, or you got choked out. 85th Batman fan, 10 memberships. Thank you. Holy shit. Holy hell, I don't mean to update right. I'm updating right away because I don't feel like mathing later. All right, so let me check through all the... No. We're at 144, I believe. I don't know. I think we are. What did I have up there before? 131. Oh, wait. 141, excuse me.
I'm on my way to 3 School Drive to bring you your seltzers now. First, I need to stop by Lauren's house, 28 Meadow, CT. I think you know why.
Yeah, okay. You get blocked, but good luck with that one. Go have fun. Oh my God, like dude, my addresses have been out there for, I mean, you're still going to get blocked. And reported for putting my address, but I don't give a shit. Nah, I don't think I need to delete the stream. Nah.
actually handle this balancing act surprisingly well and managed to cockroach Max for many years, just getting by.
Please like the stream. Any contributions are greatly appreciated. Super chats, memberships.
Well, Phil is always, like I say, in that unique position where he has so many people clipping him and following everything he does. That's his advertisement. He have unintentionally made a whole bunch of clips channels out of the people that clip him. That will in turn gives him advertisement. He's getting coverage. He'll never accept it. Be like, oh, it's just people hating and they have nothing else to do. He's getting coverage and PR that streamers would fucking come to get. They'd be like, oh my God, all these clips, I'm coming. Oh. And I am sure, oh, that could have definitely been like him. That sounds like something he would say too. I don't know if it was him. There's a lot of people that can't stand me, and that's fine. I can't stand them either. But he's also known to be a troll. It's been proven before. I forgot the guy. I think his name, he was a YouTuber. He's interesting dude. I'm mixed on him at best. Darius Truxton, who outed him as troll accounts before. Yeah, it's like, dude, I give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I've had my addresses fucking put out for public for my main address since 2013. I remember in 2013 talking about Mike Pence when he was governor, putting the Religious Freedoms Act where a restaurant could block a gay couple from being served. And I roasted the shit out of him and people got pissed off. And this
I hope you and Lauren have a really great 4th of July weekend in a few days, Richard. By the way, watch Logan's Run in your
Thank
spare
you,
time.
dude. I appreciate that. Logan's Run. Okay. And I appreciate that, man. Eric literally is like a troll. He could be those dudes that like would jump on Frankenstein's back in Castlevania. That would be, I don't know how tall Smash JT is, but that he would be on like Smash JT's shoulder.
The memberships or tips. Please send a tip tonight. You support the stream. Let's get some tips rolling in. Let's get our first tip of the night. Let's get our first memberships of the night. Let's get a super chat for the night in here.
Others, not so much.
Love, being alive. I'm a tremendous
Joy.
I'm a tremendous
Joy. Lovely.
I'm a
Help me. I'm in so much pain. Yes, my mother twitted my fucking tipples. I'm a big fan of him crashing out loud. I'm sorry, it's just one of the...
Men, Birdfather's HQ has been compromised. Mobilize the fleets.
Oh,
alert
dude,
the
that shit's
cowboys,
been compromised.
Assemble the councils. We must protect a man no matter the cost.
Oh, you're
This
reminding me to
heretical
finish my
filth
thought.
Must be eradicated.
This guy in 2013, Austin Norris, you just reminded me, showed up to my house after I did that Mike Pence video, which like a fucking bitch I deleted. God, Rich, you were such a fucking pussy. But anyway, because like my address, he was like came to my house and be like, hey, I'm looking for a TV. I heard Rich from Review Tech USA was selling it. I'm like, oh, you're just coming here to fucking troll me. Hi. He was the governor in Indiana, right? And I remember, dude, I mean, we started to see inklings of the whole right-wing anti-woke bullshit at that time. It was starting to come around. And that was kind of a sign of it, right?
Joy.
Brian found himself somewhere in between. From the get-go, it was clear that Brian wasn't your wholesome bedroom face cam game.
Aw, Keemstar's beard was in puberty. It was like someone planted a beard seedling in his chin. It was just starting to sprout. Oh my God. Man, I want to listen. It's so tempting. I know I'll get a claim, but I think I'm already fucked with claims anyway, so. Shout out to Huss Kingpin. This is his instrumental. This is your alarm on your. This alarm on your phone is amazing. Yeah, of course, Andy Ennis.
Tell me that you're a fraud without telling me that you're a fraud. You human-sized Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, now he's stuck. I know he hates. Theatrics aside, I know he hates doing Locale Live. But he knows this is probably his last stint on the internet if it fails, which I'm amazed it hasn't yet, to the point where they shut it down, but Keemstar got the money to keep putting into it, I guess. So to him, I mean, and I know he makes... I bet you he breaks even with what he gets from the shows, right? Because he gets half of all shows, regardless. And then the other half, depending on how many hosts, they all have to split it. The bending in this is good. That was another, I was very stoned off of edibles creation, but it works. It's not my beat though, so it'll probably get claimed here. It is what it is.
YouTuber from the 2010s. He had an edge to him that other guys did not have.
We are about to drink some Jaeger, and we're about to go get black.
If I was worried about getting claims on YouTube, I would never stream again, because literally, I would say 80% of my streams, oh, there was this song in here, it was claimed. It's not a strike on your channel. What would you like to do? Would you like to erase the song? Would you like to edit out the clip? And then YouTube, you hit the button, YouTube does its thing, and it actually, it's kind of cool, and I'm glad they have that feature.
Let's do this.
And on top of the sort of frat guy humor itself, he was known to be a drinker. At the time, viewers didn't see it as a problem. After all, he was hardly dysfunctional. He had a successful YouTube channel. Blade was just seen as a guy who liked to play games, party, and have a good time. One of the very first...
Well, at least the vibe I got, right, is he also kind of made it like he went to bars. I remember he was like a bouncer or something. And he would talk about bouncer stories. Maybe he'll bring it up in here.
People from the same community that took notice of what he was up to was Woody's Gamertag, who started the PKA podcast, which he runs to this day. Brian was invited to PKA, and it yielded some interesting moments. Funnily enough, right before
upgrade to Flash Player 10. Oh, god damn, what a different time. And you know what's crazy? Before everyone realized that Flash was done, and let's keep it real, I would say that Steve Jobs helped with that. Phones used to flex that they could run Flash. I believe the HTC Evo. God, I remember weird shit. And then I got a piss. The original HTC Evo with that phone was such a big seller. HTC never, from what I remember, ever hit again like that. They made good phones after, but it never hit again like that. But they used to have in commercials that the HTC Evo was powerful enough to run Flash content on it. He sucked Boogie's tipples.
I motorboat Boogie's tipples, and there was Pikachus and low punnies all around with Harmon.
It was a genuine explosion of satisfaction.
Yeah, Harmon was fucking the Pikachu in the cuck chair. Dude, that's when I worked at Radio Shack. I've told you guys about that. And dude, there were people, that phone and the iPhone 4 at that time, they were in the same vintage, 2010. It was, dude, people were just coming for those fucking phones all the time.
To the interesting moment I'm about to cover, Woody accidentally refers to Brian as Wings, meaning Wings of Redemption, a fellow Call of Duty channel turned internet laughingstock.
Hey, Wings, not Wings, Blade, we were talking
What's
earlier about conforming to society, like getting a normal job, stuff like that. So you're a bouncer, and you also do some home theater installation as a like day
And
job?
I do. I have this little YouTube channel too. That's about the extent. Yeah, you guys should check it out. Yeah, that's pretty much about that. That's kind of like where all my three sources of income are from. Which
Ever
is
feel driven to, like, you know, get a job with a tie?
yeah, but then I kind of look back and go, well, you know what? A lot of people would kill to be in my position because I have such an easy, like, all three of my jobs are jobs that I love doing. You know what I mean? Or they're easy. Like the bouncing job is the easiest thing in the world. I sit there, and the Call of Duty stuff is I sit on my couch and play Call of Duty, and then occasionally I get out of my house and go install some home theater systems. So I feel blessed and fortunate that I get to do pretty easy, pretty fun stuff.
For the most part, the guys that got really big during this era were basically nerds. I don't mean that as an insult, this is also describing me, but this wasn't like the modern internet where normal people can just hop on their phone and become famous. The people who got anywhere significant back then were usually computer-bound, friendly dudes who were smart enough to invest themselves into content when it was still growing, and had the technical know-how to set themselves up with capture cards and screen recording devices so that they could put out.
Yeah, that is true. That is, you know, it's, I mean, it was still crazy flooded back then, but nowhere near how it is now. Nowhere near as bad. Now it's like any kind of content you could think of, there are a billion fucking people doing it.
Decent content. Meanwhile, Brian was still working regular jobs as a bouncer and a home theater installer, all while running his YouTube career. To reinforce how much of an everyman—
Well, yeah, because you're
I never
probably
even
like,
heard of any of these PPL before Rich.
yeah, because you're like 21. I guarantee you were. Yeah, you were fucking McEight when this was going on. You weren't watching this shit.
This guy was. In this same podcast, he even tells a story about having to work at Best Buy and going to work so stoned and sleep deprived that his coworkers thought he had pink eye and sent him to the hospital. At the time, this was just a funny anecdote. Everyone has that one friend that comes to work a little too hungover, a little too much. So sure, Brian got stoned and much more frequently he was drunk, but nobody really saw it as an issue, at least not enough for it to be some kind of controversy.
Do I drink? Yes, I do enjoy drinking. When I'm at work,
oh yeah,
I
you
typically
do.
have about 3 to 4 shots throughout the night of working. I'm in a bar. Customers come in, instead of tipping me money, they'll say, hey, we'll get you a Jaeger bomb. Beat me a Jaeger bomb, I slam it, do my job, everything's cool. It's been like that for 2 years.
At this point in time, he was working as a bartender, so it's not too surprising to hear that he sometimes got high off his own supply, so to speak. However, it is a bit concerning that he basically describes doing this every night for 2 years. And this was said by Brian in 2011, so from the very beginning of his online presence, he was already pretty fond of the bottle, even if it didn't terribly affect the rest of his life. Even during the heights of what could be considered his prime, there was a consistent thread of Brian drinking, and occasionally he also got drunk during streams.
Didn't
For
he get
example,
arrested
this
and
one
go to
from
jail
2014
quickly
with
back in the
Keemstar
day?
shows Brian nursing a bottle all throughout. Nothing really crazy happens, but
Oh, you're 35. All right, so I'm surprised you
Rich,
don't
I'm
remember
35.
some of these people.
Been watching you since 2011.
I mean, you are younger than me, but not like an insane amount. I'm surprised. When did you start watching YouTube? You watched me since 2011, which is fucking insane. I was still talking about the Wii U back then. Oh, wow. You were 14 when you found me. I fucking corrupted your mind. I'm sorry. You found me with like intro guy streams during COVID. Oh God. I'm sorry.
It is relevant in the way that alcohol slowly but surely became...
Dude, I mean, oddly enough, weird as it is to say, I had a grand fucking time during that period. There was stress going on, but intro guy was home. He was paid to be home because of COVID, and we would just stream and do stupid shit. You're like, man, this is crazy. What crazy, terrible times we're in. Little did I know. From a societal and personal perspective, what was in store for me, huh?
A more prominent part of his content. On the topic of Keem, he's an important part of Brian's story. Currently, he runs the LolCal Live podcast.
He's fucking, if there is someone with any kind of name on YouTube, Keemstar is always, he's like the dude that photobombs every fucking picture. If there's a video essay on somehow, some way Keemstar is in it. Have you fucking noticed
that?
that?
You didn't show your face and you did the Skippity sound outro. Good times.
Yeah, that was when I was... Remember when everyone thought I was intro guy? And then I did a video explaining what the fuck that was. They saw my like, who's this bald fat fuck? I thought you were the guy in the intro. I'm like, nah, that's just, that's another man.
A show where he has corralled some of the internet's most hated figures.
What is this? What the fuck is this? Oh. Listen, I want romantic pink fucking flames. Thank you. Ah, much better. I gotta piss.
I like big dicks.
Filters tomorrow because it ain't. So I had to go use a different bathroom. Now I am back from using the bathroom. Did I change the screen or no? Let me see. Oh, no, I didn't. Tell me for what? You don't get anything for Limgrave music at all. No, I didn't shit. I just had to piss. Nah, you wouldn't get that for Limgrave. Like, the Tipple song, at most, I'll get a claim. Dude, I would say, I think I said this before, like a few minutes ago, 80% of my streams get a claim. It's just part of that's just part of doing this. That's one thing. I'm sure I'll deal with stupid other shit on Twitch. I'm well aware. I'm not naive to that. But one thing I hear is they're way more lenient with copyrights on shit like that, which that I will welcome. That wouldn't get me a copyright claim. I highly doubt it. Like, there's a 0.0001% chance that would happen. Especially because there was no audio.
Into a personal pen where they discuss current events and bicker amongst themselves.
I'm not gonna do that so the Keemstar can jerk off to it.
What you probably know Keem for is his previous show, Drama Alert, where he would report on internet.
The Keemstar beard is gross. Oh my god, is that Zoe Berger?
Gossip.
Tessa Brooks and
Snake Bitch. Well, these two have not been
getting along.
But before that, he was DJ Killer Keemstar. He began his career by streaming his trash talk sessions in-game, insulting players about anything and everything. As a result, he was...
Yeah, he had a 2 and 2 plus 4. He had a gaming group called FAG. Edgelord shit. Such like late 2000s comedy.
Was acquainted with a lot of the early YouTube gaming scene, including Blade. They got along so well that Blade eventually relocated from Seattle to Buffalo, New York so the two could make content together. From their podcast to skits, trips to the nightclub, and going to GameStop for new COD releases, the two were thick as thieves. They were pivotal elements in the 2011 Battlecam Bowl, a Call of Duty competition featuring the greatest in YouTube gaming entertainers. But more interesting than the competition itself is the billionaire who hosted it, Alki David.
I bought the company.
He utilized some of his vast wealth to start the company known as Filmon, which later partnered with Chicago rapper Chief Keef. Keef later named his own son SnowFilmon.com in honor of the company. The partnership between Filmon and Chief Keef lasted for less than a year due to contract disputes, so now there's just some kid in Chicago called Filmon for no good reason. Besides Film,
that is the most one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard, and I've been doing this insane shit for a very long time.
on, David also launched BattleCam, one of the earliest streaming sites.
We got Big Man, Only Use Me Blade, competing against Wings of Redemption. This is an eating competition. They got their pizza ready.
He really tried to kickstart its popularity by offering...
Damn, Keemstar was kind of robust back then, huh?
$1 million for someone to film themselves getting naked in front of President Barack Obama. For promotion, he also tried pretending to stream the euthanasia of a man, which actually succeeded in fooling a lot of people. Given his unorthodox attempts to get BattleCam at the top of search results, it's not surprising he also tried more conventional methods, giving Blade and other Call of Duty YouTubers a platform. After all, they were the community to watch at that time.
And Only Use Me Blade trying to get one more in there. Only Use Me Pistol.
God, it was such a... This is so foreign to me now. So foreign.
And there's your winner right there. Axe Jaws coming up on top again.
The relevance was such that Brian was even getting invited to...
Thank you everyone over on Twitch too. Nice to see that viewership staying pretty consistent. It definitely stays, like, if I go take a piss break, I don't lose anywhere near the same amount of people that I lose on Twitch. I lost like 80 to 100 people. Maybe I'm slightly overestimating, but fairly close to that.
Do stuff that had nothing to do with COD, like his feature on a dancing show where his
I'm sorry, what?
Impeccable moves were broadcasted. As a matter of fact, he was so dedicated to walking the line that he didn't even dare to drop the N-bomb here.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I were to actually say that to someone, to a black dude, and with the intent of
he gets in trouble all the time now for being racist as fuck,
trying to put them down or belittle them, then that's fucked up. That's racist. That's shit. But, like, you know, Nick, whatever. They say that all the time.
This is a certified hood class.
From 2014 to 2015, Blade...
Well, don't worry. You'll have the option of kick early in July, too.
His original operation as a call...
Nah, Dr. D. His leg... I think he got pulled over, drunk driving, I think. And his leg stump smelled so bad, the cop was like, yeah, there's something wrong with you. You need to go to the hospital. Think about how bad that must have fucking smelled, dude.
Call of Duty channel fell to the wayside as he explored solo streaming as a new career option. This wasn't like the modern internet where the biggest names are all streamers and every corny YouTuber has a streaming channel. He was kind of an early adopter, broadcasting himself to stream.me where he'd allow chat donations to decide if he would take shots or not. Obviously, the more waste...
That was the platform. I remember Keemstar used to like do... They fell through, but Keemstar was like paid to do exclusive streams there.
He was, the more money he was making, and the more entertained the chat was, so he was all for it. Unfortunately, most of this footage was never saved, so a lot of these moments are lost to time. What we do know is that at some point, Brian began recognizing that this direct relationship between his income and substance use was becoming a problem. With the amount of substances Blade has been downing, at this point, the few people who still like him are praying he doesn't get in some horrible accident. After all, accidents do happen, and when they do, there's a reason people look for experienced legal help. Just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm.
You got a Morgan & Morgan spot? Holy shit.
Morgan & Morgan has built their brand on fighting for the people for 35 years. With over 100 offices across the nation, they've been able to recover over $30 billion for their clients. And that's not even the best part. Morgan & Morgan is completely free unless they win. They will only get paid if you get paid. They're not just any other law firm. They have over 1,000 lawyers ready to ride into battle for you. If you've been injured due to...
So torn on sponsorships.
Someone else's actions or carelessness, you deserve fair compensation. To see if you have a claim, you can go to forthepeople.com/turkeytom. And a special thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get back into it. After one particularly bad binge, which he blamed on someone spiking his drink with a root...
That's a wild ass... I'm not hating on it. That's just a wild ass sponsorship. Hey, whatever. Good for him, man.
This clip surfaced and was featured by Keemstar.
What the...
Why am I fucking doing I don't know why, but I'm this sucks right now.
Even if there's a chance he's playing it up here, he definitely was extremely intoxicated at the very least, feeling like he was off the deep end. His dissatisfaction with his lifestyle was made even more clear just a week later in the video, Time for a Change.
I have a drinking problem. When I drink...
Yeah, time for a change. I'm going to start drinking even more. I am laughing.
I drink in excess. And most of you guys...
Yeah, he was crying to my beats. True story. I kind of think that was put on. That's the first thing I thought of. Or maybe he was just really that sloppy drunk. Who knows? Either way, he likes alcohol.
Used to know me as the dude that stabbed people when they knifed them. And lately, over the last year, because I've been doing what's called drunk streaming, I'm not that anymore. I am known as a drunk, and I'm tired of the hangovers. When I drink, I go ham. I don't have a couple drinks and chill. I have 20, 30. I black out every time I drink. And I always thought that that was what drinking is, and apparently it's not. Apparently that's a bad thing.
For all of Brian's faults, he clearly wasn't too stupid or too shameless to admit to his problem. He clearly realized that having a direct relationship between his substance use and income was unhealthy, and wanted this trend to come to an end. This is especially clear with his framing, pointing out that he used to be known for his gaming skills, while at this point he was just the drunk guy who everyone pointed and laughed at. At the time, he was still holding out a lot of hope, and expressed exactly why things were about to change.
I see a lot of YouTubers that started at the same time after me or whatever, and they've risen through the ranks, and all I've really been doing is just kicking it, feeling got the Peter Pan syndrome. Amongst my peers on YouTube, they have a way better work ethic, whereas me, you know, my hangovers are lasting 2 days. Every time I do it, there's some post on something, or the guys over at PKA are, you know, saying, oh my god, look what this dude did. And I don't want to be that guy.
It's hard to say how much...
Well, you definitely did not choose the good ending with that, dude, huh?
money he was making at this time, but given he wasn't working his normal jobs anymore, it's safe to say he made more money than your average person. This makes it particularly hard-hitting for him to say that as a 32-year-old guy, he was still living like a kid, all while his peers moved on and actually did something with their life. For some YouTubers in his position, money, or the lack thereof, is frequently cited as an excuse for them not to get their life together, whether it be the reason they don't start eating healthy and lose weight, or an excuse for why they can't improve their content. Meanwhile, Brian made no compromise about what was actually at fault for—
Damn, Boogie's tipples were looking fierce there. No wonder why you ripped on him.
his life being the way it was, his own decisions. He's honest about this to the point where it's actually hilarious.
I'm crazy when I'm drunk. I drop the N-word when I'm drunk, and I'm not racist at all. Any crazy concoction that comes in my head, there's no filter, and I just say it. I am super actually aggressive, I guess you'd say. Not really,
no.
Super like, hey, what's going on? Do you squirt?
I'm legitimately struggling to think of a single other person in a similar position to Brian that has had the balls to be this transparent. Usually, people only get to this point when they've been relentlessly criticized online for a while and exposed 100 times. But here he is, volunteering this information that makes him look absolutely terrible. After offering up this personal stuff to all of his viewers to prove how genuine—
if he actually succeeded in conquering his alcohol addiction, I could get him being that transparent and wanting to hold himself accountable, but
when his intent to improve as a human being was, even if it meant humiliating himself, he ended his rant with a promise.
This isn't a pity party. This is just my relationship promise to you, the viewer. Over the years, without you, I wouldn't be able to do this job. The amount of work ethic that is needed now, I haven't been putting that forward.
As far as online statements go, Blade confronting his alcoholism is one of the best examples. At no point does he say something about how his upbringing messed him up, or tell tales about how he was wronged and suffered injustices, or how the stress in his life—
oh god, her, she's so insufferable.
prevents him from improving himself. He's pretty clear that this is all his fault. All of this makes it even more unfortunate that, as you can tell by how much of the video was left after this, Brian's efforts didn't yield the intended results. Over the course of the next 3 to 4 years, Brian engulfed himself deeper and deeper in his addiction, all captured on his streams, which were suffering from diminishing returns as far as viewership and money, with Brian himself pointing out that he was losing his audience. But he was never clear-minded enough to stop making a fool of himself, to the point where entire compilations of his—
Well, it ended up being that him drinking for money ended up being why people tuned in, which is why he went to it. Which does, like, think about if you're already heavily addicted to alcohol, and then on top of it, it's what pays your bills is drinking it. Oh man.
drunk moments were posted to YouTube.
Love you more, trash talking lady, A Cup Alley. Hey, get bigger like eat some oatmeal or something. I would so marry you if you had some D covers on your slim ass frame. I bet your vagina's like yogurt. We won! We won!
I bet your vagina's like yogurt?
Dear Bobs! When you die, can I still have sex with you? Will you put that in the will, babe? Can I still have sex with you? With your cobweb vagina?
Yo, he just loses his fucking mind. Wings wanted to become an EMT. He's going to have to get in better shape, though. I mean, I've seen some chunky EMTs, but...
Not you. Oh my god. Oh my god. I would... That girl can get the D.
Perhaps the peak of this behavior came during his final stream on Twitch, when he got a donation to put his finger up his butt. He did it, and was banned shortly after.
I mean, I'm sure he was drunk out of his mind, and making good judgment calls is off the fucking table. Oh, I've seen some obese, but Wings is very obese. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. Like, I mean, whatever. I genuinely wish him the best. I'm not saying it to be a dick. But he's going to have to rush out an ambulance and stuff. I don't know. I mean, hey, maybe that'll be the best thing for him. You know what I mean?
His income taking a nosedive thanks to the ban wasn't bad enough, one event in 2018 would earn him significantly more hatred.
The Crispy Incident.
This story actually begins 2 years prior, when Blade and Keem hosted a fan meetup at a bar. One of Blade's fans,
What's up, ZG?
Crispy, showed up and began professing...
That kind of fits with ZG. Someone said on Twitch, imagine Wings saving your life performing CPR. Shirtless like he's boxing, too.
Eat shit out of my fucking ass.
That was the wrong one.
And now I'm gonna masturbate.
Another Kids Act bill has passed all of USA HV.
Another Kids Act bill has passed. Oh, Jesus Christ.
His love for Blade, taking it a step further by proposing to his girlfriend in front of them. Fast forward to a year and a half later. Blade was having a New Year's Eve party at his house with a ton of streamers. Everyone was streaming on Twitch, but Blade...
Wow, these are home-baked? What? No way.
Was banned, so he had to stream from the basement. Also present for this party was Crispy and his wife. At one point, she wanders down into the basement with Blade, who is already very drunk. They did some shots together, and then engaged in some of the most awkward flirting ever recorded. Blade then started groping her, and the two shared a few kisses. In a turn of events so unfortunate, it should only come from a sitcom right...
And she just got engaged to someone else. I remember this. Oh no. Oh, this is one of those, like, even though you've heard it a billion times, it's still awkward.
Room. Crispy then walks downstairs, sees the two making out, and awkwardly shuffles away.
Crispy, come here. Crispy, Crispy.
This is
Well, I'd be like, oh, well, she's single again, man. Have at her.
one of the things that made the dumpster fire that was Brian's career go from being something that his existing community followed to a train wreck that new viewers were tuning in to see. They watched his streams, clipped the most ridiculous moments, and then posted them to YouTube and the Livestream Fails subreddit, growing the detractor base larger day by day. While Sober Blade was aware of this and would occasionally start stints of sobriety, the alcoholic demons always found a way to justify his return to the bottle.
I brought the anger machine down. If you guys want to throw down some donations for some shots, we'll do some responsibility shots.
What a disastrous way to make a living. You cave to your addiction and make your addiction be what pays your bills. I mean, there's no other way this, and unfortunately, it just is. I think it's going to have a very bad ending. It's already kind of is, but it's going to get worse. No way around it. It's going to get worse.
But I haven't drank anything. I'm actually still sober. We can have some drinks. So, like, it's been a couple weeks. We can responsibly have some drinks. I'm a grown man.
His delusions about his problem were so strong that he wouldn't even wait for donations before taking shots. He was drinking completely unprompted. He was getting fully naked on Livestream, giving the Clippers all they wanted and more.
It's tough to say. He got some big red bullseye nipples, man. Holy shit.
I just don't want to make her come too hard and f up the real estate. I don't want to make her cream her panties so hard that so much squirt just engulfs Houston.
Do you think you're safe from Ashley Squirt? Do you really think you're safe from Ashley Squirt, bro? Do you not watch the Weather Channel?
Is he slapping his own ass? Yes, he is.
I'll grab the titties, bro.
Prior to this, from 2015 to 2018, it seemed like Blade was actively...
You know by his physique that he has the most violent fucking egg farts, dude.
Trying to stave off his downfall. But after the Crispy incident, it was free fall speed. One of the telltale signs that things were clearly getting worse is that despite him coping for years with the excuse that he was never an aggressive drunk, there was now footage that indicated the opposite. In June of 2018, during a night out with Keemstar, Brian got into a brief scuffle with someone for no reason, which only ended when Keem stepped in. No longer were his blackout binges confined to his bedroom. He was now doing it on the street and in clubs, which he was being booted from because he was so wasted that he started falling over. Something that also became alarmingly common were instances of Blade going completely unconscious while the stream was still rolling.
Oh my God, he does this on a fairly regular basis. Yes, Keemstar is always involved, Grant. You never want to give CPR? Oh yeah, I kind of hear you on that, man. Middle-aged loser. Phil, I'm sure Phil drinks, and there's a decent chance he has a drinking problem. It ain't this severe, though. It ain't this severe.
Waking up hours later with his audience being able to watch.
I know I recorded a video on that.
There was another wave of Sony purging digital purchases due to licensing.
I had that in the rotation for a video. I may actually still do something on that.
Him come to his hungover senses. At this point, Call of Duty was already a distant memory, so Blade began looking for more accepting communities who would put up with or encourage his behavior. In the summer of 2018, he joined the CX Network, Ice Poseidon's brand. Ice is a pioneer of IRL streaming. His content was notorious for being raunchy, and he was pretty forgiving as far as who actually got to be on his streams. Part of the appeal was how unfiltered and uncensored everything was. And
yeah, but this shit bit him in the ass though, because one, you just build that audience that everywhere you go they're gonna fucking call the place. and you just can't control people. So, I mean, I think he still does it, and he still does pretty good, but not like he used to. Everyone was like talking about this dude at one point.
Several other people in ICE's vicinity began streaming as well, which meant that a lot of deranged lunatics were signal boosted by association. Just as one example, former actor and relentless sex pest Andy Dick joined the community, where he would get drunk a lot, act a fool, and do Andy Dick things. So,
what did he say?
In a way, this community was the perfect fit for Blade. Sadly, the negative aura immediately led to one of the most depressing fates a man can find, being the victim of the Norwood Reaper. This situation was quickly noticed by the viewers, who took advantage of it in the best way possible.
I want to take off your hat. For 30 seconds, silence.
Look at the top of his head.
His stay at Ice Poseidon's house began well enough, with Brian catching Ice allegedly doing blow in the bathroom after he had been missing for an hour. Soon after, while Blade didn't get blackout drunk, he was...
Yes, we've seen the byproduct of Phil's late night drinking, where he's confessing his love to Andy Worski and PPP.
Inebriated to the point where he just started pissing in the middle of the street, something that would also become a pattern. And this brings us to perhaps the most unfortunate
So
pastime
never
of
blowing bubbles,
drunk
you're
Blade,
right, over
roping
on
women
Twitch.
completely unannounced.
Yes, I am happy you're on Twitch, Trickster. And I am here too. Wait, I goddamn hit it again. Because you know why? Because at Lauren's place, it's that button. Well, I'm not going to really need it too much anymore, so...
The first notable instance of it happened in a way where we can't really see what he did. We can only hear the reaction from the girl holding the camera. Very quickly, it seemed like Brian's tenure at the content house was on borrowed time, but that didn't prevent him from being a part of an RV trip where the entire thing was streamed. During it,
yeah, something really bad happened here. I'm sorry, what? Why, thank you, Nenonic Shadowpaw, for gifting a sub, now putting us at 145. My voice is getting deeper now. You can tell I've been talking the whole day. My seltzer should be coming fucking soon. Where are you at? I am so... Wait, are they driving a bicycle to my house? Why is that a bike or a motorcycle? I don't care if he takes a hang glider here, but that must be, if he even on a motorcycle, that must be an interesting way to deliver stuff. It's showing him on, it is not showing, they usually show a car. They are showing him on a bike. It's either a motorcycle or he got some, like, e-bike. That's awesome. Thank you for showing your love, Nino Fishy.
I have to gift a sub on Twitch to show love.
Hey, man, I appreciate it, man. I'm glad to see that I could build the platform there. And I'm glad mostly people are understanding. Like I said, if for the people who are not following, I have no hate or ill will towards you. I get it, man. I haven't followed people to other platforms that I would watch. So I understand, you know. You like what you like, and that's okay.
People really did their best to get a rise out of him. Like when fellow content creator Casey Content God disturbed
the beast
during his slumber.
Stop! Get with me, dude!
Bothering Brian became a motif for Casey, who also poured...
Oh, yeah, when he's drunk and, like, you wake him up from his sleep, he's a fucking lunatic, dude. You got an applause. There you go.
Chocolate syrup on him while he slept. And these are just a few...
And the thing is, even with, like, he's still... I mean, granted, he's, like, with some 80-year-old woman now. But even when... What's up? Thado, I can't do it. You're just... You have a great name.
Rich.
among many, many things that were done to get.
I mean, yeah, like in Scott Defoe, I feel you all still be doing stuff here. But it won't be as much because this is kind of mostly what I do. But I'll do streams. I'll make sure to do something weekly there. So it's not, I'm not abandoning this, and there'll be cool shit here.
Get Brian to crash out, including pouring water on him, slapping him.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
I think it's funny. I've been laughing for the last hour that your mom died of cancer. I am in this for your money and your money only.
That picture of pretending to be a cop, arresting him, and pouring hot water on him, followed by knocking him over by speeding up the RV. As you can clearly tell, this was a community of people hell-bent on getting as much content as possible. Safety and general well-being were barely an afterthought. It's only natural that another thing began to manifest: the physical side effects of extreme alcohol consumption. By this point, he had already developed bruises and sores related to his binge drinking and untreated diabetes. Viewers would point out how all—
Oh my God. Man, that just showed, like, if that ain't gonna give you a wake-up call, dude.
awful his body looked and how something needed to change. But their desperate pleas fell on Blade's liquor-clogged ears. Tons of clips were posted where Blade interacted with other people in the streamer house in very disrespectful ways for no good reason.
That's K-pop's girlfriend. Hey, K-pop. Cuff. Alright, well, you got turned off. Shut
Why does her face look familiar, or am I just losing my mind? Oh yeah, dude, he lost his toes and they're like rotten and oozing now. I'm not
This
exaggerating.
sounds like the same crap that happened to Just a Minx.
Who was Just a Minx?
up. I swear to God. Hey, what's up with that squirt there, Rainbow?
In one clip that was very infamous at the time, he almost fights one of ICE's Discord moderators after they call him out for pissing on someone's jacket. In the clip, he's still wet, with the chair he's sitting on being soaked. On top of his general unlikability, there were two incidents almost back to back, which really—
Yeah, he would have been such a terrible person to drink with when I really drank in my late teens and early 20s. I know a guy who was like him with alcohol. And they'd either be joking or laughing, or you'd be afraid they'd punch you in the face. I'm not kidding.
push people over the edge. First, he felt up a girl who was at the streamer house with the excuse of cracking her back. Then, he flung a dog across the living room while drunk, also on stream. This moment was posted to the Livestream fail subreddit, where it racked up over 10,000 upvotes, and earned comments from people expressing how sad they were at the turn things had taken.
Yeah, you shouldn't throw any animal like that, but especially a dog, dude. They ain't cats. Cats could fall. I don't know the exact, but they could. Not that you should do that to a cat. Don't get me wrong, but cats can. They could fall from heights safely. Tall heights, not dogs, dude. You could have broke that dog's fucking back, dude. What the fuck?
Grew up watching his Modern Warfare 2 videos as a kid, and to have seen him become such a waste of life over
My pug would have fucking mauled him. The pug is a fucking beast. Dude, she turns into like a werewolf pug, a werepug. She like, if there's like someone, she hears a noise outside, she gets like a mohawk that stands up on her back. She like goes into like a second form in a Souls game. It's wild.
Time. Now, in March of 2019, there was a genuine attempt to do an intervention on Brian due to his problem. Keemstar, Ice Poseidon, and comedian Andy Milonakis attempted to talk him out of his addiction, explaining that if he didn't change, they would no longer be willing to be near him in any context. Similar to his Time for a Change.
Punting my pug would be the way to get yourself punted. I know you're just joking in the chat, but
video, Brian showed remarkable self-reflection coming from a guy who was giving himself brain damage on the daily.
Blade, I've known you forever. You're my homie. I love you.
Keem's been telling me to knock it off for years.
For way too long, and I've done more than just tell you. I flew you out.
I mean, with how much damage he's done to his body at this point, man. Like, I don't even. I'm not. I still wish he would stop drinking, but ooh, I think he's past the Rubicon, dude.
My house for what, 30, 45 days. You didn't drink one drop, paid for all types of health shit to get you fixed, room and board, everything. And then the minute you left my house, you went back.
While he never tried to defend his actions here or act like he didn't have a problem, his friend's best efforts just weren't enough. If anything was going to change, it had to be something he himself wanted, and he couldn't find the inner
Yeah, dude, my pug don't play, man. I mean, she's not vicious at all. She's a normal, sweet animal, but she don't put up with shit, though.
Strength to turn it around. It really becomes apparent how far gone he was when you see him asking a woman if she had ever been sexually assaulted. Obviously, that question in and of itself is kind
I remember Critical made a video on this. This is the most... I forgot about this. This is a great video from Turkey Tom. Holy shit. That's why I'm like, I know so much about his lore. I know far from the most, not even in the league. But I remember watching Blade, dude, when he was actually relevant with Call of Duty. Yeah, you're in remission with drinking. Watch this every time you want to pick up a drink. I'll go back to my Instagram and look at that video from 2018 if I want to order Taco Bell.
of a weird thing to ask, but it's his follow-up that really seals his fate.
You've been... No.
Like, what the fuck is this?
You should.
There's no defending this coming from anyone, and in August of 2019, it was used to open a video by commentary YouTuber Moist Critical, where he called out Blade for his rampant addiction, animal abuse, and pattern of groping women. But this clip itself isn't even the main reason Brian became widely known in mid-2019. One of his streams showed something that was interpreted by many people as Brian allegedly sexually assaulting, if not full-on taking advantage of an unconscious woman.
Oh, dude, he definitely did, and he was thrusting. Come on, dude. He 150% was.
This girl is named Gucci's, and in the stream, she was sleeping in the back of the RV, while Brian and the other guy present, Bjorn, were still awake. Brian asked Bjorn if he should go have sex with her, to which he just kind of shrugs. Brian then makes his way to the back of the RV, but since the door to the bedroom was open, viewers witnessed some movement that made it look like Brian wasn't just going to bed, but instead taking advantage of a passed out girl.
And what's amazing is too is no one there goes, you know, maybe let's stop him. People are...
I'm gonna refrain from saying that Blade is definitively guilty here, but with his history of randomly groping women while...
Man, that is a hard pill to swallow, that we have to go with allegedly. If there wasn't video, of course you go with allegedly. Dude, you saw him thrusting. Granted, he was underneath a blanket, so you didn't see the ass, thank God. Nah, man. It's like a 99% chance that what we see in that video is what happened. And that's grape at that point.
Drunk, him asking Bjorn if he should have sex with Gucci's, along with the questionable things he's generally said about this subject.
It's not rape if they don't have an orgasm.
It's understandable why a lot of people think something downright horrific happened. To make matters worse, Discord messages...
Yeah, and you tie into how he is he gets like so aggressive and fucking creepy. Kind of like Tipster. Well, if they checked on him more once and he was fucking thrusting like that, then they're fucking accomplices. I mean, what else could he be fucking doing, dude? Was he fucking doing Pilates, ab curls under the bed, upside down? When you see a blanket going upside down, that's someone thrusting. There's nothing else it could be. Yeah, because he goes on these trips and shit with Sparkles with people that are fucking pieces of shit. Some are worse than him, which, holy shit.
From Gucci's were discovered where she says, Blade pretty much admitted to me he sexually abused me in front of Bones, and Bones came to the realization of everything. Meanwhile, the morning after the incident, Gucci's confronted Blade, only for him and Bjorn to deny that anything bad happened.
You didn't me, right?
I did not. I would never do
Tell
this.
me, prove it.
How do I prove I didn't? What do you mean?
Prove it.
I'll do a lie detector test. I'll do a polygraph. I'll do a kit. Whatever.
But the audience wasn't exactly willing to buy it, and as Charlie's video about the subject reached 5 million views, the Only Use Me Blade brand officially transitioned from former Call of Duty YouTuber turned belligerent alcoholic to a man accused of one of the worst crimes possible. Brian's last remaining lifelines to normalcy were also being severed as Keemstar, one of his last remaining friends from back in the day, finally had enough. I got Blade to stop drinking 3 times. 2 of those times, he was sober for more than 30 days. I spent my own time and money to help him. Each time he went back to drinking. I disowned him when he threw the dog months ago. I gave up. Jesus, take the wheel. Meanwhile, Brian was still trying to save face as best he could, which didn't go down that well.
You were bringing up the Tommy Wiseau nervous wreck.
That she did call the cops, and then they could take any DNA or whatever from.
Well, come on, dude. What the fuck? Or maybe you semi-dried humper, but you definitely, almost definitely, almost being too weak of a word, did something. Come on. Your fucking big, drunken, hairy Brian Rizzo ass was going up and down in the air, dude. What the hell else were you doing? Like these live streams you're seeing here, yes. I'll do Phil here, not do him here. That would be weird. I'll stream Phil here. I'll stream like QVC. I'm going to stream Bloodborne here. I want to try to get the emulated version. That'll start sometime in July too. I'd like the second week for that to start in July, so it would be like the 8th or whatever
Kentucky
the fuck
Bible
it is.
Study had a mock shooting of the devil in front kids. Pastor is defending
Oh,
it,
come
saying
on.
it wasn't extreme. Leftists are the crazy ones, though.
You know what's fucked is they really think we are, like, because we realize that that's not normal to, like, well, it's normal to me.
They are doing that, I hope.
Good.
Despite still working with Bjorn, who was associated with the Ice Poseidon community, this incident is what led to Brian not being accepted back into the RV or Ice's streaming house in general. Although I'm sure all of the grief he caused leading up to it contributed, and this was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Of course,
it's a big fucking straw.
Of course, he wasn't taking it very well, even bringing up that he was on shrooms during the event.
Yeah, Miss Sparkles, this ain't 2017. Don't do the both sides thing. I'm not saying there isn't corruption on the left, but it ain't. Oh, you did something. No, the right with evidence, factually, receipt evidence is exponentially worse than the other side. I used to be like that too. Oh yeah, it is both sides, because there was when it was less significant, well, not significant, but less fascist than it was now. Okay. And there is plenty of corruption. AIPAC is bankrolling a lot of fucking corporatist Democrats, and they're pieces of shit for that. And I want them voted out. But to say that even the current Democratic Party is just as bad as the Republicans right now is just factually wrong. Period.
Is some kind of explanation.
You don't be friends with somebody and plan stuff and invest money with people to have a psycho woman convince you in a day over something that was said when I was out of my mind off a quarter ounce of mushrooms.
He even made a thread on the Ice Poseidon subreddit to try and clear his name. Ayo, so I voluntarily went to the police, showed them multiple clips of the situation to clear my name. I'm not on RV. I'm with Bjorn heading to Kansas City. No charges. Let's get...
Dude, if you're going to still say in 2026 that it's TDS too, come on. I hope you're trolling. I've seen your name here before quite a bit.
Back to streams, not drama. As this attempt proved equally fruitless, none other than Chris Hansen of To Catch a Predator got involved.
Yeah, you want to go into a portion of Democrats being diet MAGA? Oh, I'm 110% with you on that. But to say that they're both equally as bad when there is tons of evidence to literally prove otherwise, nah, I'm not on. I will absolutely disagree with that 110% wholeheartedly. It's just not the case. It's objectively not true. See, you know what happens, Neo? Is that they've changed the names. A lot of people I do recognize, but then there's some like Rich. I've been here for like 10 years. I'm like, because they changed how they show names.
He had been streaming on YouTube at the time to launch his personal investigation.
Yeah, we're so past that both sides are just as bad. There's plenty of shitty Democrats. Very, very shitty. I mean, the only one that I would say is literally full-on MAGA is... I can't remember his fucking name right now. The big doofus Igor looking dude from Pennsylvania. Oh my God. Listen, have a stroke and then become a Republican. That's all you need to know about being a conservative. Brain damage made him a Republican. No, I agree with you. Dude, I agree with you. I'm not... You think I'm fucking defending Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries could go fuck themselves in the ass multiple times. But being ineffective and being a cuck and even cucking to your corporate donors is, well, helped us be here because there was no actual change from the Democratic Party. They just like, hey, I'm very corrupt, but at least gay people don't scare me. Well, thank you. But to say that with all of the irrefutable evidence out there that they're equally as bad, come on, man. That's just cope at that point. Yeah, fuck Cory Booker as well. He tries to pretend he's a progressive, then he'll fucking suck Apex dick behind the scenes. No, thank you.
Into the online world, and obviously the news of a former Call of Duty channel turned belligerent drunk and accused assaulter seemed like a pretty decent scoop. The two got on stream together and Brian gave his side of the story.
And then as a joke, I admit saying this is all on stream, I was like, hey, should I go back there and have sex with her? It was clearly a joke. Bjorn went along with the joke and I was just tired. All I wanted to do was get some sleep. That's a big bed. If you face from the RV looking at the bed, Gucci's is on the left in a blanket. I gather a blanket and I proceed to go to sleep, or at least attempt to go to sleep.
So you just hump your bed as you go to sleep? That's a normal thing for you? Okay. All right. Yeah, I often hump my bed before I go to sleep.
Did you
yeah, Apex Shakur. Yep.
Inappropriately touch Gucci's Jessica?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I did not touch her in that bed at all.
Despite his best efforts after the fact to try and fix this mess, it did nothing to counter the fact that he had built himself a history of not only playing fast and loose with people's boundaries on stream, but also making a pretty condemning statement about it as recently as 1 week prior to the Gucci's incident.
I just have a lot of love to give. You should be honored that I would ever grope you. You should be honored.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. A spade is a spade, dude. You're just known for being sexually assaulting, not just sexually aggressive, sexually assaulting, grabbing women, groping women on camera, and they did not want you to.
Honored to get groped by me. You should be honored to be groped by me. You should send me Christmas cards. Corinne, you should be honored that I would even find her sexy enough to fucking molest her. That's it.
It turns out that years of putting his foot in his mouth were finally catching up. Although I'd refrain from talking about him of all people putting his feet in his mouth, given
Yeah.
you know. Besides the Gucci's incident, Brian and Chris Hansen also discussed a couple of other hot topic issues, such as the moment where he asks a woman if she had ever been assaulted.
Did you say, whether you were drunk or not, something to the effect of, have you ever been you should be? Something to the effect of, you seem...
There are clips of me saying that. I can't deny that, yes.
And what does that say about you, Blade?
It says I have a sick sense of humor, and I should probably lay off the booze, because I would never say that sober or even tipsy.
Him saying,
Dude, you said it with like a demonic look on your face. You were possessed by a demon when you said that. Where was the joke? I failed to see it.
Should probably lay off the booze was too little too late now that Brian had already shit the bed. And I mean literally. Introducing Diapergate. Brian's addiction had destroyed his bowels to the point that he was wearing adult diapers daily. One day they must have slipped his mind because he had a little accident, although I must admit that it seems like he just pissed himself this time. And yeah, I'm saying this time because he did straight up poop his pants at one point. Diapergate happened in the same month as the Gucci's incident. This dude is simply incapable of learning. The same thing that caused him to emit his bodily fluids here.
Yeah, you could tell this is like, man, you could tell the alcohol is fucking him up, dude. Look at like the color of his face.
Was also behind his YouTube channel going down temporarily because he went on one of his drunk slur sessions after the community guidelines had updated to punish that sort of behavior. He returned to the Ice Poseidon subreddit to address what happened. Yeah, so my channel can't stream or post for 1 week. Above is the link for a backup channel I've had forever. I don't know who I need to talk to get me on IP Live, but that would be cool if I was there. Bjorn and I are about to, I know this sounds crazy, but go outside and explore the city, lol. See you on stream. If you thought the Gucci's thing was
You can't ban evade. You'll have your strike go from a week of your features being disabled to you being permanently disabled on the platform. I very rarely have a drink, dude. DaCosta. Very rarely. Especially that one time I was supposed to stream with Jay, and for some reason I was stressed out and had like a couple Roman Cokes first, and it hit me like, I was like, dude, I can't stream. I can't even see straight. I haven't had anything since. Have I? No. So, yeah, I always felt like, even like, oh, because you were younger, could handle it more. I'm sure the part of that's true. But alcohol always made me feel like shit. You were just stupid when you were younger and dealt with it. I felt terrible at like fucking 19, 20 getting hammered.
The lowest Brian could go. Believe me, it gets much worse. In the middle of September, he was streaming his point of view in a bar and accidentally showed himself stealing some tip money from a bartender. It's things like this that led to the creation of Only Lose Me Leg, a parody rap moniker under which several songs were released. Little Bruises, for an example, is a parody of the song Old Town Road.
Vodka and Sprite is good. Oh fuck, I gotta get my drinks outside. I'll get them in a minute.
And while I can't play the song here for copyright reasons, I can read some of the lyrics. I'll drink that Jaeger till I'm dead, I'm only lose me leg. I got holes in my leg, Jaeger in the keg, balding on my scalp, figure it out. Yeah, I'll grope your wife.
Yeah, that's one of his lines when he's hanging. Figure it out, dude. Like you'd be like, I grab your wife's tits, figure it out, dude. Your wife wants you, fuck me, and not you. Figure it out, dude.
Or I'll toss your dog. This song even received...
Another line he used to say is die a little bit. Remember that?
Received a music video featuring a very crude 3D model of Blade. I can't show some of this video because it has a shot of Brian with both of his legs amputated, which on one hand is obviously a pretty cruel thing to make about someone, but at the same time, it was also a foreboding warning for what was to come. In fact, it was so commonplace to mock Brian for his deteriorating health that he himself joined in, singing along to the song.
And only use me laser.
But playing into the joke wouldn't be enough to stop his ship from smashing into an iceberg. In a turnaround many would describe as karmic debt, within just a few days of Brian stealing from the bartender, he got robbed and sent to the hospital.
I then woke up in a hospital. I called up my bank, and there was like a charge at a place that I've never been to, and so
that's wild. I didn't know that.
Multiple attempts to use it to try to like get money advances from an ATM, but they obviously didn't have my PIN.
While we don't have any direct footage related to what Brian is talking about here, we do have footage of him waking up. Not after being robbed, but instead after being transformed into Homer Simpson. It is a pretty fitting fate for him, given that he shares many qualities with the character. The big gut, the stupidity, the excessive consumption of beer.
Homer drops his donut.
The comments at this time were calling him Groper Simpson as well as Homeless Simpson, but to be honest, this whole thing is kind of an insult to Homer.
The best is when he got completely shit-faced and they painted him as Pepe the Frog, and he woke up. Oh my god, I couldn't have. He's basically my age, man. I could not imagine. Why is that monitor off back there? Why are all these computers being fucking weird?
Who, if nothing else, is still a loving father. The year 2019 also saw further physical decay. After someone poured Jaeger on his leg holes in December, they became even more of a fixation for the public, as people noticed just how bad these open wounds were, especially considering they were untreated. This is without even mentioning the dental situation. Intense tartar buildup on his teeth, which is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen, so I'm gonna censor it, but if you're curious enough, it's out there. For years at this point, people had been begging Brian to go see a doctor, an idea that he sometimes
rather have edibles again.
I barely drink alcohol as well.
You know how I'd feel when I woke up from edibles? Just like I woke up. Like I think I was talking about, like David Jaffe was saying, he some people I hear get weed hangovers. I never once did. No matter how much or how little I took in terms of milligrams, I never had that issue. Yeah, he says he never brushes his teeth, which is insane.
Floated around, but ultimately he just forgot about it as he drunk himself into a stupor. But finally, he did allow himself to be seen, where he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, maybe you'll wake up with a little bit of dry mouth. That was like the worst for me.
He revealed at this time that his big toe had decayed to the point where it actively leaked liquid for no reason, and he was struggling to remove his socks due to the crusty buildup that basically attached the sock to his toe.
Oh, god damn, god damn, god damn.
The rest of his foot wasn't looking much better either, and it seemed like the only lose me legs prophecy was coming to fruition. The detractor audience had a morbid fascination with his health, being parlayed into a trend. Chatters would donate asking for someone else in his orbit to lick his toe, and one of them actually did it. This is like the cheese touch on steroids. If you do this, just remove everything in your body below the nose and turn into RoboCop or something. This is your only option.
Holy Christ, there's nothing left.
In February of 2020, Blade was staying at a motel, intoxicated as per usual, where he briefly engaged in a scuffle with another streamer. Turns out it was a pretty unfair fight, as it ended with Brian hitting his head and falling on his bed with his butt out. After this, he passed out, prompting everyone else in the room to start vandalizing his entire...
That is a very unique physique. That is incredibly...
body with a Sharpie, and their first idea was to make him look like a certain 1930s German leader. All of this commotion was enough for the neighbors to call in noise complaints, and the motel's manager showed up, only to find a shirtless Blade with drawings all over him, so they got kicked out. While they were on the move, Brian actually did have a short stint of sobriety, and the withdrawal symptoms were kicking in almost immediately. You can literally see his hands shaking aggressively even when he's laying down. Later that month, Brian also made the mistake of bringing up something from...
Well, if you're as addicted to him as alcohol, it could literally be life-threatening to go cold turkey like that. And he was going cold to... Ooh.
his past, an arrest of his from many years ago. It sent his community of dedicated haters into a sleuthing frenzy, and of course, they turned up with something to show for it. In a thread titled, "Blade snitched on everyone and claimed he only knocked on a door," a Reddit user attached Brian's testimony from after he was arrested. In January 2003, I went to the Verona apartments. I was with 5 other people. We went to the apartment building.
Yeah, the least the Sonic by me was pretty fucking mid. At best, I would argue it kind of sucked. I mean, the food was edible, but that's about it. You were better off going to the grocery store Hannaford's down the road and getting something there.
With the intent of committing an armed robbery and burglary against the apartment
Big Toe is
occupants.
Scarlet
We were
Rot.
hoping to steal money and weed. I was told I would receive some of the money and some pot if I helped. I was told to keep the outer security door unlatched once we had been buzzed inside. I used an envelope that I found inside the entry to prevent the outer door from closing and locking again. After everyone was inside the building, I was told to go knock on the door to one of the apartments. Someone suggested I should take a gun, go inside, and help with the robbery. I said I could not do that. Instead, I was told to knock on the door, get out of the way, and then go hold the elevator door open so everyone got out quickly when we were done. A short time later, the 5 people I was with came running into the elevator. We stole a cell phone and an Xbox from occupants of the apartment. At the ending here, we can see that Brian pled guilty to 1 count of robbery and 1 count of burglary. While the full documents related to this report were linked in one of the comments, the link no longer works, but there have been some archived screenshots of it, showing that Brian got just 21 days for his sentence, while everyone else got between 7 and 43 months in lockup. His mugshots have also been shared online, confirming that this was definitely him and not some other Brian Risso.
I was at a little get-together, and the people that I went with...
Dude, fucking robbing people. What the hell? No, his story's not going to end well. I'll go all in and say that it's going to end terribly. Relatively soon.
Didn't tell me, but they decided to rob the house because they were drug dealers and they had like a pound of weed and a bunch of cash. And so fight broke out, got in my car, left, and a couple days later the SWAT team came to my house and arrested me, arrested everyone I was with.
But ultimately, at the time this information first got spread online, none of it mattered one bit to Brian himself, as he was too busy drinking to care. Around the same time, he spent a few days at a ranch he was invited to, and of course, he made himself at home.
I jerked off in your house. What do you feel about that?
He also damaged...
I don't think he feels good. Yeah, dude, and look at the physical effect it's having on his body. Regulus Realms. You know what I mean? Look at the it's not like he's 19 and doing this, dude. His body's falling apart. You could argue that he already has 1 foot in the grave. That's insanity.
One of their banisters by destroying his streaming partner Captain Content's guitar on it, so Brian and his crew had to leave and go back to the RV. Although that also didn't last much longer because of some infighting. Basically, Captain Content was with a girl Brian was in.
You know what's crazy is he probably barely remembers any of this shit.
Interested in. But eventually, Brian started getting donations telling him to grope her on stream. So she left, and Captain Content went with her, deciding to stream solo. This caused Brian to have a mini meltdown over text. You know a group stream will be way more lit than you staring at a screen hoping someone donates. Plus, it's kind of last night of RV. Let's give the people something to watch. You never PayPal'd for gas,
you Jew.
But you didn't roll, so that makes sense. Guess this is goodbyes. You really messed up this trip. Kind of sad because back at TwitchCon, I thought you were a good streamer. You are trash at streaming, and as a human. Maybe your parents failed at raising you, or you're just destined to be a bad person. Stop playing the victim card. People see through it. Work on yourself, for real, for real. You're not part of this anymore, so screw it. Don't hit me up for anything. You're canceled. Can't think of a greater irony than Only Use Me Blade telling someone to be a better human. In response, Captain...
Yes, seriously. The guy who is literally on camera, I'm not talking about the whole thing of his ass going up and down, has assaulted women, grabbed their tits on camera. He's telling other people to be better people.
and content said, "There's your $50, Brian. I never rolled. And I barely been making 100 a day past week when you're still making around 600 every night.
Jewy Jew.
Sorry I didn't let you grope my friend." The irony of Brian judging other people didn't.
Whoa. Whoa. That is... What is that thing? It looks like he has an alien growing inside of him. I know, his liver. I get it, yeah. But holy shit. I don't think it's maybe you got some weirdness going on here, or the picture's just low res.
Fall on deaf ears, as viewers were quick to make montages highlighting just how much his self-neglect had cost him. A Kiwi Farms user named OJ Simpson carefully combed through all of Brian's career to document.
Row 1, May 2010. June 2010, May 2011, where he's licking his own nipple. June 2010, May 2010, June 2010, May 2011. From left to right, row by row.
His visible downfall, and the results are pretty shocking. From 2010 to 2020, you can actually witness the life escaping his body. Then the RV trip came to an end in the most depressing and nonsensical way possible.
I've become kind of popular, dude. You're what? I've become kind of popular. Like Michelle Obama liking my videos the other day.
I think Blade actually came to his senses for a bit after this, having a brief realization regarding how terrible his health was. So he checked himself back into the hospital, where he stayed for a while. This was a pivotal moment because it's around this time that Becky, or simply Beck as she's usually referred to, became a more central figure in his streams, serving as a bit of a spokesperson during his hiatus. Beck is his girlfriend. She herself has multiple kids who she wasn't living with at the time, opting instead to become a part of Blade's entourage. As sad as...
Ah, well, he meets great ones, huh?
it is for me to say, Brian has successfully taken some people down with him, so to speak, and Becky is one of them. The last significant other Brian had before Beck was Jill, and that relationship ended after she complained about him yelling slurs on stream. So he briefly walked off. They broke up, and then he walked back into his bedroom, fell over and hurt himself, and started yelling the N-word as he bled out. In a somewhat positive development, Brian's sobriety following the hospital stay lasted a bit longer, almost a full month. With his wits about him, he made another appearance on the PKA podcast. All of the hosts had been keeping up with all of Brian's behavior over the past few years, and naturally they had a lot of questions, especially regarding his legs.
Images of your feet and legs have been floating around forever, and that's what kind of
God,
scared
Becky.
all of us. We're like, oh, this is real deal. This is scary.
That scared me too, dude. Because that's like, if I would have let that get worse, that would have cut my shit off. So like that was definitely a wake up.
But it didn't do it. It was a wake up call, but that was like 4 months ago, right?
Yeah, I know.
Well, sometimes you wake up and then you roll over and
yeah, it sounds
go
like
back
my
to bed.
day today, to be honest with you.
You just hit snooze on that bitch.
We at the doctor, he basically showed me how to clean it and to disinfect it, and now there's still a scar, but there's no hole. Like there's no opening, there's no pus, there's no.
According to Brian, the bacteria that was occupying his foothole was eating through his flesh and into his bone by the time he finally went to the doctor. As much
You had a bone infection. And this motherfucker, until the last minute, was still out drinking. That is insane. Yeah, it's not going to end well for him.
much as it was ultimately
Holy
Brian's
shit.
decision to follow up on his health conditions, it needs to be said that part of why he went sober for a while during this period is the fact that the pandemic had just been declared and he was basically incapable of IRL streaming. Still, it is commendable that he was sober no matter the reason. The only problem is that the key word of what I just said is was, because this didn't last long. As noted by a forum user who had been keeping track of Blade's now deleted online activity, he spent about a month sober and then started smoking cigarettes cigarette.
Oh yeah, dude, I just said recently he got pulled over, I think, for drunk driving, and the cop opened the window and his leg is oozing and smells his feet. The cop literally said, like, dude, you do not, that does not smell okay. You need to go to a doctor. Why did I hear that noise? I'm not sure. Anyway.
That's a lot. Which
Oh, that was
contributed
on
to his
YouTube. That one Payute 6687. It'll take me years to say your name right. Ah, that's why it made the noise. I'm gonna go get my drinks real quick because my mouth is getting dry. It's from all that sandpaper dick. Oh, God. I mean, it is a lot of farewell because it is going to fundamentally change where a lot of streaming is. You know? Again, I don't want to do it. I'm not going into the whole thing. I've already beat it to death. That sounds like I'm talking about my dick. But I've already beat it to death a billion times and no one wants to hear it again, including me. I'm not saying it rude because I don't want to explain it to you, but... that feels good down my hole. No. It's a choice that I was debating for at least half a year. With how the platform has changed on YouTube, I can't grow this channel the way I want to and stream here and constantly have a warning, which hurts my channel. And then on top of it, the strike that I got, I was very lucky it got taken away. It would have been disastrous.
On appearance and further killed his appetite and strengthened his weight loss. Then he started drinking again and once got into a fight. Although here he did quickly realize that he was in the wrong.
That's what my long without me privy. Yeah, listen, what was it? Anthro Heat? Devil Blow? Yeah, it was Anthro Heat. I finally remember the name of it. Remember, I would forget. Like, hey, Rich, you should check out Anthro Heat on Steam. And I was like, oh yeah, good. They're like, no, don't. That's the horse fucking a cat game. I would hay to figure out why that shit happens twice. Has anyone ever played Romeo is Dead, man?
I still want some,
Can we play some music? Ooh!
Oh, shit! Okay, I'm sorry.
I think this incident happening was God himself intervening on Brian's behalf, as it inspired him to stop drinking again for the next few months. Unfortunately, the years of abuse on his body were still catching up
Whoa! What is going on with that leg?
to him, as he found
That's lymphedema, I'm assuming, right?
himself right back in the hospital after his leg began swelling up for no apparent reason. But they were able to deal with it, and he was released shortly after. His weight at this time was a little over 200 pounds, significantly down from his peak, and once again he was limiting himself to cigarettes and weed, so some people hoped that he was turning over a new leaf. He was even looking into getting some new teeth, because after accidentally chipping his tooth and seeking treatment for it, he was informed that his dental issues meant his upper row of teeth were completely devastated. Sadly, this sober arc only lasted a few months, because by October of 2020, Brian decided it was time to once again return to RV streaming along with a bunch of other people, which of course meant he would be back to drinking regularly. The consequences for this decision were met instantly. First, he was taken to task for pissing everywhere and stinking up the whole vehicle.
Pissed on the floor. Pissed on there.
Sorry, dude.
And you pissed on...
What, you knocked out by Blade? He's gotten into quite a bit of fights, man.
I can't imagine a world where I was knocked out by that dude.
Over there. Broke my ladder.
Then, for the first time, he found out what it was like to be on the receiving end of streaming. Not live streaming, piss streaming. This was just one of the many
Oh, he's gotten bodied. Painted with permanent green paint to look like Pepe the Frog.
Oh, when the working day is done, men, they want to have fun.
Come over and we'll have some fun.
Can me and Pikachu join you?
God, Harmon sounded so sincere. And again, he'll be in the cock chair plowing the Pikachu.
vandalizations of Sleepy Blade, along with being painted blue and shaved bald, resulting in this mesmerizing visage. This
Oh, those man tits are interesting, dude. They are interesting tits.
guy is turning into a cryptid right before our eyes.
Oh my god, I need to make an Asperg video on this immediately.
Somehow, his hygiene got even worse, and although the archives of it are gone, Brian pooping himself also became a recurring issue. And on top of that, he resisted the wishes of his streaming buddies to shower and actually clean himself, resulting in a clip of him having to be dragged by his rotting heels into the bath.
I thought it was full screen. I ended up... Yeah, it's funny as hell how butthurt he got, but I mean, he always gives in to all the trolling like that. But obviously, about the diaper itself, he just lost weight, man, and he has no ass like me. Davy Chase, the voice of Lalo and star of The Ring, died of AIDS? That just popped up now for what the fuck? Nah, he didn't have a diaper,
forget
dude.
about me, Shoals. I'm still hard and ready to plow.
Listen, you ain't hard. You just want it in the hole.
It seems that his temporary sobriety through a good chunk of 2020 led to Brian's body getting less accustomed to handling the amounts of alcohol he drank before. So he was dealing with even more severe consequences of drinking. It used to be the case that when he passed out, simply messing with him would be enough.
I look better than Blade. I would fucking hope so.
You look better than him.
I mean, he's one step away from being a bloated corpse with a pulse. That's pretty fucked up, but it's true.
To wake him up, and then he would attack you for disturbing his slumber. Now, even when his fellow streamers tased him, he remained fast asleep. Of course.
Well, how enraged he got about it, too, is what
Hey,
made it
Rich,
funny.
let's play Anthro Heat. It'll be a cat.
Listen, he's back to sounding like a blues singer again, Rich and the Birds.
This also meant that messing with him came even easier. So they taped some McMuffins to his head and then once again turned him into Hitler, which he was pretty upset about.
You had a legendary stream today. You're not going to.
Wait, is that really how he cries?
Not really, dude. We have montage my sadness.
But before he could completely bottom out and reduce his life to smithereens, something happened. He was banned from YouTube. This time, not a temporary suspension or a strike, but actual account termination. For some people,
I'm just reading it.
this is expected, and I agree given everything he had been up to on stream. But this is actually more important than that. This was the only positive legacy he still had on the internet. His Call of Duty commentary videos from a decade prior were a distant memory, sure, but a memory nonetheless. With all of them completely gone, the search results for his name were entirely replaced with people documenting his downfall. Now, he couldn't even go back to his old channel if he wanted to. Although Blade played with the idea of retiring for good, some of his fellow streamers encouraged him to resume his streams on a small alternative platform called
Oh yeah, D-Live, they're gone too, right?
D-Live. At the time, however, this possibility was pushed aside, and for 7 whole months following the ban, Brian Risso was not only sober, but also living a decent life, at least compared to his past standards. In December of 2020, he said he had been sober since he left the RV, but this time it didn't seem reticent or health-related. This time, it felt like purely the result of his choice. 2 months later, he made an Instagram post to update the people who still followed him, attaching a few pictures of him with Beck. Everyone wants an update. It's been a constant thing that has been actually annoying me. I'm not ignoring my viewers. Hell, this is my personal Insta, but a lot of you guys just want to know my next move or what I'm doing or what I'm gonna do. I don't have anything for you. I honestly don't know. All I know is that I'm at peace being in love with my soulmate. I didn't get her flowers today, Valentine's Day. Not because I forgot. It's just, when I do stuff like that, it's never an I'm sorry flowers or because of a tradition. Every single day with this woman is special, and I'm in a very peaceful place. When I lost my YouTube channel, I wasn't devastated or mad. I have her, my rock, my peace, my everything. So to those that are frustrated that I haven't given you an update, I'm just cherishing every single day with my soulmate, my woman, my everything. This is my Valentine's Day message to her, the only one I want to grope. That's your update. Even when he reappeared on a stream in April 2021, he managed to stay away from any booze and turned down any prospects of taking part in another RV run. This resolve held.
I always remember there was I think I just saw him streaming. It wasn't we were watching something curated. And he said, someone, hey, Blade, would you drink again? And he's like, yeah, if someone gave me a few $1,000, I'm like, yeah, he's doomed. He's absolutely doomed. He's definitely going to start. And he did. He started drinking again. Oh, wow. It just shut down D-Live. I remember them saying they were shutting down. I thought it was like a year or two ago. Fuck.
Strong until May.
Listen, grope me on Valentine's Day. Deal.
But sadly, things once again took a turn for the worse in June. Bjorn, the same guy who was there during the Gucci's incident, got on a phone call with Brian, and the two started talking about a return to the RV. Casey Content God, commenting on this development, said, I think Blade only knows streaming. He got fired from his delivery job at Domino's. I can't personally confirm that Brian was working at Domino's during this hiatus, but given his sudden interest in going back to streaming, and also given that he and Beck hadn't broken up or anything, this is a pretty likely theory. As far as when Brian was eyeing the comeback, he had his sights set on the 4th of July. And said and done, on the anniversary of the birth of the United States of America, Brian made his return. And so did the booze. Initially, the reintroduction of alcohol into his life briefly had him at odds with Beck.
Kit Kat.
Call me that again, please.
Bitch, get some Kit Kats. Scram, bring me some Kit Kats.
But eventually, she caved in and joined him in the most
Call CPS. You owe us like 6 shots each. Quit scamming Rizzo and Becky. By the way, you were supposed to show feed.
Pressing way possible.
Exactly. We owe shots. Can I give him a blowjob for
Just
shots?
just suck it a little bit.
Just suck it a little bit.
Give him...
Just he says die a little bit, just suck it a little bit. She's sucking a little bit, dude. Figure it out.
BJ for the shots and
Yeah.
Within a month, he was already back to regularly scheduled programming, aimlessly prowling the streets and getting into altercations with other streamers. Unsurprisingly, around the same time that he went back to his usual routine, he and Becky broke up and she announced herself to be single.
She doesn't sound like a great person with how she is with her kids, but she is not a bad-looking woman.
According to a Kiwi Farms user who had been keeping track of the minor social media updates related to Brian and Becky, he apparently had tried to call some other woman multiple times. She found out about it and got mad, and Brian's followers were basically rooting for them to split since she was an obstacle to them getting what they wanted, which was Brian completely out of his mind on alcohol. To summarize, they did get what they wanted.
All you haters are gonna be happy in the morning because when Lit Romney wakes up, he's gonna be single as
Lit Romney. I don't know why I find that so funny. Lit Romney. Justin Silverman, completely out of nowhere on Instagram, sent me a picture that's with a cat and a rainbow that says, "I hope you have a nightmare and shit the bed." Well, I one-upped you. That was already on the fucking agenda.
you guys are all getting the toe back.
And by the way, Lit Romney is the nickname for the person Brian becomes when he's extremely drunk. Brian wasn't too worried about the breakup. As a matter of fact, he wasn't even sure it had actually happened.
I'm in a really weird predicament, dude, because I think my girl left me, but like I'm in her house, so that's really weird.
Now, completely bereft of anyone trying to stop him, Brian went back to the RV and immediately got into a fight with one of his streaming partners. He then got sprayed silver while he slept, was once again shaved bald, transformed into Hitler, got a wig glued to his head, had a hot dog prepared on the side of his massive midsection, got water poured on him, and then, after he got up, he swallowed a nice big shot.
Dude, this is so sad. This is like shit you deal with as a college kid. I think when I was at a prom party, while I was like passed out drunk, someone put their ball sack on my head. They said that, and I believe them because they did shit like that. But that's the kind of shit you did back when you were teens and early 20s. Or if you like some people that graduated, they're still doing it. But, oh, to be living that life now? He's like, dude, I think he's in his 40s. He's only a couple of years younger than me, or a few years younger than me.
Dad, can you sing Teenage Mutant Ninja Horses?
Maybe. I gotta remember what the fuck I said. I know I sang that before.
Of piss. Just 1 year removed from the healthiest he had been in recent history, and he was already reaching historical lows. And the lows keep coming. As 2021 rolled into 22, Becky rejoined Brian, this time completely accepting that he was going to continue to be Lit Romney. On one hand, however degenerate this whole situation is, it is ultimately these people's choices to destroy themselves.
Yo, I remember, I always think...
If you fell asleep with your shoes on at a party, you were fair game.
I remember I was at a prom party junior year, and I got fucking... I literally, beer before liquor make you sicker. I drank like 8 Budweiser. No, let's say 6. And then I had Sambuca, that clear shit. It's like a licorice tasting alcohol. It's strong as fuck. And I was filling up cups. I did that another time too. Me and Sambuca, never, ever again. If I see that shit, I think the last time was in the early 2000s I had that. If I see that shit again, it's too soon. And I just projectile barfed on this girl's floor when I graduated. It was sad. She actually passed away from brain cancer in like 2014, but I went to her house for a prom party, and then there was some dude right where my barf was, and he had a toothpick in his mouth. He dropped it right where I barfed, just picked the toothpick up and put it back in his mouth and just kept walking like a champ. And I was like, that just happened. Oh, man. But again, point being, yes, that's a true story. My cousin also can verify that too. She can verify it. Yeah. Point being is that that's like the shit they're doing now on steroids. They do worse. And I'm like, I couldn't. I mean, you even as a kid or even like young adult, you still felt like shit, but you were just stupid and you dealt with it and you thought you just wanted to go out and fucking party. You felt like you had to. Like that's the weird thing when you were that age. It was like an obligation, you thought.
However, I should note that during this specific period of early 2022, Becky had brought her daughter with her to the RV, which was kind of concerning given that Brian invited people into it almost at random. This culminated in Brian having a couple of creepy-ass gang members in the vehicle,
what the fuck?
Aggressively asking Becky for a threesome, which she politely turned down.
You want me to stay away from you?
I'm not okay with it.
You want me to stay away from you?
Yeah, I love him.
Are you pissed at me?
I'm not pissed at you.
Do you find me unattractive?
No, I don't find you unattractive.
You don't want to touch me?
No, I
Oh God, this dude is fucking. Call the cops already.
I'm not.
You don't want to touch me? You believe
you're a
that?
good-looking guy.
Am I?
But
you don't want to touch me?
Regardless of how you feel about anything else in this horrific story, this is absolutely a terrible look and should not be happening. Becky herself eventually realized how bad it was and tried to make a statement to excuse what had
My
gone
Twitch
down.
name Santa Christ 777 Deep Cut reference.
Santa Christ 7. Okay, that's you. So that's you on Twitch. All right.
I was not trying to cuck content,
Thank you, Josh
but
Jones.
this was extremely uncomfortable and scary. And just to clarify, no, my daughter was not there. She was having a sleepover at her best friend's house. I would never have been out drinking and let some strangers around otherwise. As I sobered up, I realized the situation. I'll stress right now that clearly Becky is claiming that her daughter wasn't present at this moment. But as she herself had previously said, her daughter was indeed frequenting the RV around the same time this
God, that bulbous liver gut of his is wild.
Incident took place, which to me seems like kind of a dangerous idea in and of itself, given.
Is that from Channel Awesome? Bloody GB gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
And how insane Blade is. In keeping with the usual class act from these guys, Becky gave Brian head on stream. There really is no way to sufficiently describe how much of a freak show
Head on stream, Mother of the Year. Yeah, Becky is a cursed name, huh?
Blade's life turned into. Meanwhile, his
Becky
brain
is
was
a
literally
cursed
shutting
name.
down mid-sentence in what some people speculated were micro seizures.
Oh my God, you're Brian Rizzo. No, my name is Brian Rizzo.
Hello?
If the side effects of his lifestyle aren't clearly exemplified in his neurological symptoms, the rest of his body was decaying at an even faster rate. But for the time.
Oh my God. What a horrible existence, man. Jesus Christ.
Time being, it seems that Brian had struck a balance, at least with Becky, as they agreed that he would be given the hall pass to flirt with women whenever he was on live. Who wouldn't want to be with a guy who just randomly pisses in your house?
Blade, no, figure it out, bro. Go to the bathroom, bro. What the f you doing, bro? No, don't piss on my foot, bro.
And he won't apologize.
Yeah, he's barely alive. Yeah, isn't it? Hey, man, have some nachos while you're watching his fucking rotting feet. Isn't that delicious?
For it either. He stands his ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I peed.
Yeah.
I peed.
Why did you
I
pee?
peed.
By the way, just so you know, this instance of Becky finding out that Brian had peed himself in the bed concluded with her sticking a banana up his butt. As hard as it may be to believe.
How are there humans that exist like this, dude? I am flawed but nothing I've done has come close to this. Listen, but hey, you pissed yourself? Well, let me fuck you with this banana.
This is actually the less bad alternative, because he can also, and has shown himself capable of, taking an orange diarrhea dump on your bed. He'll also walk around all day in his stained underwear, but at that point, who even...
I would go to jail after that if, like, someone came into my house and purposely got drunk. And, I mean, this wasn't purpose, but if you were in that state...
I'm tired of that phrase, figure it out.
Well, that's like one of his catchphrases. Figure it out, dude. I'm gonna fuck your wife, dude. Figure it out.
cares. To further signal how little he was concerned for anyone's safety or comfort when he...
Is that Andy Dick on the... he's... How the fuck? Oh my god. Talk about proof that you've reached some lows. Dude went from like MTV to Hollywood to being blackout drunk in an RV with only use me blade. Holy shit.
He was busy being Lit Romney. He was having women over while also being around aforementioned sex pest Andy Dick. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like anything bad actually happened during this stream. However insane it is to know that they collabed. What isn't so funny is that Brian was dumb enough to do a text-to-speech stream with his elderly mother, and of course the people in the chat went as hard as possible with the donations, even bringing up her dead husband, Brian's dad, with the explicit intent of upsetting her. While most of 2022 was pretty uneventful, as it came to an end, one incident happened, the outcome of which has gotten massive on YouTube. On Beck's birthday, Blade was taking one of his infamous drunken naps, and when she started...
He has the physique of a pot-bellied baboon. He literally looks like someone dressed up an ape and put a baseball cap on him and said, here, go out there and, like, throw shit at people. Andy Dick did cocaine on Twitch and got permanently banned. Dublin Poppy, because of course he did.
roughhousing with him to make him wake up, he hurt her. It was a pretty rude moment, as he clearly had no interest in doing anything besides being passed out drunk on her birthday, so naturally she got upset. As it quietly rained outside, and Beck manned the stream while her enormous man baby...
Yeah, this is the... whenever they talk about her, this is the shot.
...of a boyfriend was dead to the world, this clip took place.
Assmouth donated $3.
Beck, you are a weirdo fuck up, but you live with trauma and have a good soul. You don't deserve the life you live. Redeem yourself while you can, please, and go to sleep.
Beck, you are a weirdo fuck up, but you live with trauma and have a good soul. You don't deserve the life you live. Redeem yourself while you can, please, and go to sleep.
Yeah, if only you knew how bad things really are.
To be honest, Spielberg could not produce better cinema. To add to the continued catastrophe that was the year of 2022, he also crashed his RV into a utility pole. I think it's worth noting that this was...
Oh, fuck, I never heard about this.
...on a rainy day with wet roads, right next to a slope. The RV could have easily toppled over and rolled downhill. Brian was honestly lucky that nothing worse happened, because knowing how much he likes to be drunk all day, he definitely wasn't in any state to prevent an accident. And if the beginning of...
Yeah, man, that was crazy. Shout out to Assmouth. Random synapses in my brain of wanting to play Elden Ring. I don't know why.
2023 is anything to go by. I don't think Brian was in any state to do anything.
Yeah, literally, Assmouth with their donation might have literally been a hero. No exaggeration. The hero of the stream is Assmouth.
All.
I'll do a triple in a minute, dude. I got you, dude. Dude, I'm Liddy.
In the unending wisdom of his decomposing brain, Brian decided that...
See, my shit with alcohol, too, at least for me, is that...
Cucumbers.
Game Boy Love. I love that name. I'm not being funny. That's awesome. Is with alcohol, like, weed, taking an edible, it'll make you feel good. Sometimes sometimes almost too long. Right? You're like, all right, with edibles, the thing is, it's not like smoking something. You're on that ride for a hot minute. Bloody GB. Thank you. 2 new subs over on Kick, making us go to 157. Thank you. I don't know why I'm doing the radio voice when I thank people for subs and memberships, but I don't know. That's around
Cucumbers.
Oh, God, that Netflix quality Game Boy retrospective. It actually was decent, but it wasn't authentic enough. I feel that's what the problem was. I could do better. It was okay. I could do better. I rather do more authentic. Like I felt fully authentic in that boss game review I just did with the mini PC. Like that's my kind of shit, man, where it's weird. I put my Tim and Eric jokes in there and I get weird but you still get a review out of it. That's me. That's the real me. Bloody G, what the fuck is going? Bloody GB is gifting 2 tier 1 subs. So 2 and Radical Prime over on YouTube. So 2. So we are at 160 and 162. No, we're at, oh man, you're making me math. 162. And 164, I believe. Yes. In the ballpark. I am not, that would require a 11 p.m. audit, and my brain is not capable of it. It's basically maybe one away.
This was the best moment to revisit the Gucci's incident in the classiest way possible.
Call Gucci's.
Well, it's not even counting them up. It's like, Twitch is weird with it because I don't want to get rid of the goal there because that's a real goal. If I hit 500 subs on Twitch, I'm going to go like with Lauren to Times Square and get my Insta 360 cam, which it's like a GoPro and it's like a little module sized camera you could wear around on a magnet. You could do like those crazy shots with it. Jack of Flames is a fucking lunatic and just gifted to holy shit. That puts us what, at 184? But it's not even like herp derp count with fingers. It's sometimes I would have to look through.
Later on, he throws a chair at
kind of sort of like an IRL stream. I would do it in Times Square. Yep. Yes, sir.
Becky and then slaps her in the face.
That's good.
Trashed. Truth is Blake did it to himself.
And it got him temporarily banned on Kick, although it was quick.
Wait, you just slapped her? Hold on.
Best moment to revisit the Gucci's incident in the classiest way possible.
Call Gucci's.
What do you want to say, Gucci's?
Oh, that's a new woman.
Later on, he throws
Doesn't
a chair
matter.
at Becky and then slaps her in the face.
That's good.
Trashed. Truth is Blake.
Yo, he not only is it fucking literally killing him, but he's so fucking destructive, man. God, and he just assaulted her on camera. And then you want us to believe that you didn't do what we know you did to that woman? Allegedly.
and it got him temporarily banned on Kick, although it was quickly reversed. It didn't take long for another dying brain moment from Brian, as he spent about 20 seconds in complete silence on stream with a bra on his head, breathing heavily like season 5 Tony Soprano.
No, he's still somehow.
I thought Blade was deceased.
Holy shit. That one Peyote6687 just gifted another 20 subs thanks to my incessant e-begging. Who is unacceptable? I see a check mark. Unacceptable fringe? Who are you? Canada refuses. You are a... Are you like a right-wing guy? Canada just crossed the line. I'm guessing you're Canadian.
Are you going to start Luke's maxing Richie?
Yes, I'm just, yep, exactly. I'm going to be the new middle-aged clavicular. Did I tally? Shit, man. No, how many? We got another, holy fuck, that was another 20. So we are at... I have fucking math. We're at 200, right? Because I didn't add the newest one in. Dude, YouTube's chat crashing. It's getting worse. All right, so now... we are at 21 more. 205, 205. Holy shit. Talk about a clutch moment.
Mid to late April 2023, he found himself
Thank
riding
you,
a
Rich and
giant
the Birds
inflatable
as well.
penis, and then a few people vomited on his decaying legs. It's as if every waking...
Oh, that... Oh, shit. Wait, another 20? Hold on. Oh, fuck. That number just went up quickly. So, hold on. Hold on. All right. We're almost there, but... Where's my fucking oblivion? It won't take long. It'll take, like... not even a minute.
I'm an Indian from the desert. An idiot, LOL.
I'll find a better way to do this very soon, too. Eight. Holy shit. 9. I didn't realize it was 9. How long have I been streaming? Yeah. 10, 11, 12, 13. Holy shit. Hold on. 14. 34. 35. 36. 37. Holy fuck. So 37 over on Twitch. Someone just gifted an insane amount over here. 37. Rich and the Birds. Gifting. Wait. Hold on. All right, so Billy Dillinger just dropped a bomb. God damn. I can't. So 37 plus 211. We are 2 away. We're not going to make it. Well, I will be damned.
It's the true power of the farts. Release the butt bubbles.
Yo, I wonder. 249 thanks to Billy Dillinger, Rich and the Birds. I saw. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I just got bombed, man. We'll go with this. Let's go. Beyond the goal. Rich and the Birds. That one Paiute, I'll never be able to say her name right. Billy Dillinger. So we are at we hit the goal. Yeah, you always get missed with that. You and there is someone else who never gets a membership. So, holy shit. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, Cheetah Man, you always get fucked. I think it's you I'm thinking of. Yeah, we'll see if I do something like that hard. I've done it before, where people called in. So, thank you. Anyway, back to this, man. Thank you.
Moment in this guy's life is a nightmare coming straight out of a 2000 shock website.
And too bad I'm going to bed now. Maybe YouTube may like automatically be picking other people who may have not had a membership. That could be the case. Oh yeah.
Another former boundary of Brian's that he completely abandoned and violated is his promise to never drive under the influence, as he streams himself getting absolutely slammed on Jaeger, asking Beck for more, being denied his requests, and then getting in his car and driving through suburban neighborhoods, and calling all the bystanders the N-word as he looked for his fix, only to...
And you know, he wasn't just driving drunk, which is... no matter how buzzed you are, it's unacceptable. He was driving blackout drunk.
To stop his car randomly, get out, and then collapse on the side of the road.
I'm gonna call back. I'm gonna figure it out, dude. I want to pee on her a lot of it.
I think I don't want it because it always fucks up the mojo when you end the stream and split it up. I know it cuts it off at 11 hours and 50 seconds or whatever. But it always fucks up flow. It always fucks up the viewership. So I think I'm going to make the decision not to do it. But then you don't get the ending of the stream, and it's kind of a, I don't know, and it's kind of a big deal. I'll figure it. I'll figure it out, dude.
As I've been researching this video, I don't even know how this is real. How did this happen? This is straight out of a movie. Now, because Brian was being extremely irresponsible by endangering the lives of him and everyone else on the road, Becky was upset, so she left him again. Blade himself admitted that she was right for ditching him, saying she had been far too patient with him over the years. Despite acknowledging that he was the one who ruined it, he continued to get drunk and call her up on stream, but she could tell he was wasted, so she hung up immediately. immediately. If that wasn't bad enough, Brian's leg holes once again took a turn for the worst, and it sent him back to the ER. Definitely a bit of a wake-up call. I think we're at wake-up call 1086.
Yeah, how many more wake-up calls do you need? No, I ain't deleting the stream. I don't think anything here delete-worthy has happened. I love how people, like before, they put out the same docs about me. It's like, dude, it's been out there for like 37 years. I still banned him and fucking said that he was, you know, I blocked the person and they're no longer can be here, but who gives a shit? I've literally had one address since 2018 and the other one since 2013. And it ain't nothing new, man. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Like I have been new. Then I forgot in 2015 I got nuclear docs. They found like numbers from when I was a little kid in the 80s. So you come in here, Paiute. Now I got you. Oh, 40. Thank you very much, man. Paiute. Thank you. I'll probably forget in 10 minutes, but at least you told me. That's a thing you did. I'm just being honest with you.
At this point, but still. At this time, Beck...
I mean, the fact that Blade is still, albeit in very poor health, still alive now is insane.
Became involved with a new guy, Willie, someone who at the time had his own history of substance abuse. Brian found out and wasn't exactly pleased. So while his leg was on death's door, he found it in himself to not only continue drinking, but also call his mom. On this call, he made jokes about Willie, who was on life support from health issues related to his substance use. I can't think of a more sad juxtaposition. A guy whose leg is literally turning into dust due to his addiction has the gall to mock someone else, who is currently in the hospital due to his health issues. But Willie is actually a more central figure to this story in a much darker way. During this period, Brian managed to join a new streamer house, where a lot of other people, some of whom were fans.
That is, I mean, unless there was absolutely life-changing money involved, that would be like the oh, you'll make so much money streaming. I can make a good amount of money streaming right here from home or Lawrence. I'm good. So unless it's like borderline retirement money, no thank you.
We hit the goal. Most beautiful, tremendous goal like no one has ever seen. Believe me.
Wow, that believe me sound my phone on. That believe me sounded real. I'm impressed, man. Good shit. Nah, that's way beyond tone deaf. These are such broken people.
Of his, like Willie, could visit and stay. As you can imagine, the atmosphere of a place like this was not the best, and Willie had pre-existing conditions that made the consumption of substances like alcohol very dangerous for his health. Unfortunately, no one was too concerned about the possible risks, and while they were streaming with Willie, he started basically leaning backwards onto a counter and going completely unconscious. The footage is extremely disturbing because, as this man literally died, the other people around him didn't take it seriously and continued to play around and tap him on his head until he fell over, completely knocked out, and hit his head on a trash can on the way down.
Instead of calling the
Holy shit. Wait, he actually died?
paramedics, it wasn't Blade, it was one of the other guys, it was like held his nose for a bit, and then also they started painting his face. So they have like black and red and white paint, and they're slathering it all over this guy's face. They're writing Juggalo. This is not a guy who's just passed out. Like, he's not breathing.
Sometime after this, people did realize that Willie was not just drunk. There was something else wrong with him, and an ambulance was called to take him away. The blame for what happened was quickly placed on Brian, given he was seen as the head of the streamer house and was himself an extreme
Brian and his fucking frisbee nipples. Jesus Christ.
substance user. After staying in the hospital for a bit, Willie sadly passed away at age 44. Brian confirmed this on Livestream and even tried to offer some condolences.
Willie's no longer with us, and it sucks. And
Wait, it was from that incident directly. Holy shit.
Beck's been a hot mess, and I've been trying to, like, you know, I don't know really what I can do,
But this reasonable and respectful demeanor quickly disintegrated when Brian got drunk, and his tune radically changed as he basically started joking about Willie's death.
He don't breathe right. No.
Willie always wins donated.
He was about to say the bed. It's amazing how with some people alcohol literally does this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde shit with him. Yeah, essentially he was dead right there. And imagine like being like, yo, dude, you have some, I don't know, whatever his medical condition was that makes drinking where I guess his body may overreact or he can't process it properly. Yeah, I don't want to deal. Even if I don't really know you, I don't want to deal with you dying here. So don't drink. Or listen, do it on your own time and stay the fuck away from me. I want nothing to do with that.
$3.
Willie never won, dude.
Good news.
Good news.
And then the guy who you know it's dangerous for them to consume alcohol is then passed out on your floor. And it's saying, yo, we should call an ambulance, dude. This guy isn't supposed to be drinking, and obviously he's not looking too good. They paint his face. They paint, what's up, Hash Bruv? They paint his fucking face. And then the guy later on died. Okay.
It makes it really hard to have even a shred of sympathy for Blade when he has absolutely none towards others in the same situation.
If there is an investigation by the family, bring it. Dude got way too drunk and had other medical stuff along with it, and he, eventually he died. There's not more to the story than that.
$3.
Even though it doesn't seem like Brian directly had a hand in what led to Willie's passing, he still looked terrible. Keemstar had been following everything happening with his former friend and recorded a video talking about Willie's death. In it, he points out that IRL streaming exploiting shitty behavior for money needs to come to an end before more people die. Brian took a lot of offense to this, texting Keem a long, angry rant. Bro, what is your problem? What happened to you? I'm disgusted to have ever helped you. You talentless leech. You must be bored or evil. You should have necked in the womb. The screwed up thing is, you were never my friend. It was an opportunity for you to grow a YouTube channel, because besides determination, you're nothing. That dumb kid at recess that tries the hardest. I grew up knowing kids like you. Losers that think if they try harder than the other kids, then maybe they might make it. Here is my statement. Willie died a month later from complications from a ventilator. I called the ambulance and stayed on the line with operators until paramedics came. I was sober and didn't give him any booze, or knew that he wasn't supposed to drink because of medication he was taking. There is no police investigation. Anybody saying that is giving misinformation. Last note, going sober. I've done it before. You've helped me before. Not making promises, but it's time. Every negative thing stems from that. I do appreciate you in the past going out of your way to help me out multiple times and knowing I'm better than the booze. Reading stuff like this really gives me whiplash because on one hand, Blade will insult Keemstar, saying he's a leech and that they were never friends. On the other, he acknowledges that Keem helped him get better in the past and thanks him for it, which to me...
He was probably drunk while he texted that. There's your answer.
Seems like something only a friend would do for someone else. I honestly think he was just frustrated that the story was being reported on at all and that he was being blamed for Willie's death, so he took out his anger here. In other news, Brian himself had become such an abomination at this point that by simply approaching a car full of people, he sent them into a screaming fit without even saying a word. But in September 2023,
gee, I wonder why.
He did do that message some justice and actually went sober for a bit, even making a comment about how if you only tuned into his stream to watch him die, you should go somewhere else. Then he got drunk and threw a dog again.
Well, okay. What's up, Mari? Yeah, restart the stream. Sure. 26-hour consecutive stream. Let's go. Actually, that'd be if I'm doing 14, because that'd be 28 hours. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, let's yay.
Love with one of your viewers, Willie.
I'm Lynn.
You didn't. No!
I don't know what it is inside him that propels him to abuse animals anytime he's wasted around them, but whatever it is, it's clear.
Well, dude, he fucking gets aggressive and assaults women, literally. He just, I don't know, he just makes the worst, most impulsive decisions. It literally transforms him completely.
Clearly a persistent issue, and anyone allowing him near their pets is being irresponsible.
Oh my goodness, dude. I won't be able to say your name right already. That one peyote. 6687, 20 memberships, thank you. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. There he goes, boys.
To say the least, even the hate watchers were getting sick of Brian, so they looked for pretty much any opportunity to punish him that they could find. One effective method found was using the text-to-speech donation feature on his streams whenever he was in an Uber so that he would be banned from the app. One standout includes, "Hello Uber driver, this man Brian Risso is a convicted child predator. He also has weapons, and he will cancel the fare and charge back and grope you. You have been properly warned." I'm not even joking when I say this was just one of the lighter ones. There were far worse donations. To make matters
I mean, a registered sex offender. I mean, well, if he isn't, he should be. Paiute, dude, I'm just telling you.
Paiute.
I appreciate the support, but the super chats to make me remember. I've never been able my entire life. No, I don't think I missed another 20. Maybe I didn't add it to the thing yet. No, I didn't. I'll math it again real quick. There was 37 over on Twitch. 253. Yeah, 290. I'm right. What is that, a money creature? No, man, thank you, though, seriously. But I'm just being honest with you. I will probably never be able to say your fucking name right. I've literally lost opportunities to get laid because I forgot the woman's name, so don't take it personally.
Even more pathetic, Brian continued his tradition of randomly calling Beck up to try and talk to her, despite her clearly wanting nothing to do with him at this point. When everyone else had turned their backs on him, Brian returned to his mom to save him once again. He had put together a scheme. Due to her health issues, she was going to get a state-mandated live-in caregiver, and Brian would be named as that caregiver, so not only would he not have to pay any rent, he'd actually get a wage from the state to do barely anything. Sadly for him, this never came to be because his mom wasn't willing to go along with this fraud. There was also some controversy involving Brian's mom accusing Becky of stealing her fentanyl patches, with Becky responding and saying either Bjorn or Brian did it, but as far as I know, this issue was never properly resolved. As we approach the most recent developments in Blade's life, we can see the end game.
Hate to say it, I could so see one of them, especially maybe even her, because didn't she have some kind of drug issue?
He has turned everyone else away until only his mom will still put up with him. And now
the money creature line for it's a line from DSP Gaming. He's playing a game, and I guess there was like a money creature. Oh my god. Another DSP reacts from Phil. No, I don't. Maybe we'll get to it tonight. I'll add it to the list, but it's the new Taco Bell summer menu. He is this fucking space alien. I shouldn't find them entertaining, but I do. What's up, Roblox God? How are you?
Now, he was working on losing her as well. In a phone call they had, she says she's not okay because, as she puts it, her son was taking his own life and she was dying.
I'm very okay, Mom. How you doing?
This was kind of recent.
Well, tell me about it then, Mom. I'm not drunk. I'm calling you when I'm sober, so figure it out.
For a brief period, he was staying over at one of his fans.
I'm calling you when I'm sober, so figure it out. Oh my god. This is years. I thought this happened recently. All right, yeah, you know what? You're right. Who said it happened a couple of years ago? Because he looks worse now. Which is crazy because he does not look good here.
House, and he visibly pissed on this guy's sheets. You can literally see the before blade and after blade images, and it's not good. No good deed towards only use me blade goes unpunished. Brian spent his birthday and Christmas alone, and the end of his journey was approaching fast. Everyone he managed to stay with either kicked him out or they were doxxed and harassed until he left their home. Even when he paid for hotels, he suffered the same exact fate repeatedly. It was as if there was nowhere left to go, and there wasn't. His time was up. On the 1st of January 2024, his stream was interrupted by the police.
Hey Brian, can you come talk to us? Lumber County Sheriff's Office. We want to make sure you're okay.
Anonymous donated $4. 400 years.
Wow. He is so in rough shape there.
Not okay.
Hey Brian.
This clip went extremely viral on Reddit. It was later revealed by one of Brian's acquaintances that he was now in the hospital, and eventually, the man himself wrote an update. A lot of people were worried about me. I'm good, I'm healthy. The month of December was nuts. Also not good for me. I'm in the process of making my next move, but I know the cliffhanger of police rushing my room is content, but definitely not worth it to me. The streams have been gloomy. I need to work on being in a happier place. Anyways, stay awesome people, and Blade loves ya. The alternate YouTube channel he had been using to stream was terminated, which I
only use Blade world record for saying the N-word 311 times in a single YouTube stream. It's fucking...
troll named Wings 007 claimed was his work.
I mean, usually I would say these guys are pieces of shit, which Wings 007 is. But with the horrible stuff he's done,
I
man,
just
can't
can't
feel too bad.
get enough of that juicy chicken with the special sauce.
I've got more than enough special sauce for your chicken nuggets.
Oh, he moaned at the end. That means he was literally coming on the chicken nuggets.
In a post, he claimed credit for the ban, as well as getting Brian thrown out of 3 hotels and visited by the cops twice. On one hand,
and you know he's Wings 007 is beating off feverishly because he's in a Turkey Tom video. They're so weird. Oh man, the internet is great. It sucks horribly simultaneously.
And Brian is a belligerent nuisance to society, and I'm not sure he deserves to be anywhere other than a halfway house. On the other, behavior like this is definitely over the line. Watching someone is one thing, but you should never harass anyone online or actively encourage their downfall through your actions, making phone calls to make their life worse. Despite all these obstacles, Brian...
Well, that's their whole objective. All of them. Or most of them. They make it like it's just comedy and entertainment for them, but these motherfuckers live for this. I mean, Blade's a piece of shit, but it both can be true. Middle-aged loser, yeah, he's in rough shape, man. Yeah, I honestly am not trying to be cold, but I'm just shocked he's alive. I just don't understand it. You turn 43 in a couple weeks. I turned 45 in a couple weeks, so yep. He got bodied on Locale Live. I don't remember that. Phil Gates, what is your fucking name? Received it. Ash, enjoy that. Phil Gates, May 1st, Spring Joy. That name it goes in like 3 million places, millions of miles away, but I love all of it. Thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. That puts us at holy fuck, we're at 292 members/subs. Holy shit. Thank you. Have a good night, Jostler.
Figured it out and got back to streaming within a month. This time with a green screen to hide his actual location, which on one hand did work, but at the same time, it made the streams visually a lot more surreal and depressing. I think Casey was right when he said Brian doesn't know anything but streaming at this point. Despite the fact it clearly makes his life worse, he is unwilling to stop, no matter the cost.
Has anything you've done made your life better?
Fortunately for the time being, he
Have a
did
good
take
night.
a momentary step back to clean up. This time around, people were actually scared that Brian might not return, and there would be no new Lit Romney content. He spent basically the whole year of 2024 away from streaming and his community, successfully maintaining his sobriety. And I would be really happy if this is where the story ended. Would being the operative word here. And
Wait, he rage quit Star Fox? Now that makes me
You see
wanna buy it.
Asmongold rage quit Star Fox and blame the controller? Now all he needs to do is beg and we can be besties.
Card in my mouth, Phil.
Oh my god.
January 2025, a whole year after Brian walked away, he made an Instagram post highlighting a YouTube comment. "Your sobriety is ruining my life. This isn't all about you. Think about all the people you're affecting by not drinking." In the caption, Brian responded, "I've been extremely selfish to my fans and viewers with me not drinking. I apologize. Side note, it's true that I've been sober for a year, but I'm not annoying about it or preachy. I just stopped
How is Star Fox? Just curious.
drunk streaming because my community and lifestyle made housing impossible if I continued. Of course I get an itch to get lit, but I'm good." This comment made me giggle. Not only did he stop drinking, but he actually had a good mentality about it. Sadly, something happened in late January that sent him right back into the content mines. After firing up a stream and getting drunk again, someone asked him where his mom was since he was staying at her retirement home apartment, and he simply replied, "Hospital, N-word." Clearly he was not in his right mind and put off by not having his mom around. So when he sobered up, he immediately clarified that he wasn't planning to keep doing it.
Just a one-time thing. Back to
Dude, it ain't a one-time thing with alcohol. Stop it. What if you're a recovering alcoholic and you have a drink, you are fucking back down at the bottom. Wait, Jay quit too?
But made a bunch of money, but it's not a habit or anything I'm planning on doing again. So
Well, we're all concerned for you, and we're hoping it's just a one-off thing.
just a one-off thing.
To Blade's credit, once again, he did avoid drinking and streaming for quite some time after this incident, but at the end of December, he relapsed. This time, there was no situation of his mom being in the hospital or anything unusual happening to have triggered one of his binges. As a matter of fact, his streaming even bothered her.
Oh, sorry, that's my mom.
It's like, are you 14? I get it in some way that you kind of are, but like 9 and 10-year-olds think that's edgy.
Mom Blade was not a fan of that.
Brian did try to stream around in the retirement home a bit, but obviously the staff and other people there weren't enjoying it too much, so he went back to streaming outside, just walking around. The chat had a lot of fun with the text-to-speech messages during this time. I'm not willing to read some of these out loud, but we've got this one right here, and there's also this one. Yeah, it doesn't make you look good.
Now, granted, the thing I always, no matter how his teeth were rotten, his feet were rotten, minus the woman he's kind of seeing now, who's like, I'm sorry, I was seeing if that audio clip from Phil actually was fixed. I guess not, though, where I stemmed it. All right, now there I had a complete fucking brain fart. You got me. Oh, yeah. until now, Blade pulls some decent looking
Melatonin
women,
baby.
no matter
Melatonin
how
bird
fucked
father.
up he was. There he goes, boys. Melatonin, baby. Because I do know for a fact.
Why you taking the applause out to pasture?
So Marvelous Milkman, thank you, thank
Poor
you.
little fella never did anything to deserve it.
Now he's a jazz singer again.
It's part of your streaming identity. Embrace it like I embrace the pee stains in my underwear.
I'll give it like a month and a half and see how month and a half, see how it goes. Because there's a lot of people I know
1/3.
irrefutably
What's
that
up,
are like,
everyone?
yeah, the applause drives
Israel's
me insane.
June 2026 deal cynically delays withdrawal, using the Lebanese army as a shield while retaining military dominance.
Cynically, yeah, Israel doesn't want a peace deal, dude. Throbbing 37 Pakistani, thank you. No, that wasn't, dude. He sounded like he was a blues singer. Yeah, we hit the fucking, we just went the goal, and everyone was like, no, we're going past it. Which again, holy shit, thank all of you.
2/3, historically, Israel manipulated Hamas for political gain rather than arming it directly, exploiting divisions to avoid peace. Now facing.
Dude, Israel is a menace to this entire fucking planet. It has been for decades upon decades. And it makes you wake up. Like, I remember as a kid, like, we have to defend Israel. Like, no, the fuck we don't. No, we don't.
Obviously. He then got way too drunk, pissed in public in front of the cops, and then got arrested. Because of the fact he literally...
Yeah, but yeah, I hear what you're saying, Izzy. But there's no way, like, oh, should I hit the applause for this? And, like, it'll never happen. It'll just, I'll bust through the applause condiment. It'll just, you know what I mean? What the fuck does that mean? But you get my point.
He cannot leave a building without getting arrested. He went back to the retirement home and did streams there, regardless of how much he was going to disturb everyone around by doing it. Suddenly, he did stop streaming again for a bit, which made some people think that his return to booze instantly killed him, but he made a post to explain his absence. Not streaming doesn't equal I'm dead. Got rained out of IRL last night, and frankly, I didn't feel like drinking. I know, poor Blade, but hey man, I'm a human being, and even drinking once a week hurts like hell. Gym streams, gaming streams, and wholesome streams are clearly not supported, so why would I go through the headache? I also quit smoking, so my diabetes and blood pressure are improved, but I'm also annoyed by everything. If I do drunk stream, cigs are required. Trolls will take this post as whiny, I don't care. I'm aware most people have...
Yeah, see, that's the thing now, like I was saying before, is that his livelihood is tied to him fucking literally killing himself.
3/3, global condemnation. Its apartheid regime and genocidal campaign in Gaza isolated diplomatically and legally. Did I forget to mention Israel is AF cancer apartheid?
Yep, I agree
US
with you.
remade Holocaust.
And I mean, even if you look at the Biden administration, the massacre in Gaza was actively happening then, and nothing. Oh, we're gonna give him a stern talking to. How'd that work out? Giving Bibi a stern. Oh wait, it didn't do a fucking thing. They didn't stop him at all. Because there's so many of them on both sides of the aisle. Oh no, I'm saying both sides, but this is irrefutable. That are their pockets get lined by Israeli money interests like AIPAC. So they all bend to Israel. And look how it's working out.
Legit problems that they are...
All because there's literally a bunch of billionaire fucking cultist freaks that we need to save Israel so they could bring on the apocalypse. Like, fuck off with you and your fucking apocalypse. Like, why do you want the world to end so fucking bad? Because of your book full of fairy tales. Literally, that's it. You want to bring on this prophecy because you're so desperate to have, like, to hopefully there's like an afterlife, and you spent your whole life believing in this lunacy that you want to bring it to fruition so you actually could see it happen because you're afraid it won't. It's what the fuck was that?
Here, Richie, I need whole.
Well, Rich and the Birds, thank you. And all of these generationally wealthy fucking freaks, like the Rothschilds, fucking even going to Elon Musk, man. His dad was some kind of jewel miner, and they had endless funds. They have nothing but time and wealth, and they get so in there. It's wealth-fueled psychosis, I call it. And these fucking sick fantasies and them being obsessed with the apocalypse is because they just live in this fucking ivory tower, and they never get a grasp of reality because they could just pay their way out of it. They don't have to deal with any consequences for anything they do. And then combine their delusions with everyone who would get in their way gets bought off, and here we fucking are. Oh my God, I'm so fucking tired of these freaks, man.
Dealing with that. By comparison, I'm great. I really don't
having a fuck you, having a fucking Israeli flag next to the American flag. The fuck is that about? That's not our country. Why do we need to have their flag next to theirs? They're like a fucking cancer, man. I can't stand Israel, dude.
Understand this cope about not smoking because of his diabetes when the drinking is way more of an issue, and he doesn't even consider cutting that off because streams without alcohol aren't supported. He's basically admitting that despite it clearly destroying him.
And I'm so sick. I'm so sick of them. Oh, that means you're anti. No, I'm not. I'm anti-Zionist, you stupid fucks. I'm not anti-Jew. It's a big difference. Yeah, he has 0% shit. Dave Portnoy wants to run against Mamdani for mayor of New York. New York hate. Yeah,
He's going to do whatever is supported by the chat. It took no time at all for Brian to get in trouble with his mom again, who called the cops on him to get him to.
And they want to cross the circuits with that to make anyone think you say anything bad about Israel, which they're fucking monsters, so you should.
5 out of 140 countries think Israel is not genocide.
Yeah, and we're one of them. What a joke. He's that pizza guy where he goes to One Bite Reviews or whatever. I have
stop streaming, but eventually she goes to the hospital again, and
here is this. There he goes, boys.
Brian is all on his own, free to do his
there it is. Melatonin, baby.
Pleases. In a shocking but not exactly surprising turn of events, Brian admits he recently had his toes amputated, as they were in too decrepit of a state to remain attached to his body.
During my year off from drinking, I got an infection in my foot, and
Jay also
became a power bottom by Star Wolf Fight.
Yeah, I hear that game he got fisted in. Man, it's that fucking hard, huh? Holy shit.
The years of abuse on my body, I lost my toes, dude. Still got my foot, and not proud of it, dude.
It's honestly terrifying to think that he's done this to his own body, all just to barely make enough money to sustain his habit, and that it's all been documented online as a chat of onlookers saw it all go down in real time. This is straight out of a...
And you know what's fucked up is them hiding criticism of Israel. Anti-Semitism. It's not anti-Semitism. Shut the fuck up. Is that's going to cause anti-Semitism.
Make content about me on Twitch and I will pee my pants. Report you. Have a drink, unless my dad took my booze, and make a video with AI thumbnail.
Oh my god, that was amazing. Moving to Manhattan for same salary? That was amazing, Evies. That was
I'll take it
classic.
in like all your other sounds I rescued. What? I've never stolen anything from you. Fine. I'll make my own applause with blackjack and hookers. In fact, forget about the applause.
Why is that so amazing tonight? Bloody GB, thank you. I just don't want to spam the applause. Holy shit. It's amazing how like Eric has like different accents. Sometimes he actually literally sounds drunk. Other times he sounds like a blues singer, and then other times he, well, sounds horny.
The Philip K. Dick novel about the future, and we are living in it. As his march to total self-destruction continued, he passed out on stream, and people called the cops on him to do a wellness check.
Brian. Hey, you good, man?
After a bit of Brian having free reign to destroy himself while streaming, his mom came back, and the two went head-to-head once more.
I'm gonna send the black cops.
You guys send the blacks on me if I get too drunk?
Yep.
Alright. Love you, Mom. Please don't do that, though.
I don't know what kind
Well, here we are.
of pull his mom has that she can specifically call up the black cops, but nevertheless, the situation between them was uneasy and the police were called again.
Brian, Kirkland Police. Are you okay?
Just going straight to voicemail.
I mean, the stranglehold at Israel, I just can't get over it. I keep like, look at what happened with Cenk Uygur and his nephew. They got banned from the UK for being critical of fucking Israel. What the fuck are we doing?
Brian. Kirkland Police. Brian. Brian. Brian.
I am trying to sleep. Quit bothering me, coppers.
Couldn't figure out how to turn it off, but it took a while. Talking to us? I have no idea.
Despite how inconvenient this was for Brian, it did nothing to actually prevent him from doing the same things over and over again. It's particularly ironic and terrible that he's being this much of a nuisance to her when he's supposed to be her caretaker at this point. Just 1 week after the cops got called, we have this clip of him waking up.
If my local Congress sends me another email, Israel is the greatest fucking ally, I will go full nuclear and spam with middle finger at Israel. Well, don't do a swastika, please. Don't do that. But that made me so angry. We were watching that video with Secular Talk before. Why is there a fucking Israeli flag? Those fucking genocidal pieces of garbage who leveled Gaza, who are trying to make a greater Israel with the blood of how many innocent people? And you have the nerve to put their fucking flag next to ours.